advantage at the moment if they're fit enough.
Well, you know what it is? It's all about, it's all sort of media hype as well, isn't it? I mean...
so much of that, yeah.
I mean, I just read so many ridiculous things that are written now, and I just can't even believe it. Anyway, we better get going.
Yes.
It's going to be a bit overcast today, is it not? I think. What's the weather cave saying?
Well, it's going to be fine and 30 degrees. It's going to be a lovely day for cricket.
Humidity?
The humidity won't be particularly high. So just a really nice day. It wasn't high yesterday, but it was just really,
no, but
hot.
I just thought with a bit of cloud it might be, but there you go. Right, okay. I'm going to play the theme tune.
Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time has come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
11 years into our existence, and guerrilla cricket still waits for an England win in Australia. We don't ask for a series, we don't ask for a couple of tests, we just ask for the one. Most of us predicted 3-1 to Australia. It looks like it's going to be 3-0 by the time we get to Melbourne. England trail by 158, 213 for 8 after a pretty disastrous day yesterday. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good dawn, good dusk. I've forgotten what time of day it is, but welcome to Guerrilla Cricket anyway. I'm Gorilla Hendo, Nigel Henderson, and I'm joined by a beaming Australian character who is enjoying this immensely, I imagine. Although maybe not, because you like a good game of cricket, don't you, Messi?
I love a good game of cricket. I enjoy it whenever we're on air together, Hendo.
That's true. That's true. I love it too. And alongside me, a sort of, I was going to try and say that I was like the sort of the middle of the older gorilla and the younger gorilla, but I realise I'm much nearer to Messi Jez's age than unfortunately Hector's. Hello Hector, how are you?
Morning, Hendo. Good, thanks. Pretty flat actually after yesterday, but excited for the greatest comeback of all time today.
Yeah. You see, you're still young and you haven't had this kind of thing going on in your life, in the background to your life, of constant England failure away from home. But I guess, when did you first start watching cricket?
Oh, probably 2015, I reckon, was when it properly kicked off.
So you have had 3 series.
I've had a few.
Failure.
Well, COVID didn't count, so only a couple technically.
It was a moral victory, that, as we all know, during COVID. Well, it's a little bit overcast at Adelaide today compared with the glory of that incredible deep blue sky and sunshine that we've seen for the last couple of days. That said, it's not cool. It is still quite warm, 30 degrees, says Messi from the Weather Cave, and quite low humidity. So any thoughts that England will get out quickly and then run through Australia in their second innings can be put on the back burner, especially when you consider the poor old Stokes Archer. He's taking on the burden of batting as well now, isn't he? 30 or 48. I couldn't believe it. I had to turn off last night at about 4 o'clock in the morning, British time, because I couldn't take it anymore. Just after Harry Brook was got out by Cameron Green bowling about his second ball of the series, and his first ball of the series pretty much took out Ollie Pope. I had to turn it off, and then when I did sort of wake up a little bit at about 9 o'clock, I had a little sneak at the score, and I saw 213 for 8. I'm quite surprised. I thought we might struggle to pass the follow on, but then I started looking down the scorecard, and I saw Jacks 6, Cars none, Jamie Smith 22, and my because I hadn't got my glasses on, I thought Stokes must be on about 80. And then I looked down and saw Stokes Archer got 30 of them, and Stokes was still on 45. Oh, hang on, the humidity is 70%, so that's quite high actually. And the temperature at the moment, 25.1 degrees. I shall just...
That's not my reading. My reading says humidity is 37%. I think they've got that wrong.
That's extraordinary. That's an extraordinary... I mean, presumably you've got some officials in the Weather Cave who can get onto Adelaide and say, what the hell are you doing?
Just dropped to 36 this second, actually.
How bizarre. How bizarre. Anyway, facing the first ball of the morning will be this man.
He will break your helmet, break your heart. Hotter than lava, cooler than Bogart. In your face, at your stumps, on your toes, on your mum.
And from the cathedral end, it's going to be Boland. 2 slips waiting, and that's a lovely forward defensive from Jofra, wasn't it? One or two players who could learn from that.
Yeah, we didn't see a lot of that yesterday from Jofra, actually. He was swinging pretty hard with about half an hour left in the day. It was almost as if he wanted to bat again last night, but it did come off for him.
Well, it did as well, didn't it, at the Gabba in the first innings there, when he shared that very, very useful partnership. Well, it could have been useful, partnership with Joe Root.
10th wicket partnership is the best time to bat, it seems, this series.
I love a 10th wicket partnership. Boland in again, 2 slips in the gullies, in, it comes off a thick inside edge, going to get him a single. Ooh, I thought for a moment they might be able to get 2, but in comes Mitchell Stark from long leg, and it brings Ben Stokes down to finish. The partnership is 46.
Yeah, he had a lot of cramp yesterday, Ben Stokes. The last half an hour was a little bit worrying. Sort of every time he'd have to walk through for singles and sort of lean on his back quite a bit. So it'll be interesting to see just how fit he is this morning. I know the temperature's dropped a little bit. It was 40.
He's channeling Glenn Maxwell.
Yeah.
Oh, that'd be good. We have seen that from Stokes. I mean, Stokes, a man who doesn't give up easily, and sometimes he could just be utterly inspired. More than sometimes, quite a lot of the time, to be honest. To me, greatest English all-rounder that I've seen in my life, and that includes Ian Botham. That's maybe a controversial opinion, anyway. Boland in, round the wicket to Stokes, who aims a drive at this one. Doesn't really connect terribly cleanly with it, but it goes up to mid-off, Cummins fields, and there is no run.
Is Flintoff an immediate third in that list? Does he come into conversation in the top 2?
Yeah, I think he does, but I feel like as a batsman, Flintoff didn't quite fulfil the potential that was there, and that may be because of how much bowling he had to do.
Crucial
Boland
performances are one of the criteria for me.
Outside the off-top, left alone. Sorry, what is?
Crucial performances, and I think both Botham and Stokes have turned it on at really, really important moments that have made a huge difference.
Yeah, well, I mean, you can take Stokes at Headingley. I mean, that was almost a one-man stand with a little bit of help from Jack Leach. And nearly getting England over the line at Lords was it 2 years ago?
Yeah, 2023, yeah.
2023, yeah, that's right. But he really needs to pull out his absolute best. And he needs Archer to stay with him. Boland in, and he comes down the wicket. He drives beautifully, piercing cover point and extra. That runs away. That was an absolutely glorious shot. But do not be fooled by early great shots from
Now my
England.
innings going, great guns. I hit the ball, 4 runs. I hit the ball, and it went for 4 runs.
Yep, just getting.
That's how batsmen can use their feet.
Yeah.
Aha.
Yeah, using feet to someone of Boland's pace is quite a clever thing to do, and then play a shot with a stronger base as that.
Well, and that's exactly why Carey's been brought up the ball after.
Good point.
Get under the helmet.
He's pretty good standing up, isn't he, Carey? Boland in, bowls, and back in his crease, Stokes just defends on the front foot. That is the end of the first over of the morning. England have advanced by 5. The partnership has reached 50. Stokes has 49, Archer 31. And it's time to say good morning to those brave souls that have joined us this morning.
Yeah, I'll just list them first. Setterstain 1, STZ 024, Carl Herbert, Glimmer Twin, Mog, who's just one, he can't do super chats. Suni Hassan, Music Cats King, shout out to Music Cats King, who's in Adelaide, who posted on our YouTube Gorilla Roundup last night that the rain on Sunday is forecast to be 1 to 10 millimetres. In fact, it's now 1 to 4 millimetres. But he says it's likely that the 10 millimetres is for the hills and the 1 will be for Adelaide.
Well, it's going to be Nathan Lyon. I think that's a really good move from Australia. Bowls, there's a little bit of turn, but Archer is forward. We'll obviously have to take a little bit of time before we can play his jingle. It'd be interesting to see how Archer approaches this, whether there's been a lot of discussion about trying to stick around a little bit. Lyon in, bowls, he goes back, but it turns a long way, and then he looked as if he wanted to thrash that over extra cover, but he restrained himself and thought, hang on, I'll just play this defensively.
It's a very smart move from Pat Cummins, I think. 11 overs to the new ball.
Yeah, brilliant.
Give Lyon 6 at swinging Archer.
In again, he goes back to this one. It was a slightly flatter delivery, straight, but pushed back, and Lyon skips across to his right to field. 153 is the deficit. It's just a case of keep Australia out there. It's about time as much as, well, it's more about runs, but it is about time too. Lyon in, he goes back, that turns, but he whips it past the man at short leg. There is a fielder at mid-wicket, so there is no run scored.
That's what Australia have done so well this series, is batting time, not just focusing on the run scored, but focusing on the timing of when they'll come out to bowl when England have to bat.
That's absolutely right. Lyon in again, he goes back. Get the feeling that he's going to try and ping him with a really quick one in a minute.
Jofra takes the bait, a bit frustrated, 5 dot balls, can't have a maiden.
It'll either be the one that's really thrown up to tempt him, or it'll be a quick one to trap him on the pads, I reckon. Here he is. He's thrown it up and he's reaching for that a little bit. There's a an appreciable amount of turn, but not too much bounce, and he negotiates it off the inside edge. And there is no run. A maiden for Lyon to start with, and more from Messi. Ooh, look.
Yeah, so Beerbat Gummy Shark's with us. He thinks Australia should be sporting and reverse the batting order to spice it up a bit. Banana Brooks, Glimmer Twin, Extra Fluffo, Steel 1988, Mayank, Eric J. So all those people are with us. It's greetings, my children, says Invisible Bob. I've just watched It's a Wonderful Life. Do not harsh my buzz.
So Boland to continue. With a slip is very fine, isn't he, now that Carey's come up to the wicket. This is defended off the back foot, a little bit short of a length. It's interesting too.
Yeah, it was similar to the dismissal at the Gabba where Steve Smith was very fine and couldn't see past Carey. I mean, he had to dive to his right. It's kind of an obstructed view. I wonder why. It makes it quite hard to catch when you're pretty much directly behind.
Totally, yeah. I don't think I saw some of those dismissals. I couldn't face it. Just too much pain. Boland in again onto the back foot. Comes up towards his hip, and he checks the shot. Really, I think he was trying to play that square, and then ended up just punching it towards mid-on.
I imagine it would have been less painful for you yesterday, Hendo, because they were legitimate dismissals. They weren't England committing suicide.
No, that's true. That's true. The bowling was brilliant. But then again, when you saw the way that England batted for the first 7 or 8 overs, it just lured you into a false sense of hope again.
Oh, that one! You should know better by now.
I should know, and I did. I was kind of thinking that way. Now, just for a moment, I think that Stokes was thinking, is that short enough for me to pull? And then decided to just play it defensively off the back foot. The man at square leg is quite a long way in front of square leg, and seems quite a way back, actually, whether that's to do with how far the umpire is standing back as well out there. There's also a mid-wicket and a mid-on. There's that very fine slip, and then there's what you would probably call a fourth slip or a very fine gully. In comes Boland, and forward comes Stokes, and he runs that off the face of the bat, backward a square for the easiest of singles, and that is 50 for Ben Stokes. Way! Let's celebrate where we can, because let's be honest, we haven't had a lot of that. I'm going to just say this:
don't stop just because you got to 50. Don't stop, treat it as a start. You can use this to get a better score. The first 50's done. The first 50's done.
263 minutes.
Don't look back.
4 fours. You see, players with the technique can restrain themselves when necessary. Boland then over the wicket now to Archer. Still that one fine slip. One fine day, one fine slip. This is defended up to mid-on. And
just a tech issue. Is there someone in the studio who can let Bennett in, please?
Right. Jason is going to sort that out. Ben Stokes, 37 Test 50s, 14 hundreds.
Slowest Test 50, that one. That's a surprise.
Well, there you go.
159 balls. He's had to properly... It's almost as if he's trying to prove a point after what he was saying in between tests. Got to work a bit harder.
Is he trying to show that... is he trying to make that point to his own players or to us? Now that one just nibbles back a little bit, and Archer's a little bit late, but he gets down on it as he really wants it, and there is no run.
Yes, he now has the 2 slowest 50s in the baseball area. Nick Vickers says, greetings everyone, I've got a lot of respect for Stokes and Archer. For me, an on-field bust-up shows that the players actually give a monkeys. Eric Jays says, Glimmer, that reference to your boys is from much earlier, from Norwegian football commentator. England may have take another hell of a beating in the Football World Cup.
Do you know, funnily enough, I've actually got high hopes for the England team in the Football World Cup from what I've seen of late. That said, they haven't played anyone good, have they?
No.
Kiriak is at Oz says, yesterday was the best I've seen Australia bowl for some time, to be fair, especially considering the heat and the fact that their battlers, they were extraordinary.
Lyon bowls to Stokes, left-hander. He'll probably enjoy having a left-hander up the other end. This one sticks in the pitch a little bit, although it turns, and he gave himself a bit of room, Stokes, and it just didn't come on, did it? He had to sort of restrain himself. Still tried to hit it pretty well to extra cover. Lyon again. In. Oh, lovely bowling. That one just curved in and straightened. A little bit flatter than the previous one.
Similar to the Duckett dismissal actually yesterday. A little bit back of a length, but I actually don't think that wicket was as great as everyone...
No, I don't. I mean, it's slow enough that you can probably play on the back foot like Stokes is doing there as he eases that one through the cover region for a single.
What beat him was the drift in the air.
But don't you think he just sort of planted himself a bit, didn't he?
Yeah. And as Tony said yesterday, he got out, Nathan Lyon's an off spinner, and he got out to an off spinning ball. Like, you can't be too surprised. It wasn't like he did a wrong-in or anything.
Oh, no.
Special.
Lyon back over the wicket to Archer, and Archer forward. You just feel him twitching. He wants to get after him. I mean, you can't really hit Lyon straight, can you? It's a very long boundary straight at Adelaide.
No, the heave over mid-wicket.
Yeah, the heave over mid-wicket should be more effective. And there it is. Where's it gone? We're having a look for it. It's gone well into the crowd. What a shot that is from Jofra Archer.
What a call.
That's pretty,
Someone clip it.
long. That is fantastic. It's one of these.
That is his shot. He almost fought at the ball before. He really does like just to swing through the line. And
what will he do? Throws it up even a little bit more, but a turn hits quite high up on the splice as Archer pushes forward. 37 to him now, 226 for 8. The end of the over. Messi.
Glimmer Twin says, so England going to overcorrect and turn out a top three of Sibley, Burns and Hamid?
Certainly not. I actually think that Hamid and Alex Lees are worth another go, to be honest. But that said, I don't think you're going to be dropping Duckett because he's done really well up until now.
No, absolutely. And he's actually copped some really good balls as well. So, I don't think he's batted badly at all.
He's been unlucky. He's got going, and you think, this is the Duckett we know and love, and then he's got out.
And he left the ball in the first over.
He did. In fact, that Stark first over was an absolute corker, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Boland then to Stokes, and Stokes is back waiting for it, jabs it into the ground, bounces up high. But talking of high, Cameron Green is almost up there on that Adelaide roof, and just periscopes up a left arm and grabs it.
Trail 145 now. You think, just get it below 100.
Stop.
Up. No, that's right.
You're doing a reverse fourthie on the first night he was in, and he was getting rid of a few Australians quite effectively.
He did get rid of a lot of English players as well.
Did he? Boland in. Glorious cover drive. I think the cover got some fingernails to it, but if he did, it took them all the way to the boundary, embedded in the ball, because that is 4 more to Ben Stokes.
Again, just using his feet, much better footwork as to what we've seen from most of the England batsmen throughout the series. That's kind of been their downfall a lot of the time, just not using their feet and throwing their hands at a drive. But Stokes just has such a nice shape whenever he plays the drive.
Oh, it's glorious. It's glorious
aesthetically
stuff.
Pleasing.
Indeed it is. And now, was that from round the wicket, or has he just switched back over the wicket? I must have
switched.
I think he has. Always slightly aerial there from Stokes up on the leg stump. Again, I got the feeling that he checked the stroke a little bit.
Yeah, kind of moved a little bit, that ball, swinging away from his bat.
I mean, this is, as you say, it's a 72 over old ball, and you get the feeling that it's dying in the pitch a little bit. A slow pitch to start with, although quicker, I think, yesterday. Interesting thing that I heard on the commentary of outside the off stump and beautifully guided backward of square, brilliant piece of fielding by Mitchell Starc. Is there anything he can't do? That looked like it was going to be 4 all the way, but he spread himself all 6'7" plus arms to haul that in, and he saved 2 runs.
That is one of the main one of the main differences between Australia and England.
Fielding.
It just happens all the
It
time.
gives hope to us old people, doesn't he, Endo?
I'd like to see him when he's your age, Messi. He'll be hobbling away.
We'll have all you need is a fact jingle for him.
True. I think the gully went a bit squarer there, and this one is left alone outside the off stump as Boland goes back round the wicket. Stokes 57, Archer 37, England 232 for 8.
Good bit of restraint there from Stokes. You would have thought just latch into another drive. He's 6 from the over so far, but
exactly.
Just leave that alone. Doesn't need it.
This is where England have gone so horribly wrong, isn't it? Where they
get ahead of
picked
steam.
up a couple of 6s or a 6 and a 4 and an over. You don't need to hit another one. Boland in onto the legs and nicely timed by Stokes. You're going to get another couple there, I would think. Is that Weatherald running round? I think it is, from deep square, and they get through for 2. 59 to Stokes, 234 for 8. Messi, talk to me about the GPL.
Well, funny you should say that. Do we have a 150 jingle? Because we've got 4 entries so far today. The GPL has reached £151.
Wow.
Which is a decent amount of money. Hombre Nuevo, I'd say, is in there because 3 of them end in 7. There's another one ending in 8. So the GPL is £151. Go to GorillaCricket.com, click on competition, and you can enter there. All you need to do is select at a cost of £1 per pick how many runs will be scored today, and if you are on the knob, as it were, you will win the pot.
You're on the knob and you're going to win the pot. Back it goes, Archer. And he's going to take a single as he forces up to long on.
We should call Gary to Australia have bowled 5 overs in 19 minutes.
That's quite good, isn't it? Well, I suppose when you open with a spinner, that helps.
Yeah.
235 for 8, partnership 67. Stokes down to face. Lyon presumably will switch back to round the wicket. He's got a slip and a short square leg. He's in, and he goes back and then tries to whip it through the leg side. Doesn't really get hold of it, and it's fielded by Cummins at mid-on.
Yeah, I wonder whether Stokes and Archer here will go up there. Stokes might have been looking for the single, get Archer back on strike, and it will be interesting to see if Archer does try and attack Lyon with the spin and into a shorter boundary.
And he comes again. Well, that jumped a little bit as he went back to it, but he controlled his shot. He'll pick up a single through square cover. There is a man patrolling that short boundary. Both boundaries square of the wicket. Pretty short at Adelaide. Stokes moves into the 60s. Archer 38, so he will get that chance if he wishes to. Give it a go. In he comes, bowls, and he's gone for the drive. It's aerial, but it's it would have been catchable for an orthodox mid-on, but there is not one, and it's Mitchell Starc who's been placed now at long on.
Yeah, I just think with the new ball coming in 6.5 overs now, potentially, as you said, the ball's a bit softer and it's not doing as much. Potentially, though, try and cash in on a few more before the new ball comes and Starc and Cummins come back in.
Yeah, in again to Stokes, who head right over the ball. Good stride, defends to extra. There is no run. Just having a look at the revs that he puts on the ball, Nathan Lyon. It's beautiful, beautiful bowler. In again, bowls. Oh, again, a little bit of turn, but too slow to really trouble Stokes, who lets that glide off a thick outside edge towards backward point. No run, 237 for 8. Messi.
Amit M says, if Australia loses this test, consider England winning it 3-2 then. To which response from Steele at 1988 is, Amit is trolling or drunk, or both, says Sudahu. Easy Ollie says, Joffre's got to win this test match all by himself.
Yep.
Australia 136 ahead and need 2 wickets. If that's them bottling it, I think most teams would be happy to be called bottlers.
Yes,
Change of bowling.
Yeah, interesting one as well. I see, this is what, when you've got such variety in your attack, this is what you can do as a captain. Cameron Green is sort of earning a reputation as a partnership breaker, isn't he? A bit like Dougie Walters in the old days, Messi.
Yeah, he's a better bowler than Dougie.
Surely not. I'll jingle him up in a minute. He's got no slip. Well, I say no slip. He's got a fourth slip, maybe. He's into Archer down the leg side. He pulls it. Where's that gone? Down to long leg. There's Stark. They'll take the 1. Archer.
He was bowling 138 Ks yesterday, Green, and it didn't look like it. But my word, coming from his height gives him something extra too.
You look at him, but he doesn't really look as if he's got that much pace to me. But obviously he has. Bowls a heavy ball, I suppose, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Lumbers in. He sort of.
It's a bit Ryan Harris-like in that respect, although a taller version, obviously. He's picked up a wicket of Brook. What a big wicket that was as well. So although he failed to score in his innings, he's contributed. Stokes then to face him for the first time this morning. He's round the wicket, wide gully now, and he plays a cut shot out towards Stark. Again, it's probably only going to be the 1. So he's at deep backward point, third man-ish. 239 for 8. And Archer, for the second time in this series, I think, has got his highest test score.
Yeah. Consecutive innings, I think.
Consecutive innings, absolutely.
Well, he's currently third highest score for England too.
No, that is his highest score for England, isn't it?
Third highest.
No, sorry.
Oh,
It's
the
innings.
third highest, sorry.
Yes.
Green in, and Archer ducks. Wow. Good to see. So it goes to Carey. And there is no run.
They're showing photos of Archer's watch, which is
Oh, yeah. It's quite snazzy,
light
isn't
blue.
it? Yeah.
Well, my coach would have killed me if I tried to wear a watch while I was batting.
Yeah, but you do realise if it gets hit, he's probably got about 30 others of the same ilk in his bag. So
I think I'd rather have an arm protector on myself.
well, yeah, true. But it's all sponsorship. Oh, he's come right across his crease there. It's full from Green. He just defends it almost French cricket-like from in front of his pads.
Yeah, bit of a double bluff with the 3 men back behind or on the leg side, man behind square leg and a deep mid wicket. You think that go to the short plan, so Archer was just giving himself room and Green went a little bit fuller.
I mean, there is one thing about the new ball, and I would say that, with both getting themselves back in this morning, I won't say that, there's another bounce through ducks underneath it. Of course, the ball will come off the back quicker,
Yes,
the new ball. And with Stokes on 61, you would think he might take advantage of that as they bring in the field a little bit, bring in more slips. So, it's got elements that could advantage England if they can hang on till that ball is taken. That said, the thing is, Mitchell Stark can get you out in 2 balls.
Pat Cummins.
And Pat Cummins, yeah. Green, way down the leg side. Diving take by Carey, who just sits on his backside and lifts the ball in the air as if to inquire. He's gradually making himself even more unpopular amongst England supporters, isn't he? Although I still quite like him, I have to say. Messi.
Silly Hassan says, this is boring. When will wickets fall? If it was the English batsman, we would have seen 2 or 3 by now. Mike says, I run in like Sean Tate or Shoaib Akhtar, but it comes out a nice loopy 110k pie. Could only dream of 138k like Green. Luke Hallahan says, evening gorillas, good to see some of the originals on, and the new generation too, indeed. Extra Fluffer says, Bumble reckons the watch has Mickey Mouse on it.
Well, possibly. It does look sort of like one of those old... we had them back in when would that have been? In the 80s, 70s, 80s, I think, or 90s, when we had those...
The swatches.
Yeah, swatches, that's right. Yeah, I was going to say swatch,
Yeah.
and then I thought, am I right? Yes, I am.
Yeah.
Lyon then will continue bowling to the left-handed Stokes. Just the one finish slip. 2 men out, deep mid wicket and deep backwards square mid on. Plenty of open field for him to turn the ball into the onside, but that's what they want. They want him pushing at those and it turning away from him, and perhaps him getting a leading edge. This one is defended to extra cover by Stokes. Got a couple more minutes before we have a change. 2:39 for 8. He's in again. He brings out the reverse sweep. Is there someone out there? No. Has that gone all the way? We wait to see. No, it's just 4, but it's a hell of a shot from Ben Stokes playing with the spin. And that is 4 runs.
Now my innings going, great guns, I hit the ball, 4 runs, I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
It's a hell of a shot.
Great stuff.
No one deep out behind point. There was the deep cover there, but couldn't get round, clearly. Timed pretty nicely from Stokes. They've just moved that man there now.
He's gone there now. That's a bit unsporting. Short and stands up for Stokes to stroke through the offside out to Weatherall. One of those men patrolling the boundary on the offside. He goes to 66. England 244 for 8:31 added in, well, half an hour.
That's what I'm not sure about. Pat Cummins is a brilliant captain, but he chases the ball a little bit too much. Like Ben Stokes has just hit one pretty out of the ordinary reverse sweep, and immediately he puts the fielder in there, which kind of, well, obviously
I think you're right about his field placing. I think he's a brilliant captain in terms of rotating his bowlers. This is defended square by Archer. I mean, you remember that time when he pretty much had everyone on the boundary at Lords, don't you? And
so reactionary, just straight away.
Yeah. I'm not sure how many other people would have done it differently, though, because Stokes was absolutely on fire, driven by Archer into the ground and then up into the hands of Lyon. And I might be going to say something I'm going to regret. Has he kept Lyon off too long? He just had a look at him and maybe see what it's doing.
They've only got 4 overs left to the new ball now.
That's true. I know that, but I'm just thinking, well, they haven't really got any other alternatives now that they brought Cameron Green on. I suppose that's the way they're thinking. Forced back to Nathan Lyon. That is the end of the over. 244 for 8. Time for a change. Who's taking over on ball by ball, Messi? Is it Bennett?
That's correct. That's me.
Bennett, yes.
And who else is on?
Catch you later. Jason and Forthy. Can someone let Forthy in?
Someone needs to... he's not turned up. The Ian has not turned up.
Okay, I'll hang on, and I'll do the socials, Jason, if you want to do the summarising then.
Right.
Okay, over to Bennett.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Hendo. Hello, Messi. Hello, Hector. Greetings, everyone. It's Bennett here, keeping company with Jess, Messi.
Hello, Bennett. Good to see you.
Hello. How are you doing? Good to see you too. And what a fight back this has been. It's Green continuing the attack. It's skipper Marble Stokes on the back foot, pushing it into the covers. No chance of a run. England trail by 127. It's been an absolute masterclass this morning at Adelaide with Stokes and Archer putting on a great partnership, looking very comfortable looking like they're in here for the long haul.
Oh, you've done it now, Bennett.
Putting-
That's the kiss of death from the commentator there.
Oh, no, we'll be fine. Green comes in, steaming in. He's got a multi-million-dollar behind him with the IPL. Just a day or so ago. On the back foot goes Archer, places it towards the mid-wicket. They had no chance of run. Archer looking very comfortable as well, Jason.
Yep, this is the best I've seen Archer bat for an awful long time. He's not come in with this mandate really to smash the ball all over the park.
Yeah.
He's just being very selective on what he chooses to go at.
Exactly. And do you think the kind of the little encounter with Stokes yesterday whilst bowling would have given him a little bit more of a respect, I guess, to the skipper? And here it is outside the off stump. That was a bit of a careless ball by Jofra Archer outside the stump.
Probably the first loose shot he's tried to play. It's just a little bit too far away from the body.
That was
and he's followed it with his hands.
Exactly. I mean, he wasn't like. He wasn't playing it hard either, wasn't he? He was just like almost poking. He's lucky to be there. Green, the enforcer, known for his ability to break partnerships. He's been entrusted with the ball. He's in his 10th over, 1 for 25. Here he is, Archer on 40 of 75 balls. This one pushed away into the covers, and the batters go through for a single. Stokes on 67.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Just a quick technical issue. Ian Forth says he's in the waiting room, and Hector, could you adjust the YouTube screen as well, please?
Right, so we're just waiting 40 to come in. Jason stepping up.
Okay.
Here is 40. Hello,
There he is.
how are you? Thank you, Messi, for that. I think Jason, you'll be on the media side of things, won't you?
I will, yep.
Yeah. So, hi, 40. How are you today?
Very well, thank you, Bennett.
Fantastic. As Green comes in on the back foot goes Stokes, pushes into the covers. No chance of a run now. Slowly but surely, England making that deficit count. Is only 125 runs now. These two have batted brilliantly, 40. And Jofra Archer probably has a better batting average in the series than most of the top order batters, 40.
Well, that's a very good point, isn't it? Honestly, if Jofra Archer, who's not a frontline batsman, can perform like this, just goes to show the degree to which England have been let down by some of their frontline batsmen.
Exactly. As Green comes in, this one short outside the leg stump. And Stokes not interested, just lets the ball go through. That's the end of the over. Over number 77, England 246 for 8. Jason, are you ready with the media roll?
I'm just about to, yep. Let's just see who's in us. Have we had any super chats yet? No, because you can, of course, super chat us. No. Luke, love for Bennett from Luke Callahan. Bennett, you are class. He's like telling an exciting story. Great stuff. Love the passion. And they're talking about fast bowlers. Michael Marshall was the best, says An8M. 8 Frank says Wazza and Wakim were outstanding to watch. And Luke Callahan comes back with Warney was the best bowler. He was an absolute showman. He was so good.
Thank you. Thank you for all your comments. It's Nathan, and this one's outside the off stump and spinning in. Arthur going for a big heave. Didn't get any connection whatsoever. It beat the wicketkeeper as well as it goes through past the wicketkeeper, and the batters come back for 3 byes. Archer losing a bit of shape there as he floated up in the air by Nathan Lyon. He's going for a wild swing. A lovely turn there for him. A good turn.
Oh, fantastic ball. Really suckered Jofra into that one. Jofra, don't bother. You've done a brilliant job for your team. Put that away. Just support Ben Stokes at the other end.
Exactly.
Well, that's the difference between a tail-ended batsman and a proper set batsman.
Yeah, but
Is that his concentration will lapse at points.
He has actually shown that he can hang around there. He looked good. This one on the back foot goes Ben Stokes, smothers it towards the onside, playing against the spin, but very watchful. He's been playing very late. Ben Stokes, his eyes rolls, focused. He looks determined determined character, the captain carrying the whole burden of his team. He's been badly let down by the batters, and he's here to make a statement, Forty. He's looking like he's
totally. We'll get back to that in a second.
breathing smoke and fire. This one's on the back foot goes Archer, quietly placed into the covers. No chance.
I mean, they need to play what's in front of them. They trail by 120. That can easily become 80, then 70, then 60, and suddenly the game's back on again. But Archer really needs to concentrate.
Line. This one's off pitched, a good length delivery. Archer on the front foot pushes it back to the bowler. No chance of a run. Wherever you're watching, welcome to the show. It's 40. Jason and myself, Bennett, Oliver Segram, keeping you company for the next 20 minutes. Please chip in. Keep Jason busy. Tell us what your thoughts and views are on the back foot. Archer looking rather tired. That was a bit of a lazy shot, 40.
Well, I think they're slightly torn between, shall we just try and get as many runs before the new ball comes, because there'll be one with Jofra's name on it at least then, and there's, about 20 balls to try. I think they're slightly torn at the moment.
Exactly. As Lyon comes in, this one's on the back foot. This one a bit more respectfully. Get a bit more shape there. Pushes it towards the mid-on area. No chance of a run. Over number 78 gone.
I feel that Jofra should just channel his inner leech at this stage. Just say, I'm just here for you. Put away your ego. Don't get tempted by the big ones.
Exactly. Jason, what have we got?
Easy Ollie says, people are crying for England to bat properly now, remembering the reason we play baseball is because we can't bat like that. And also, Nick Vicker says, it's good to see Bennett and Jason presiding over the fight back. Messi, don't let Forthy in just yet, just in case he goes all shelly again. Did you...
I've got a bit of a record during this test. Every time I'm on, wickets tumble. It's just been the way it's gone. I took all but one of the Australian wickets.
And Gummy says, I think Lyon can bait Archer if he pitches it shorter with more overspin. We just saw that in the last over. And Lyon on a day 4-5 pitch sounds spooky, says Camilo Coccia.
Right, it's Cameron Green continuing here. This one short on the back foot and pushed away into the covers, and the batters go through for a quick single. Cameron Green, the highest IPL overseas player in terms of what he fetched at the auction.
I was thinking he might be the highest as in terms of height as well.
Indeed. And didn't do his sponsors any good. He was out second ball earlier on, but 168 was when the last wicket fell. These two.
I think we can also add on another 30 or 40 because Carey should have been out thanks to the technology.
Indeed, and Jamie Smith should have been not given out there anyway.
And James Smith should not have been given out. Basically, we're in the lead. Basically, we're winning this match.
Exactly. On the back foot, pushed away, a bit of a overthrow there from the fielder, and the batters capitalize on that. And there's a Josh English on the occasion, and was pushed into the covers. Ben Stokes came charging in. Josh trying to get a repeat of what happened in Brisbane, trying to throw down the stumps. Stokes was safely there, but there was nobody covering, and Green not happy.
Green was particularly unimpressed, given that's coming off his...
Yes, bowlers hate that.
I think he wanted to bowl to Archer. He's probably...
good point.
Archer in one end. Just outside the off stump, slashed beautifully by Stokes without any undue risks, and that goes towards the third man area. No chance of the run. Stokes has played cool and calm, calculated.
Yes. There's probably no other batsman in world in Test cricket today who can go from first gear to third gear to fifth gear like Ben Stokes. He's quite happy to score 2 runs off 70 deliveries.
Yes, indeed. And this is the longest balls in terms of the highest number of balls is taken to get his 50 here. This one shortish by Green, and under goes Archer, ducks and lets the ball fly through. looks very
But it's a question of really believing in your technique as well. He's technically a good player, very good player, Ben Stokes, whereas you just get the feeling with so many test batsmen, they don't trust their technique enough to dig in for 70 or 80 balls and then start expanding. They just don't trust their technique.
Yeah, he has looked very determined throughout the series without much luck in the early innings, but today is the day for Stokesy. Archer ably supporting his captain on 42 in quick time, just off 81 balls. This one's on the leg stump and beautifully glided away. Finer this time towards the fine leg area, and the fielder, they're not able to get through, and Archer gets another boundary. He's on 45, 46. Stokes 70. Have you got a jingle, Jason? Right,
Well, I hope Jofra Archer isn't getting nervous and worrying about his 50. Ben Stokes will be telling him, this is no morning for personal milestones. Forget about it. Just keep doing your job.
And I don't know whether Archer's got a first-class 50 sort of under his belt, but looking very good there. This time Green coming around the wicket, looking for that angle, trying to york him in, and Archer digs it out and pushes it back. No chance of run. End of over number 79. Jason, what are you saying?
Extra fluffo gives him Archer high confidence. He reminds him of Nasser Hussain in his prime. Don't know whether that's the rock solid defence or the twitchiness.
Maybe a bit of both.
Matthew Plummer says no talk of wickets, runs. And Amit M says, once the lead gets under 100, that's huge, a moral win for England. Let's not talk about morality, please.
Yeah, look, I think that England almost certainly won't win this test match. Well, they've given themselves a sniff, but it's significant and important that England do put up a decent showing at the very least. That's what we've had.
They will need to, considering the basketball era, and also like no other team in the Ashes, other than when this great Sir Don Bradman captain would come down from being 2-0 to win the series. This is Nathan Lyon bowls. This one's pushed into the covers, no chance of running. Apparently in that series, Sir Don scored 861 runs and champion Australia to a 3-2 win. And can England do this? Looks quite difficult from here. On the back foot, pushes this one into the covers.
Actually, to be honest, if it hadn't been for the rain at Old Trafford last time, that's exactly what would have happened. But, you get rain in Manchester, what are you going to do?
Well, the cricket fanatics, the English supporters, I'm sure, will still have some hope. The glorious uncertainties of cricket can prevail, with Stokes still being there. The lead has now come down to 113 as Nathan Lyon comes in. This one's a good ball, a good turn from outside the off stump, a sharp turn, a vicious turn. On the back foot goes Archer, pushes it towards square leg. No chance of a run. Great innings by Arthur. 36.
Three balls to the new ball now.
3 balls more to get the new ball shorter this time. And on the back foot goes Archer, pushes it to the covers. No chance of run. Will they take the new ball 40? What do you think?
Absolutely, they will.
Yeah, they should say it's 40. And yes, I think they will. As Lyon's not finding the breakthrough here. They've got the 2 enforcers here, Lyon and Green on the back foot. Shortish. This one's delicately pierced into the gully area where there's no fielder, and the batters come back for 2. And Archer's 2 runs away from a well-deserved half-century. He has looked a class of his own, keeping his determined captain company, putting the batters before him to shame. As Archer, Lyon bowls this one very correctly, a cotton-book forward, defensive, tight, defensive shot, just playing him back to the bowler. That marks the end of over number 80. 260 for 8, Stokes on 71, Archer 48. What have you got, Jason, from us?
Banana Brook says, this is the best I've felt all test match. And Warwick Allen says, I'm starting to detect some hope. We all know what that does. Limit Twin says, this is an absolute classic. Build us up to knock us down. England 9th wicket stand. Lyon will bowl Australia to victory in the 4th inning, says Kyriakos. And the difference will be England don't have a spinner. Well, they have a spinner, but he's not as experienced by any stretch as Nathan Lyon, who's went past Glenn McGrath in this Test match to become the 8th highest leading wicket taker of all time in Tests.
Indeed, and as you come back, we've got the new ball, as we were discussing earlier. It's Mitch Starc, who's taken 18 wickets, he's scored 100 odd runs in the series with the ball in the hand. He certainly
interesting, isn't it? Interesting, Bennett. There, saw Mitchell start rubbing his hands along the ground to get a firmer grip on the new ball. And you remember Mike Atherton having some dirt in his pocket. I mean, really, what's the difference? Castigated Atherton for that. It just happened to be the dirt was in his pocket, not on the ground.
Mitchell Starc comes teaming in, left arm over on the back foot, and Stokes steers this one towards a third man area, and the batters get a very easy single.
That will quite suit Australia. They've got 5 balls to work Archer over here.
Mitchell Starc is a magician with the ball. He's made things happen. The premier fast bowler, Pat Cummins, has done really well as well. Has picked up 3 wickets. Scott Boland has done his bits, 2 for 45. Nathan Lyon has got 2 wickets. In the batting, Ben Duckett, 29. Zach Crawley, 9. Ollie Pope out 3. Was a very sloppy shot that he played to be caught at mid-wicket. Joe Root out for 19. Harry Brook for 45. Ben Stokes battling it out. Gone out some 2. Jamie Smith was unfortunately given out. There was an error in the snickle there. Will Jacks out for 6, and Bryden Cast was out without troubling the scorers, as this one's a good delivery outside the off stump, and Archer looking to
good luck with that.
I don't know what he was trying to do there. He was trying to push that delivery, and nowhere near the line of the ball, and beaten all ends up. He's lucky to be there, 40.
Yep, it's going to be one of these.
I think what he was trying to do was hit the ball, and of course it was such a good ball.
How
it swung
did that
back in,
miss
and
the stump, 40?
Missed the top of off stump by 2 inches. This will almost certainly not last long now, but it's been good fun and we've enjoyed it while it's been on.
Archer, defend like you did before, Archer. Come on.
Oh, yeah, well, it's a very good ball.
That comes in. This one's, he's walking across the stumps and hit on the pad. A lot's happening. Stokes comes charging down from the other side. They're looking for a DRS. And
I wouldn't. I think that's going down leg side. I think
it's a waste of time. It was clearly going down leg side. Shades of Tim Payne at Headingley there. Don't waste your time.
Indeed, we've got a Australian supporter here along with me, Ian 40.
No, that's not true. I happen to be in Australia, but I would not describe myself as such. However, we like to see a good one.
Indeed, I was only just pulling in, just to keep the entertainment going. Viewers, what do you think? Was that close enough? Come on, keep Jason busy, viewers.
Oh, I am busy there.
There you go.
he's
Suddenly
busy.
streaming in.
Starc comes in outside the off stump, wavered this time, and Archer watches the ball go through. No chance of a run.
I mean,
with really sort of high quality swing bowling with the new ball. The other danger is that Archer will think, well, I'm not going to be here for long, so we'll just chase a wide one. So there's a sort of double jeopardy here.
Well, I don't fully agree with you. If that's the case, he would have been back in the pavilion by now. He's been somewhat of the battling it out, faced 90 balls for his 48.
Yes, but that was against the old ball. I think my point really being that with the new ball and seeing what it's doing here, he'll just say, well, I'm just going to have to chance my arm because there'll be a ball with my name on it soon. Let's hope that doesn't happen.
Yeah, well, he's in a hurry, Archer. Has lost his shape a little bit in the last few overs. This one's, that's better. Here he's very well pitched, gone a good length. I think he's hurt his hand with a bit of a shock, when you play on the front foot. I saw him a few overs ago as well. Just pushed into the covers.
The main problem for England is that not only are these two England's best batsmen, they of course completely reliant on them to be two best bowlers as well. So by the time the Australian innings comes around, they'll be exhausted.
Exactly.
Well, poor old Jofra's going to have to go straight out there and bowl.
Exactly.
He's going to have no rest at all.
which is very true. And this goes back to what Stokes was saying, that everybody needs to contribute, isn't it? As a team, is these two who have been with bat and ball as well. This was outside the off stump, and Archer on the front foot. He watches that ball. This time looks a lot more steadier and not really putting his bat close to the ball. That's the end of over number 81. 8 for 261. Jason.
Glimmer Twin says he reckons that there will be an 80 lead, a couple of boundaries off the new ball before being knocked over. Yeah, that's kind of in my ballpark as well, I think. Where are we? And Music Cats King says, every time England selectors refuse to pick a legit spinner, they're essentially handing the Ashes to us on a silver platter. I think that's definitely true in Australia, where your spinner is worth quite a lot more because of the amount of wear they get on some of the pitches in the sun.
It's Pat Cummins now.
It's Cummins. It's changing the bowling. Is there anything else, Jason? You can get ready for the next over. Sorry, we have a change in bowling. It's skipper Pat Cummins.
Just while we're doing that, it's. I'll come back to it perhaps after this ball. Looks like we're ready.
Yeah. Cummins comes in. He's taken 3 wickets. Certainly been the pick of the Australian bowlers. Outside the off stump, short. And on the back foot goes Stokes, which is the old Stokes that we see. He's beautifully placed himself and hit it in the big gap in the mid-wicket area, and he picks up a boundary. Jason.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Channeling my inner Tony, there was no fear there in that ball from.
Have 40
no fear at all. This will be really interesting, won't it, to see the degree to which Stokes unleashes the shackles.
Indeed. This was he got him there with a good fastish delivery. It wasn't that.
No, it hasn't got him.
131. But what happened there?
It's gone to the boundary, I think, hasn't it?
I think it's 4 byes, is it?
Yep, it's 4 byes.
Just goes past the wicketkeeper as well, and 4 byes. It doesn't matter for England how they come, does it?
No, it looks like he got an inside.
It matters. It hits him on his some part of the body and take it.
Well, the ball really swung, and I think Stokes will probably conclude he needs to take some risks now, because this is, two of the best new ball bowlers bowling with and getting quite a lot of movement.
Agreed, and this is a good delivery, and he's leaning on to the front foot.
And that's the 100 partnership.
Oh, well done, Stokes and Archer. Beautiful 101-run partnership of 165. And I think 40. Perhaps Stokes should take a little bit more of the strike and try to shield Archer until the new ball gets a little bit worn out. What do you think?
Yes, I think so. It's hard to manipulate. We're not. That would be the ideal. I agree with you, Bennett. But there's just almost as likely to be a ball that's got Stokes' name on it. So he might just think, we'll carry on the way we have been doing. I'll trust him.
Exactly. Pat Cummins, after missing out the first 2 tests, he's not looking like as if he's short of match practice. Beautiful delivery on a good length. On the front foot goes Ben Stokes, and the ball just leaving him away with a beautiful shape there. No chance of a run or a wicket or anything there. But Stokes, he was hit earlier on a very uncomfortable place, and here it is before as well. He's on all fours. Wicket keeping of Alex Carey, 40, has been outstanding, hasn't he?
Outstanding, yeah. One of the great keeping performances in the series of recent years.
Absolutely. This one's on the middle stump, and
I think that's an inside edge onto his pad.
Stokes actually walks around the stumps there. He's hit him, and they're interested, but they changed their mind. They haven't gone up on the DRS.
I think maybe, Jason, you're right. Otherwise, that
looked pretty dead. Other than that,
exactly so. Yeah,
they would have definitely gone for it. Now, Cummins it doesn't look like as if he's missed any game. He looks really good, doesn't he?
He does. Yes.
Actually, no. That's probably a bit high.
A little bit high, maybe above the knee roll.
Down the leg as well, I think. From that
maybe. Not a lot going for it.
lots of ifs and buts, and they'd be interested to see where the ball was heading, but Cummins not interested. He's not been persuaded.
Maybe slightly surprised if there was no edge that they didn't go up.
I think Could have been an edge, could have been down the leg and a high as well. So lots of factors there. This one's on the leg stump.
That's an important single from Stokes, isn't it?
Yeah, and this one's just nudged away towards the square leg area. And Stokes cleverly taking the single off the last ball. And that's end of over number 82. Jason, what have you got? One more over before we change.
I've got a super chat from Sippy Tuna, so...
YouTube Prime Super Chat.
$2 saying Archer to open the batting next test. That's an easy win. Kyriakos says spare a thought for Jofra's pillow. He's barely had any alone time with it in this test. Beer battered Gummy Shark says Stark has taken 0 for 55 off 13 overs. He's struggling. Well, this is a much better pitch, I think, with much offering much less to the bowlers than the previous 2 test matches. And M doesn't want a one-sided Ashes series. He wants a real contest. And he says that. So I'm speaking as an Aussies fan.
Well, you're getting it this morning.
Yeah. You done, Jason?
Yep.
Yeah. So interesting tussle between bat and ball, and England coming on top at the moment, 40 in this session.
Just goes it's proper Test cricket, isn't it? It's he's one very accomplished batsman and one batsman who's playing the game. I would be a bit confused if I was some of the other English batsmen. Say, hang on a minute, I thought we were being programmed to be far more aggressive than this. Why are you two playing perfectly normal Test cricket on a good strip? We've got 100. To be
fair, Jofra is the most laid back of all the players in that Test side.
Yeah, I mean, for all the flack he got for carrying the pillow, for having his gold chain, and then bowling really fast when the 65 runs to get, he bowled absolutely fabulously, didn't he, in the first inning?
The problem with this,
the economy rate was great. The hostility cramped up the batters for room, and then Australia 371. To be honest, except for a couple of wickets, except for Jake Wetherill and I think Josh English, all of the rest of the batters literally gifted their wicket, didn't they?
Well, I think it's fair to say the problem with this Test side is not Jofra Archer.
Was it 40? Sorry?
The problem with this England side is not Jofra Archer.
It's
the other 9 players who aren't out in the centre at the moment.
It is really. I think we can partially accept the route from that in the last match.
It just seems Root's unlucky. He seems to attract good balls most of the time he goes out to bat.
He's obviously a fantastic player, but yes, I think that's a great shame. We were hoping for a really tight contest, and we're hoping for far more sessions like this at the start of the series. But hey, you never know.
For the sake of the series and for the sake of this game, this position is looking really good. And I think for the folks who bought tickets, who are interested in watching a good game of cricket, this has been a good advertisement for cricket so far this morning. Outside the off stump, the next ball from Mitchell Stark, and Stokes shoulders arms, and lets it go through to the keeper. There's going to be a change at this end of the over. So viewers, listeners, please chirp in, let us know what your thoughts are. Keep us busy and entertained. We're trying to give you the good description as much as we can. Here, Mitchell Stark bowling to Stokes, who's on 81. He's eyeing another century here. Archer's got 2 runs to go for his 50, well deserved. 102-run partnership. They've really done extremely well. And Stokes dances down the track and plays it rather officially on the bounce to Cummins at mid-off. 40?
Well, I think that's probably what we were expecting. He's going to take a few more risks. The risk element will go right up now. Because
we've seen the ball moving.
The ball's moving around. He's almost bound to get an edge or something. And in a way, it's a good strategy, because if you're going to put these 2 bowlers off their stride, coming at them at this stage is probably as good a strategy as any. If you try and defend, there will be a ball with your name on it sooner or later.
Exactly. I mean, that's what happened in the last innings. 270 for 8. This one's pushed into the covers. Not sure whether Stokes would have been better off. Stokes facing maybe a couple more balls to shield Archer from the new ball and Starks. He didn't look comfortable facing Starks, did he, Archer?
No, it's true, but I think Archer will probably chance his arm here, and I do not blame him for that at this stage either, because facing this quality of new ball attack, he will the chances of him surviving for too long are slim. So he might as well sort of try and get as many runs as he can.
Trailed by 100 now. They've gone into the test with that one single change. Gus Atkinson being replaced by Josh Tongue. Josh Tongue bowled really well without much luck. It's Mitchell Stark streaming in. This one's outside the off stump. Way outside the off stump. Archer's trying to slap this one. No bat nowhere near the ball. Wayward on that occasion. 40.
Well, yes, I mean, that's the ball that Stark has been offering as a carrot dangling for the English batsmen all series, and they've mostly taken the bait. These are very specific circumstances now, and I don't really blame Archer for reaching for that. He's got his eye in after all.
Yeah, indeed. At the end of this over, there's going to be a change. The next set of commentators will be Hector, will be doing ball by ball, Messi, and I'll be summarizing as Stark comes in. This one's on a fuller length on the off stump and moving away. Archer does well as he leans on the front foot, watches the ball away from his bat as it goes through to the wicket keeper.
That's the second ball in pretty much 2 overs from Stark that's died off the pitch. And that's a new ball.
Yeah, it's just... we saw some staying low yesterday, and we wondered if they were just the odd anomaly, but beginning to look like a bit of a pattern.
Indeed. Australia batted first, in case you joined in yesterday. They got 371. Usman Khawaja, late replacement for Steve Smith, got 82 as this one Stark comes in. And it's outside the off stump on a length, and Archer pushes it towards the mid-wicket area. And the batter
Archer taking the strike.
Go through for a quick single, but the end of the over. Yep. Over number 14 for Starks, none for 57, 272 for 8, Stokes on 82, Archer 49. And it's time to
have a change, and Hector's waiting,
here,
so I shall get you going. Messengers can catch up on your socials.
Well, there are two super chats. It's good to see Archer protecting Stokes like this. I think that's very healthy. Zippy Tuna, as ever, one of our great supporters, sends us $2 and says there are 500 plus people watching. Like the stream, folks. Yes, it's up to 560 now. Good on you. And Hidgestar sends us £9.99. That's very generous of you. Thank you. It just says for the win. Well, I've got to say I'm going through a bit of inner turmoil because I do want to see a contest at the same time as wanting to see Australia win. So I'm not sure if this is good or bad at the moment.
Hello, Hector. We've not been on air together before. Hi.
Hi, how are you? Sorry, as Pat Cummins is in and Archer's defending. How are you, Bennett? What have you made of the start to the day?
I'm great, Hector. Thank you for asking. I think this is a gruesome battle between bat and ball, and I'm enjoying this competition. It's nice the first time in the series where England have put up a fight of this nature, and I'm excited because this is keeping the series alive, the game alive, and for all those millions of fans around the globe who are interested in the series, there's some kind of a game to watch, Hector. I'm excited.
Yeah, it's been a brilliant morning so far. Cummins bustles into Archer, who's driving this one outside off stump, and there it is. First test match half century, carves a little drive out to backward point, and he'll run through for a single, and that's his first test 50 in 15 test matches. 18.
Truly well deserved, Hector. I think he batted beautifully and really gave his captain hope when everybody else bailed around. The wickets were falling in a tumble. He stood his ground. Valiant effort to support his skipper.
Yeah, he's been brilliant. Some clever batting, 50 from 97 balls, 5 fours and 1 6 so far. And it's got England below that trail of 100, trail now by 98. It's combined beautifully with Ben Stokes' partnership over 100 now. And Cummins is in again, and Stokes has a slash outside off stump. Goes through to Alex Carey. For a moment, I thought he nicked it there. Didn't really move his feet that much there, did Ben Stokes?
He was slashed.
I do have some important news for you. Jofra Archer is now the top of the England batting averages and second in the bowling averages.
Wow. Could he be pushing for a promotion, Hector? Next game.
Player of the series,
number 11,
I think.
He was number 11 and got 38 in the previous test, and now he's batting at 10.
Yeah, it was not a bad point. Cummins is in again to Stokes, who just lets this one go. Well, he has. Yeah, he's been brilliant. And Mitchell Starc, we've seen that again on the flip side. Both have been bowling and batting pretty exceptionally so far this series. You look who's above him, Bryden Cars, who hasn't had the best series.
Yeah, he's not had the best series, hasn't he? But he has had a lot of flack, and I think he's come back strongly to show what kind of character with the pillow episode, with the chain episode, and then everyone booing him for putting up a fight when there was 60 to get, isn't it?
Yeah.
So he's worked in his favour. He's pumped up, and Ben Stokes gave him a bit of a rough time earlier on in the field as well.
2 ball for Cummins as Stokes just finds a bit of a leading edge there, guides it out to deep backward point. He'll run through for a single. Stokes moves through to 83. Well, I think we were talking about this earlier, but the episode yesterday with Stokes and Archer, when Archer was bowling, is kind of what you want to see as an England fan, because it does mean that they care, and they're both obviously very strong-minded characters. So I quite enjoyed seeing that they both care enough to lay into each other on camera.
Agree with you, Hector. And also
Archer has also overtaken Stark's batting average. Stark is 47.7, Archer is 48.5.
Yeah, that's because he was not out, wasn't he, on the 38 time, and he's not out now as well.
Well, he's facing up to Cummins and just leaves this one alone. Swings away from Archer's bat. End of the over. England are 274 for 8.
There's lots of messages coming through on YouTube, so forgive me if I can't read them all. So there's Nick Vickers says, when I was walking back from work this evening, I thought if we can get the lead below 100, skittle the Aussies for around 200, and then knock in around 300 for the win, it's job's done. Music Cat's King says, if Stokes makes a century here, it would be so heroic and thoroughly deserved. I think that's true, even though I would find it hard to take. Zippy Tuna says it's a lot easier to wish for a competitive test when you're already up 2-0. That's a very, very good point. And Night Watchman Barcelona says, come on, folks, smash the like button if you're enjoying this today. Indeed, there's 66 people are showing up as having liked us so far.
Well, Mitchell Starc's going to continue over the wicket to Stokes. Oh, and he's bowled him. Through the gap between bat and pad, and Ben Stokes is furious, jumps up and down. It's a nice delivery from Mitchell Starc. I think Ben Stokes just thought it was a little bit wider, looked to sort of carve that one, and he's been bowled through the gap. Stokes has to go for 83, and England still trail by 97.
That's probably the first false shot that he's played in this innings. He's livid with himself. He was looking to drive. He thought that was a little bit further on and went right through the gate, Hector. Very unfortunate. England lose the 9th.
Yeah.
That wicket is down to Music Cat's King the minute we mentioned Stokes getting a century.
Well, I was about to say that it was the slowest half century, and the second slowest was 2019 at Headingley, so I'm pretty happy that I saved that one. Otherwise, well, yeah. Just having another look at this from Starc. Just angled in, moved a little bit off the wicket. Yeah, big gap between bat and pad.
Lovely ball.
I think he was playing without the swing. That's very much unlike Stokes. It's a new ball. He knows he brings the ball in. And maybe loss of concentration. He was really struggling with the heat, with the amount of overs he's been there, and also lots of bowling he'd done in the first innings of Australia. So unfortunate. Lack of concentration is what I would put down to Hector.
Yeah, I think so. Well, Jofra Archer still out there just past his half century, and he's going to be joined by this man coming out for his first bat of the series.
Tongue love, Josh Tongue. Let's get together and lick 'em right.
Nice one.
Hadn't heard that one before.
Dear.
Well,
He has an average in Test matches of 6.5, a high score of 19.
Can he stick around though? Can he play that Scott Boland role and just get forward?
Archer will need to go for the shots then, isn't it? If that's the case.
Yeah.
At least 20-30 runs would do some good, Hector, for England.
Yeah, well, he's got 5 balls to survive with Mitchell Starc. Mitchell Starc's first wicket of the innings.
That's very unlike him, isn't it?
Yeah, 1 for 57 from 14.
He deserved wicket, I must admit, because he bowled beautifully yesterday.
And in he is here again, over the wicket to Tongue. He drives and finds a little bit of an inside edge. Luckily, just rolls short into Carey's gloves.
He's lucky the inside edge didn't come back towards the stumps, Hector.
Well, I'm not too sure what he's doing having a drive. That's about 5th stump. Be pretty happy to leave that first ball of the series for Tongue. Just looking at that Stokes wicket again, he was very frustrated. Batted so nicely, worked so hard for his 83. Just a little lapse of concentration, you would have thought. A lot of deviation from Mitch Starc. Was a really good ball, and as you say, Messi, he deserved that wicket. He bowled brilliantly yesterday.
Yeah. It's been very unlike Stokes on that occasion. Very, very bad.
3 slips to Tongue. Oh, and he's hit on the pad. In swinger. Big appeal from Mitchell Starc, not given. And Mitchell Starc goes straight upstairs. It looked to me as if it was going on to hit the stumps. Might have been sliding.
It may just be clipping leg.
I think that's Curtis.
While we're doing that, I can give you some data on that partnership between Stokes and Archer. They put on 106 runs off 181 deliveries, of which Stokes made 52 from 83 and Archer made 50 from 98. That's not a bad 9th wicket partnership.
It's brilliant. It's exactly what we need. Get us back in this game. Just having a look. They've gone straight upstairs. Just hits him on the back pad. Tongue quite far onto his leg stump.
Very cool.
Maybe umpire's call on leg.
Yeah, he's got umpire's call on his side.
Umpire's call over. All leg stump.
It's a good ball from Stark. He went straight upstairs. Soon, and here we're looking at ball tracking. Umpire's call. Josh Tongue survives. He survives. Yeah, close umpire's call.
I believe in umpire's call, but actually that's an umpire's call that should have been given out in the first instance, in my judgment.
Yeah, well, it did look.
I think England deserve one, don't we, Messi? After all the bad fortune that we've had, surely, Messi.
Yeah, that's true.
And it's number 11, for goodness sake, not Alex.
So you get not out first over if you're number 11, huh?
Yeah.
I mean, Alex Carey went on to score 30-odd runs and again inculcate lots of other partnership. And so was the wicket of Jamie Smith, isn't it? With the sort of flaw.
Second ball grace for Tongue and Starks, and again with 3 slips in the gully and shorter this time, and Tongue just rocks back and defends that quite nicely to Cameron Green at gully. No run, 2 balls left to survive the over. Jofra Archer will be hoping that he gets another look at potentially Pat Cummins at the other end. He'll have to start swinging now though, won't he?
You'd think, yeah. And he's pretty good at that.
Yeah. Yeah. Just don't, if you're Australia, you don't want to put it in his arc.
I think
on his pads.
This is an opportunity that Archer should sort of take advantage on. He knows he can hit the long ball. And this is the chance.
Here comes Stark again over the wicket. Oh, it's clipped nicely from Tongue. Down to deep backward square. Nathan Lyon does the fielding. Will they take the single? Yes, they did take the single. Jofra Archer comes through. He'll have one more to face from Stark. Tongue off the mark. And his 4th delivery. England trail by 96.
Music Cat King says my Moz worked. That was when he spoke about the the Stokes century.
It's a reverse 40.
Indeed.
Stark 19 wickets this series, an average of 16.26. Second highest is actually Bryden Cast with 11. Stokes and Archer have 8 apiece, and Scott Boland has 9 wickets this series. It's just been head and shoulders, especially in those first 2 tests when there was a lack of Cummins and in the second test a lack of Lyon. 1 to come here in his 15th over. He has 1 for 58 and it's straighter and just shapes away from Jofra Archer, who's forward in defence, misses the outside edge. End of the over, 275 for 9.
And his runs have been invaluable as well, hasn't it, Hector? Sorry, Messi.
That's all right. Suda Who says, man of the series gets out the self-proclaimed man of the series. Carey says, Josh Tongue may be better than his test batting stats show. His first-class average is much higher, and he has a first-class 50. Borthy was talking of him in somewhat disparaging tones yesterday, having watched him in the test series against India, and said he wasn't impressive. Hubert Shepherd says, you English guys have Ben Stokes very overrated when he's just another average cricketer. Well, as an Australian, I got to tell you, he is anything but average.
That's an outrageous claim.
Yeah. And as Bernie Tillade says, at least we can afford reliable technology. What I can tell you is that there are discussions going on between England, Australia, and the broadcasters about the possibility of Ultra Edge being used on Boxing Day.
Well, Pat Cummins is going to continue here into a 17th over, and Tongue's forward and defends that quite nicely. I was a bit surprised that they took the single at the end of the over.
Very nice defensive shot there, Hector. It looked really good ahead on top of the ball, back right in that right place.
Yeah. Yeah, look good. So, Messi, is there a chance that they're changing the tech in mid-series?
Yeah, Fox, who are the host broadcaster, have a contract with BBG to deliver the existing Snicko, but Channel 7 have a contract with Ultra Edge for the Big Bash. And so the discussions are about the possibility of changing it.
Cummins in again, and that's just driven on the up by Josh Tongue. It's a nice shot. There's no one in at cover, and Travis Head will give chase out to the boundary. They'll get back for 2. Jofra Archer was looking at a third, but it's quick enough from Travis Head. Tongue moves to 3 now.
It's a beautiful looking carve. You carved that like a craftsman beautifully. Really nice.
Yeah, not much foot movement, but just it was a full face of the bat, a little bit uppish, but yeah, very nice from Tongue, pressing forward.
Dara Azizi says, will England get out of jail? I did. Yeah, but you got the keys, Dara.
Cummins in again, short and ducked by Tongue, gets out the way of it. Shorter delivery there from Cummins.
Josh Tongue looking very confident. That's a good sign for England. If you can keep Archer company and Archer can hit a couple of long balls. 94 is the lead. 20, 30 runs here could make a massive difference in the context of the game, Victor.
Massive difference. Yeah, you take another 20 straight away. Jofra Archer being starved of the strike, though, by Josh Tongue. He wants to face it all. Who'd have thought, Cummins and Stark. Well, Cummins has 3 more. He's got 3 wickets in this test match so far. 3 for 67. He's in with a short leg on. Tongue has a look at a drive again. He doesn't move the feet, beats the outside edge. No run. Just got to be careful.
It's all the time in the world to leave that ball, isn't it? He looked good in the first innings without much of a contribution in the wicket column. I thought he looked very threatening when he had the ball in the hand, Hector.
Well, yeah, I think that's the thing with Josh Tongue, is that his best delivery isn't he's sort of up there, and not up there with Stark and Cummins, but he can bowl a delivery that is unplayable, but he just kind of lacks consistency and control. As that straighter from Cummins and clipped from Tongue, and Mitchell Stark will come round from deep backward square, and they'll run through for another 2. Jofra Archer happy to go back to the non-strikers end where the throw went. Tongue moves to 5 now, 5 from 9. Pretty confident.
Very well played. He's looking confident. He's growing in confidence. And I was thinking, even when the tail were battling, Hector, Stokes was keen to get Bryden cast the ball a few hours than giving in Tongue. Tongue was supposed to be the specialist tail mopper, isn't it? Tail mopper.
Yeah, that's what he's known for knots as well in the county championship.
Exactly. But Cast, I thought, went for a lot more runs during that period anyway.
Last ball for Cummins, and it's just again Tongue presses forward in defence, but large gap between the outside edge and the ball. End of the over, 279 for 9. England trail by 92.
The lovely Nick Vickers, who, if I recall correctly, is in Portugal or Spain, is it? Sends us €2. Says Guerrilla Cricket and England, a winning partnership. Thank you very much, Nick. Mr. O'Sully says, staggering how anyone could be suggesting Stokes is average. I think that was trolling, frankly. One of the greatest all-rounders in history. Problem for him is that the rest of the team need to match his grit. Yeah, grit and baseball are not things that go in the same sentence normally. Jake Hammond, football watch-along, says this is a troll too. Australia is better than England at cricket and rugby, but we are better than them at football. Australia's no good at rugby at the moment.
No. Maybe rugby league.
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
It's quite a cool stadium, the Adelaide Oval. There are a few people sort of clipped onto a zip wire and they're watching from the top.
Yeah.
As Mitchell Starc is going to continue. He's going to face up to Jofra Archer here, who's clipping that one down leg side, and Carey has a futile dive to his left and it gets through for a boundary. 4 more to Archer.
No, leg bars, I'd say. It came off his hip.
Leg buys.
Leg buys. It doesn't matter as England's concerned. The runs on the board are that matters. Whether it's leg buys or buys off the bat.
Yeah.
Throws, I think we'll take anything at this stage.
Well, exactly.
Just in terms of Adelaide Oval, if you look at the picture behind me, that is Adelaide Oval in 1972. So you can see it's changed a bit since then.
Yes. One end's pretty open, isn't it? One end seems quite like the New Zealand grounds, and then the other end is just a giant. Anyway, Starc in again to Archer, who's advancing down the wicket and has a wild attempted hoik over mid-wicket. In the end, spoons it down to Usman Khawaja at third man. And does he take the single?
Yes.
Yeah. No,
he doesn't. He doesn't.
Wild shot there from Jofra Archer. It was premeditated, charging down the wicket to Mitchell Starc, and just loses his head, loses his shape. And
if you notice, Hector, that deep third man was wisely placed there.
Yeah.
That kind of a thing, because you wouldn't see that. I mean, there's no third or fourth slip because they're probably expecting him to charge. But Archer takes control. He wants to be on strike. He wants to have the goal.
He's going to look to start swinging here. 4 more from Starc. Trail now by 88 as in comes Starc and just leaves alone, shaping away. Good restraint there from Jofra Archer, 50 from 102.
It's been a brilliant knock. He's hit the ball, and he's also defended well, and he's looked steady.
He's been out there for a while. He's out there for a while last night batting with Stokes, and again this morning. He's got, well, he'll have to bowl soon.
He's given England a glimmer of hope with the partnership.
Good speed from Mitchell Starc this over, 145, 144 kilometres per hour, the first 3 deliveries. 3 to come. The 4 leg buys to start the over. He's coming over the wicket to Archer, straight and full on the pad. Clipped beautifully from Archer, actually, out to deep mid wicket. Really nice shot there. And he'll just run through for a single. Could have come back for 2, but just jogged through for a single. So Tongue will have 2 to face from Mitchell Starc.
That was an elegant beauty, meticulously placed in the mid-wicket region. Beautiful shot.
Almost had the temptation to swing there, because it seemed to sort of slow down a bit in the air, that ball. The eyes could have lit up, but it was a mature clip through mid-wicket. Tongue's got 2 deliveries to try and survive. Mitchell Starc. Going to stay over the wicket. 3 slips, and just wafts it outside off stump, and Tongue has a look at driving again. 145 kilometres an hour. He'd do well to leave a few outside there.
I think, Hector, that kind of delivery, either you must slash it hard so that it just clears the slips if it gets an inch.
Yeah.
Or you leave it, isn't it? He's just almost poking at it. It's almost, if he gets a touch, that's definitely going to go to slips.
Yeah, and there's not much reward for a gentle nudge through for a single. Yeah, I agree. Either you go play it with hard hands and have a slash, or you leave it alone. I'd leave it alone personally. Let Archer do the scoring. Well, he's got 1 more to survive here from Mitchell Starc, who's in now, and he's fuller and wider, and Josh Tongue does have a look, drives this one, gets a connection on it. Jake Weatherald comes round from backward point, and Tongue runs through quickly, gets back for 2 to end the over. That's 7 from it, and England now 286 for 9.
85's deficit. Messi.
Yeah, Eric J says World Cup presentation will now be held in the East Wing ballroom. My God, I'm amazed he hasn't knocked down the capital to build a football stadium there. Pirate Badshaw says, not sure I'd want to watch the match while tethered to the roof. However, each to his own form of masochism. Speaking of the stadium, Musicats King says it's like 3/4 of a stadium. I call it the Adelaide Horseshoe. There's a general consensus that it is the nicest test ground in Australia. It's just got a wonderful feel to it. I've actually never been there, I'm afraid. It's a long way from Perth. Clive Alive says, best all-rounder, both from Stokes or Flintoff. Stokes was the vote earlier on. At the start of the day, England will have taken this, says Tyler Boy. Need a good bouncer to stop this premeditated shot, says Sudahu.
Well, sorry, it looks like we've got a change of bowling here. I think Scott Boland's been brought back into the attack. 2 wickets, yeah, there he is, 2 for 45 from his 15 so far. England actually seen off Pat Cummins with the new ball, surprisingly, and it's an interesting field. I'll talk you through it after this ball. Cummins over the wicket to Archer, who's forward and defending. Got Usman Khawaja at that third man that we spoke about in the last over. Everyone out on the leg side.
Rock solid defence there, Hector. Looked really nice.
Yeah, good defence. I think this short ball plan will come now. Looks like it with this field anyway. Deep square. Fine leg. Sort of 3/4 cover. Not in the ring, but not on the boundary either, in between. Gully, just the one slip. 5 to come from Boland, who's in again, and it's Fuller, and it's driven, and it's out. End of the innings for England. It's just wafted outside off stump, and Archer had a look at driving and finds the one slip in there. Marnus Labuschagne, and that'll end the innings for England. 286, still trail by 85 runs. It's been a great innings from Jofra Archer, but it's come to end in quite a flaccid way, really. Plan was there, went in for the drive, and yeah, straight into the hands for Marnus Labuschagne. Comfortable catch in the end of the innings for England.
Yeah, but what an innings from Archer, eh?
Yeah, brilliant.
51 coming in at number 9, was it?
I wonder if it was highest first class score, Messi. Has he got a first
Sorry?
class 50? Has he got a first class 50?
That's a good question. Certainly his highest test score. Archer is so in first class cricket, his highest score was previously, it's 81 not out, is his highest first class score. So he's had 650s, surprisingly.
Yeah.
But it's definitely his highest test score.
Brilliant innings, brilliant partnership with Ben Stokes. Ben Stokes, 83. He was just bowled by Stark not long after the new ball was taken. Jofra Archer, 51. Josh Tongue still there on 7 not out. Harry Brook batted nicely for 45, and Jamie Smith for 22. Ben Duckett, 29 earlier on in the innings. But Australia, I think the main story from this innings is just how well Australia have bowled. Pat Cummins coming straight back in after that 6-week break from injury, and he just transitioned seamlessly back into the attack. Bowled brilliantly for 3 wickets. Scott Boland picked up 3 wickets. Mitchell Stark just the 1, but bowled nicely, more nicer than that would suggest. Nathan Lyon 2 in his first over back after being rested from the pink ball test, and Cameron Green picked up 1. So a complete bowling display from Australia, you'd think, but a good bit of resistance at the back end there from England as well.
Yeah.
Stokes and
I think it was a very cunning plan by Australia to wear Archer out before he got to bowl.
Yes.
Well, you could say that, but I think there has to be a score to bowl to, isn't it? From that sense, but I think England owe it all to their skipper Marvel and Archer for bringing them into some kind of respectability and giving them a glimmer of hope. I don't know how fit Archer's going to be to take the new ball and how effective it's going to be, coming from all kinds of injuries over the months, over the years. But I think, Hector, Cast will have to stand up a little bit. He lacked control, too many easier balls, shortish, and also predictability has been the case, whereas Cast is concerned. Your thoughts on that?
Well, exactly, and that's been the thing throughout the whole series, really. The first innings where England bowled brilliantly turned out to be the anomaly, and since then, I think it's more so been the bowling that have let England down. Any pressure that's been applied just evaporates as soon as a bowling change happens. The Jofra Archer again has been the pick of the bowlers this series. Gus Atkinson bowled quite nicely in the first 2 tests, but he's not there. Bryden Carse, I agree. He's got a lot to work on if England are going to have any chance of getting back into this series. But as you say, England have slightly been brought back into this game by brilliant performance from Archer and Stokes, trailed by 85 now. So
absolutely,
they're more of a chance.
It brings interest back into the game, doesn't it? I mean, I resent the fact that Australia hasn't crushed England already, but it's nice to have some competition. Carey says, I think Stokes is an amazing all-rounder, but nowhere near the Sobers, Kalis and Imran level. But I'm literally comparing him to the best of all time. Yeah, that's fair enough. Tyler Boy says both of them is probably the best all-rounder of all times. Is that all times that you saw? Because it's true, Sobers, Kalis and Imran were just a step above. Sobers in particular, who I was lucky to see. When you're born with 6 fingers on each hand, you had a natural advantage, even if you did have them cut off. Zach3744 says, it's a long way from Perth. Not really a sentence that narrows it down much. Yeah, that's true. Pretty well everywhere's a long way from Perth. If you won the... Dash Reynolds says, if you won the toss in the 4th test and you were Stokes, what would you do? You bat in Melbourne. You always bat in Melbourne. No, that's already passed. Invisible Bob, who is, of course, our old Will Reynolds, says, Freddie is for me, but that's because I was 11 in 2005 and totally fell in love with them. Yeah, I mean, every one of us tends to think that the players we saw were the best ones. I'm still convinced that Dennis Lilly is the best fast bowler of all time. But then apart from Freddie Truman, I really never saw some of the early greats. Kyriakos says this pitch is really good, and I've personally not seen this attack bowl consistently well. Can they do it? I mean, the whole attack. That's really a key thing, isn't it? Because you can't just rely on Archer bowling well. You desperately need the other fast bowlers to learn from the way Australia's bowled and see if they can follow that example. And maybe Stokes has shouted at them as well. It may have some
Messi.
Yes.
Love hearing your tones. Beautiful stuff.
Oh, would you change?
Yes.
Sorry.
We are indeed.
Messi, can I ask a favour of you?
Indeed.
Apart from thanking you very much for your fine financial gesture to my Substack, could you check whether the latest one has come through?
It has.
And it has.
I've posted the
the
link on the Gorilla WhatsApp, the Discord, and I actually posted it here on the YouTube chat.
Oh, you marvellous man. It's just that I've had, again, huge technical problems with it. They just keep saying to me, we'll send it to our technical hub, but they won't tell me how long it'll take.
Okay, I suggest you get some technical support from Hector and other young people in the studio who know how these things work.
I haven't got my computer with me, so I can't do that, but there we go.
Okay.
Anyway, thanks, Messi. Fourthy. The Ian has found his way. He's found his way into his library.
So what do you make of that, Ian?
Roundabout
Ian, par of what you think we should have got in the first
par in what sense? Oh, I see. Well, I mean, they're completely over-exceeded expectations from, an hour till stumps last night. You can't have a 3-man team. 2.5-man team. This is like the under-12s, where the 2 best bowlers, the 2 best batsmen, isn't it?
Who bat at 1 and 2, and then once you got them out, the rest of them fall like cards.
Well, I'm afraid, that's more or less what we've got here. And the way Jofra was batting was exactly the way that the rest of the top order should have batted. This is a perfectly standard Test match pitch. Should really have yielded in the past 400 or 450. One thing that confuses me, I don't know, Hendo and Jason, what you think about this, is when you see Stokes bat, and he didn't bat Bazball at all, neither did Jofra. Are the others a bit confused by saying, I thought you wanted us to play more aggressively, and I see you're playing more traditionally there, and you're the skipper. Why couldn't we play more traditionally? Or do you think, well, actually, that's just the way I play anyway, so Bazball's nothing to do with it?
It's a bit of both, I think.
Well, yeah, I don't. I mean, I heard Alex Hartley talking on BBC earlier, being asked sort of similar question, and I don't really think so. I mean, I think it's just that with all the criticism there's been, and Ben Stokes seeing the wickets fall as they did, he knew that if he went out there and played,
Expansive shots.
too expansively and got himself out, then there'd be sort of murderous attacks on him, really, because you have to realise you can only do this so much, and especially after he's talked about his team showing more grit or being stronger mentally. I think that he didn't really have any choice, did he? But to bat that way.
No, but I think the only one who is showing any sort of mental strength is him, and possibly Jofra Archer.
And Jofra.
Yeah, Jofra, definitely. I mean, that Ollie Pope dismissal yesterday opened the door, didn't it, really? And I think
he's got a shot, very confused mind at the moment.
He has, and I will be writing a Substack about that very soon.
Well,
because I think he's been messed
about to restart play.
He's been messed about, exactly.
Yeah.
Jake Weatherald is out ready ahead of Usman Khawaja, who's a bit older and is creaking a little bit more.
Will it be him or Travis Head, presumably?
Oh, it might be Travis Head, yes.
It'll be Travis Head, won't it? Let's do the jingles.
It's just a sweet Travis Head. A sweet Travis Head. From transdimensional Travis Head.
And this man.
Everywhere you do, you always check Weatherall with you. Everywhere you do, you have to take check Weatherall to every ground you go. This jingle was so bloody obvious.
Just looking at the different hues of the green lids that they've both got. I mean, Travis Head's one is a bit more weathered and used.
It's been out in the sun longer.
It's been very definitely, and therefore it's a bit more.
Yes.
Dull.
Paler. Yeah.
So it's going to be.
Well, I presume it's going to be Jofra. But
yes, I'm just trying to work out who's going to face first. It's going to be Travis Head to face first.
Certainly won't have more than 4 overs in him after that.
You wouldn't have thought, would you? You wouldn't have thought. I mean, just the pure mental strain for someone who's not normally out there for that long.
And the whole thing about Jofra Archer is he tends to work into his spells. It doesn't come flat out first off. So I'm not necessarily expecting, even in a shortened spell, for him to go
Obviously,
flat
it's
out.
a bit of a problem. It's okay to work into your spell if you work into a 12-over spell. He works into his spell and then he's off after 4 overs.
Yeah, you can't spend too long. I mean, to be fair,
Anyway, it is going to be Jofra Archer, so we should jingle him up.
He will break your helmet, break your heart. Hotter than lava, cooler than Bogart. In your face, at your stumps, on your toes, on your mum.
Going to start round the wicket to the left-handed Head. And the first ball is dropped into the offside by Head, close to the wicket, and get off our mark straight away.
Inside edge onto pad, wasn't it? And then that kind of annoys me because I think you want to. I know it's only a single, but it was too easy, and you just don't want to give them anything. It
might have hurt him because he seems to be hopping a little bit at the other end.
He does.
It actually bounced more than.
Yeah, I think that might have been into the unmentionables.
It was, yes.
If it had been into the unmentionables, he wouldn't have been able to run. Let's be honest.
Well, you can run because the pain takes about 3 seconds to appear from memory. Anyway, here comes Archer again to Weatherald, and that's defended adequately enough down the pitch. Back to Archer.
What have you made of
Beginning to look.
What have we made of Weatherald?
I think he's a perfectly good test opener. I appreciate that he's had to wait an awful long time for Warner to retire and for other people to get out the way. But he looks good enough.
Yeah, good enough. I think
enough,
Australia have struggled a bit to find great openers since Hayden and Langer. He's kind of the latest in a long conveyor belt of adequate openers.
Well, you could say that same about England one with
Oh, for sure. I'm not accepting England, for sure.
Rising and down the leg side, and Weatherall plays inside that and goes through to Smith.
He's got him out 3 times apparently in this series, Archer.
Yeah, there's he's played a couple of mistimed short balls, which hence the short ball that we've just seen.
Yeah, it was a
I
funny...
think talking about messing players around, Travis Head will do a job for you, but he's not really an opener. He's a number 5.
Oh, that's an awful ball by Archer. He's flung that down the leg side. There's been a despairing effort by Smith to try and parry that. All he's done is watch it go to the boundary for 4 byes.
Yes, indeed. I don't know. I know it wasn't easy for Smith. He's a bit sluggish getting over there, isn't he?
That's a bit. Oh, it did swing after
it's
it went
gone
up.
a long way, but yeah.
Swung after the batsman, and the angle doesn't help. He has an awful lot of distance to get to it.
Talking of some of those openers who haven't really made the grade,
Constance, Cameron,
Joe Burns left out of the Italian World Cup squad.
Rise the outside off stump, and Weatherall shoulders arms. There's no run. 6 for naught.
One of those Italian strikers, was it Vieri?
Oh, and it's a no ball as well.
I think it was Christian Vieri who had a cricketing background.
Oh, did it?
I could be making that up. I'll need to check.
Yep, no balls. So this has been what? 2 no balls, 4 byes and a single. Not a great start.
Well, I mean, he gets maybe a pass for an over after his heroics.
Oh yeah, totally.
But yeah, but I agree.
Archer. That's short and rising, and tucks Weatherall up just a little bit as he drops that down into mid-wicket. But safely short of the fielder who's rushing in.
Would you have a leg gully in for Weatherall, based on the angle that Archer's bowling?
I might do. I'm going to have a funky field with
What's he got? Fine leg and a deep backward square.
You could take the mid-off out of the equation and put him in, sort of catching on the leg side.
Yeah, I want to.
It'd be very hard to drive it down the ground from that angle.
True.
Archer, that's better. That's outside off stump. Weatherall leaves us alone because it's not threatening the stumps. Yes, Joe Burns. Disappointing for him, given he did a lot of the work to get Italy into the World Cup.
I find it hard to believe. I don't know how old Joe Burns is these days, but they must have some pretty good cricketers. I mean, even if he wasn't a great Test opener, he was a pretty decent first-class cricketer, wasn't he? First-class batsman.
Yeah. It was Christian Vieri who spent 10 years of his youth in Sydney. Thought he could have been a better cricketer than a better batsman and a footballer when he was young.
That's worked off his hip by Weatherall to square leg, where there is nobody apart from the man on the boundary. And that is the single for the end of the over. Australia 8 for naught after 1 over.
Right-ho. Well, a few messages coming in, as you would expect. Hang on a second. Where am I? Just it's scrolled down. I'll start slightly at random with Cessation, listening from Canada. Good batting from England's Hale. Pity England's top 3 are so poor. And he wants to mention Jayasuriya from Sri Lanka. Phenomenal in his time. Styler Boy also mentions Ian Bishop as a great fast bowler until injury marred his career. Steve Hillers watching NFL Thursday Night Football, the Ashes and the Gorillas. Thank you very much, Steve. AMITM says Usman should open, paid off once, but not every time. Head at the top is a big risk, so that's what he's referring to there. And Kiriak Oz, Stokes batted like boycott at the Gabba, so the batters had a whole week in Noosa to ask him about it.
Well, we're going to have a new ball from the other end. That's just clipped into the leg side, and Weatherall can't get around to take a single. It's going to be the Durham man to open the bowling from the other end.
Stick your hopes of victory up your broadcast. Your hopes and dreams are flying at half mast. When the bribing comes a-calling, all your players will be falling. Stick it all right up your Bryden cast.
I realise I should qualify that. It should be the South African Durham man as opposed to the New Zealand Durham man. Anyway, he comes in over the wicket. Different plan, and that's a hit on the pads, but I think that's pitched outside leg.
And too high.
Yeah, not a lot going for it, really.
Yeah, lots of clapping from Ben Stokes because it's a dot ball, but
a little bit of swing. As he did in the first over, he bowled on day one from round the wicket. Not as extravagant there as it was from round the wicket early on, but then he really lost his line and length for a while.
Well, he just had to bowl too short amongst other things. Test out the centre of the pitch, which looked very good. That's better. That's discomforted, and he's gone. He's been given. I thought that was a bit high. I think I wouldn't be surprised to see that being reviewed.
It's certainly closer than the other one, but I think it will be reviewed. Pretty much an opener's prerogative.
Oh, he's been sent on his way by Travis
really?
Head.
Wow. Well, that is interesting, isn't it? He's gone. I was just about to play the review jingle, and he's been... Well, Travis Head...
That is a surprise.
That is curious. It's a good ball.
I mean, it's a good ball. Yes, I think
probably.
Actually it's a little less high than I thought it was. I think that's going to clip the top of the stumps.
Yeah, you never know, though. I mean, I'm really surprised. If you're a top-line batsman, you get an LBW, you review as a matter of course ordinarily, don't you?
I was going to say that maybe that's how much they rate Jake Weatherald. On your bike, you're not having a review.
You're not wasting one of my reviews.
I was going to say the crowd says out, but the crowd doesn't say out because they're mainly Australian.
I mean, Shane Watson's not walking on.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
Well, an early breakthrough for England.
That is a big boon for Cast to get an early wicket like that, and to get a genuine wicket like that. I think
there was nothing wrong with that. That was not a batsman mistake. That was just a good ball.
Yeah, and that's what we want to see from England. Oh, was it pitching outside leg?
Oh dear!
Oh my word! Jake Weatherald is going to wrap his bat around Travis Head's bonds at lunch because that's extraordinary. There must have been enough doubt for that, really. I mean, it did look...
Enough doubt. There always is enough doubt. You can never be certain.
I mean, in terms of it looked a lot better than the first appeal, the first delivery, but
not better enough, apparently.
Apparently not.
Anyway, it's brought this man to the crease.
It has indeed. I'll tell you who it is right now.
He keeps floating on a light beam with an average that is obscene. His name is unpronounceable. The selectors have no trouble. It's not a slab of shame. It's not a slab of shame.
Who needs enemies when you've got friends like Travis Head?
Minus Labshane and his big box of frogs. And ticks.
Pitches for outside. What do you guys think? I always think, well, really, the bowler's done. I'll come back to that.
Rising outside off stump, and Minus Labashane just leaves that alone. Go on, Forthy.
I just feel that the bowler's done the batsman there. He's pinned him in front of the stumps. Yes, it pitched a little bit outside leg stump, but basically the bowler has got that wicket. I feel it's an anomaly in the law that, it did pitch outside leg, but so what, really?
I know what you mean. But I kind of like that. Sometimes I like the idiosyncrasies of cricket.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Well, there's going to be
spoken as a batsman.
And here comes Cast again. That's angled in this time, attacking the stumps. Defended stoutly enough by Labashane without too many frills for once.
It's going to hit. It's definitely hitting. It's swung.
It's going to hit, and he's missed it.
Inch and a half outside leg stump.
To be fair, though, Forthy, that law's been around for a good time.
Since the late 20s, I think. That's 1920s.
Yes, I appreciate that. Good point.
Cars with the big gather. That's a good shout as well. As he wraps off the pad and squirts into the leg side, and they take a single. Now, will they review that one?
I don't think they will. I think it was just missing leg. That's my gut feeling.
It's at best clipping, isn't it? I think at best clipping.
Yeah. Stokes is saying, well done, Carey, but take a blow. Have a think about it.
Well, that was a good over.
9 for 1 after 2 overs.
Got a few messages coming in. Kiriak Oz says Australia also need to bat time because I think the pitch will begin spinning nicely tomorrow for Lyon.
God, yes, of course it will.
Indeed. Raj Patel says batters should take a leaf out of Archer's batting. And he goes on with some stats, which you can look up there. Mayank Archer must be exhausted batting for so long and now immediately bowling. Yes, well, quite. Tyler Boy also mentions Jim Laker as a great bowler, indeed, yes.
What, the only man to take 19 wickets in a test?
I wouldn't have thought he was...
what did Anil Kumble take?
He got 10 in an innings.
He got 10 in an innings.
But that was somewhat helped by poor old Javagal Srinath being told to bowl wide of the wicket at the other end.
To get him the last one.
Yeah, I don't think Tony Locke was told to bowl.
Which he wasn't particularly impressed with. Anyway, here comes Archer over the wicket to Labuschagne. Short, rising, and left alone by Labuschagne. I think Archer needs to bowl just a little bit fuller to coax Labuschagne into playing.
Yeah, I think
and then sprinkle it with a couple of short balls potentially.
I think we talked about him having to sort of wind up his pace gradually through and over. I don't think he really managed it in that first over, and that is a sign of, what he's had to do this morning. I think
the previous physical exertion.
Yes, I think so.
And mental.
And mental exertion.
Mental more than physical, I would think. Yeah.
And it was also not playing his normal game, was he? He was reining himself in.
Yep.
And that's one. Oh, that's quite slow. That's 134 miles an kph. So that's sort of tennis ball bounced through to the keeper, and Labuschagne's not interested in doing anything that's too risky before lunch.
I mean, with
good reason.
With 7 minutes to go to lunch, I'd be inclined. Well, it may be, in fact, be that Archer only gets this over and we get one more. But I wouldn't give him a third. I'd just let him get in there, get a good rub down. If he hasn't already had one, he probably has. But get his pillow out.
Have a sleep for 40 minutes. It's on the legs and worked neatly away to square leg by Labuschagne. It's fielded by the man at square running in. There is no run. Australia still remain 9 for 1 and lead by 94, which is a handy lead if the pitch is going to deteriorate.
Yeah, I mean, this time we sort of say, how many do you think England could chase? And I don't think they can chase anything against this Australian side with Lyon bowling on a fourth day.
No, I think you need to bowl them out for about 150 to keep the lead down to about 240. Well, bit of in-swing there, and that's well fielded at cover off of expansive drive by Labuschagne. Ollie Pope sprawling stop there.
Yeah, it's good stop.
You'd need everything to click into place, wouldn't you? You'd need Crawley just to ride his luck, and you'd need Root to score 150.
You see, I mean, I haven't really been that convinced by Root, even that he got that 100, which is, a bit of a monkey off his back. It doesn't seem to have done him the world of good, though, does it?
His performances are still under subpar in Australia. Straight and stoutly defended by Labuschagne. Very much of the you shall not pass moments.
Indeed.
Planting his bat down like he's planting Gandalf some staff.
He has bowled a bit fuller these last couple of balls, hasn't he?
Yeah.
The Bridge of Khazad-dûm.
I've never seen any. I've seen one Harry Potter movie. And
it's Lord of the Rings.
Well, there you go. I don't know me fantasy stuff at all.
Does that make Jofra Archer the Balrog then? That's wide of off stump and left.
That's the end of the over. Maiden.
Right, yes, some messages. Stephen Kelk, just taking a break from my conversations with Hypnos to say hello to all and well done, Joff, on the 50. Always great to hear from you, Stephen, as indeed all our messages. Visible Bob, he agrees with me. I hate the pitching outside leg rule and the two behind square on the leg side. Bring me body line. Nick Vickers says, by the way, Messi was right about my whereabouts. I'm based in North Spain, and Spain recently beat Croatia 5-0 in a T20 series. Well, actually, this is could be important news. Kyriak Oz says it's due to rain on day 5 morning, which probably won't change the result, but it is a factor.
Someone mentioned that earlier.
They
didn't
did,
they?
yeah. The quite substantial rain.
We won't get that far. It'll be done.
Maybe we'll be robbed like we were at Old Trafford.
Yeah, that would be the worst.
Cast wide and flashed through the offside, but they have a sweeper, and it's Duckett who runs around, picks it up, and flings the ball back into Smith. That's 2
Get
runs.
those little legs going.
Who are you talking about, Head or Duckett, or both?
Talking about Duckett, but both apply. He's not going to want to get back in the pavilion, is he? Travis Head and beat his mate.
No. Jake, though, because he's sort of only just come into the team, he won't have that sort of attitude, will he?
No, it's not like going to meet Haydos, is it?
Yeah.
Full and rising, and Duckett gets some more work, but this time it's only a single to Travis Head.
Basically, Head will walk in and say, "Oh, sorry, mate," and Weather will say, "No worries."
No worries, mate, and that'll be that.
And that'll be that, yep. And then he'll go off and sulk in the.
He might
sulk in a toilet cubicle.
Thanks, a you bastard.
Write a Substack.
Scream into a towel.
Cast with the big gather, that's full again, that's whipped very nicely past square leg. That's going to go to the boundary. 4 runs to Labuschagne to get off the mark.
Now my innings going, great guns, I hit the ball. 4 runs, I hit the ball, and it went for 4 runs.
It's the right idea by Cast. He is bowling fuller, but that's just a bit too full and a bit too much on leg stump, and it's easy pickings for a man of Labuschagne's skill.
Matt Pryor broke a window at the Lord's Bow.
Oh, that's true. I forget what that was. Was that a run out? Or what? I can't remember.
Can't remember.
Outside off stump and dropped into the offside. He offers to run, but Head doesn't want to have anything to do with that.
Yeah.
So poor old Marnus is just having to chunter away by himself. But he's quite happy with doing that.
I think I get the impression that Marnus might do that quite a lot, even when he's surrounded by people, and they all just look the other way.
He is in his own little world, his
Yeah.
little bubble. Him and Steve Smith. Defended again by Labuschagne with a textbook forward defence. That is the end.
No, I think it's one ball to go.
One more ball of this over.
I don't think we're going to get another over, and it's 129. And I don't think Archer will mind that, to be fair.
Well, if the batsman have got any sense to do a bit of gardening now to waste some time. And to be fair, Brian Cast is not exactly walking back to his mark quickly to make sure we get another one in.
Yeah, Joffre's more than happy to get off, I would think.
Anyway, here comes the ball. That's dropped into the leg side, square leg field. The fielders do run around. Are they going to get another over?
Well, unless it's clicked around to 130 on the computer here, and the umpire is coming in. They are.
They are going to get another over. So he's just taking his
A few more
cap.
messages. Mayank says Archer must be exhausted, batted for so long and now immediately bowling. Boxing Hotspur's gone off to bed. Can't put myself through this. Kyriak Oz says this will be useful for the next Ashes series to Raj Patel. Who says to debut at 30 is normal for Australia. There's quite a lot of people agreeing with about Vieri, and Kyriak Oz said Christian Vieri's sporting hero growing up was Alan Border. When the Italian press heard that answer, they needed to work out who he was. Bet they did. Yes, Mayank says yes. Vieri lived in Australia, played a lot of club cricket. Said if not for football, he would have played pro cricket in Australia.
Archer down the leg side, and Head shows it the bat, but very gently as it goes through to the keeper, and there is no run.
Yeah, it just doesn't seem to be getting it quite right from round the wicket, does he, at the moment,
No,
Archer?
his radar's off in this spell.
He's only up to 137. Don't think he's hit 140 so far.
And that is slightly better. South side or someone, the head has to get up on his toes to knock that down off with a defensive shot off the back foot.
Do you know, I'm always find it curious when you see a replay of a batsman, say, going onto the back foot, and they don't actually go onto the back foot. They're playing the ball in midair. And I think to myself, did I ever do that? Of course, because without TV following me around, I'll never know.
Yeah.
It just seems like a very clever thing to do.
Archer. And that's again too much on the leg side. That's whipped nice and easily by Head down to square leg, who is Root on the boundary.
Yep.
And they take a single. Australia move to 17 for 1.
It's not done too much yet, does he? It's just getting a little run out, like a little lamb.
Little gamble in the field. Although,
lovely image.
most Australians gamble in a different way.
Indeed so. Very good.
See, when Tony's not here, I have to put the puns in.
And you're not actually a dad, unless there's something we don't know.
Over the wicket, again, angled down the leg side with a funky leg slip in, but Labuschagne is not interested in playing that ball.
Yeah, it's well played by Labuschagne, because that's obviously a plan, isn't it? And he could have been drawn into it. I don't think that wasn't Archer being wayward. It was a very much that he was hoping to get him to just glide it into the hands of Harry Brook.
And in fact, it's got a leg slip and a leg gully now, and a slip.
That's extraordinary.
And a shortish mid wicket.
Well, that's a plan.
So they're going to attack the stumps. And Labuschagne covers up and plays that straight into the ground. That's the best way, is the way I was told.
I see that
you can't be caught off the ground, mate.
It's very true. I see Jofra has he's been keeping his chain under wraps after the criticism of Ryan Harris, and it just escaped from his shirt. And
well, that's probably the problem with his rhythm. His rhythm is off because he's not allowing his chain to do its thing.
Exactly, he needs the chain. I mean, you know, Wes Hall, he injured himself with a crucifix bowling.
So he's got a big cross to bear, hasn't he?
Hey.
Cross to bear. Lovely stuff. Lovely bit of business there.
And that's pretty much a carbon copy repeat of the previous ball. And that is that, I think. That's the end of the over. Australia finish on 17 for 1. That's the end of the session.
Well, what a session.
Yeah.
Good session. I think England batted really well. Stokes and Archer. First Test 50 for Archer. Stokes, what did he end up with?
81.
82 or 83 or something like that.
So he was disappointed in the way he got out, but
Yeah.
he batted well to get to that point.
Yeah, absolutely
And
right.
they'd made the most of the fairly placid conditions with the old ball.
They did, but then they batted okay against the new ball generally, didn't they? I mean, it could easily have gone horribly wrong once Mitchell Stark got hold of it. But
yeah, the couple of Mitchell Stark balls that actually snaked through, and you thought, well, how on earth did that not hit the stumps?
yeah, that's true.
Two balls in particular that cut Stokes in half and cut
Archer, yeah, the one that we thought had hit his pad, and it would have been LBW if it hadn't.
Yeah.
It missed everything, didn't it? So Australia lead by 102, 17 in the second innings. They were 85 behind England on first innings, which was a lot less than we feared.
but not as much as we'd hoped the deficit
Well,
would be
no.
reduced by.
Small kind of, I guess.
Kind of a middling, slightly above middling session for England.
I think it was a bit more than that. England could have easily been out for 220. So I think it was a good effort.
Oh, it's a good session. It was England's session. It's just not quite enough.
No, absolutely right. And it's going to be an interesting afternoon. It's interesting to see how Australia play. I think they'll just, as you said, there's plenty of time, isn't there? We're only, lunch on day 3.
Yeah.
So,
We've got a few messages to knock off.
Yep.
Kyriakos, Travis wants to keep the reviews for himself. I am not impressed by cars. Andres was wondering what score Australia be looking at. Zane suggests 150 declared. Glimmer Twin says, should have reviewed. Snicko would probably have found an edge in there somewhere. Exactly right. Burnley Till should have gone to Specsavers. Travis. And Extra Fluffo was keeping the Ashes alive. Good on them. It was very much alive as far as Australia is concerned. The sportsmanship is standing from Dave. Heady was nowhere near the line of the ball, so how would he know anyway, says Kyriakos. And let's have a quick look down. Glimmer Twin, you just declined to review the Ashes. Doesn't have quite the same ring to it, does it? That's very true. Beer Batter Gummy Shark was my first thought, was pitching outside leg. Hand over eyes emoji. And Stark needs a century. I think Australia's giving the gift so far this morning, though, to be fair, from Kyriak Oz. Andres, I honestly feel like Australia will bat the rest of the day and tomorrow and then put England in facing a 450 target on day 5. He's probably not far wrong. Diana Padson, can anyone look at the scoring programme and fix the phrase super over in progress?
What?
Invisible Bob, I don't know. Invisible Bob says, I hate the pitching outside line. We've had that one. Sorry about that. Leah's drifting off to sleep, but thanks for the comms. England won't be chasing 300 or so with Lyon bowling. We've got quite a few. I might just have to skip down a bit, see if there's any new people joining. We've got a super chat. Let's finish on that. Steve Hiller, 3353. There's Happy Hanukkah. Here's some Guerrilla Gelt. Thank you very much, Steve. Sorry I can't read all your messages. We'll get back to you after lunch.
I'll just play one of these.
Super chat cash, super chat cash, super chat cash.
All right, we'll be back in about half an hour, I guess, from now. And we will enjoy Archer and Cars and Tongue. And I think perhaps it's time for get Jackson, maybe even Root on early to have a little look. See if they can extract some spin. Anyway, we shall return very shortly. There'll be a brief moment of dead air, and then we will put on a podcast for you.
One was Jimmy Anderson, and his point was that the bowling didn't have, as well as Ollie Pope, Ben Stokes might be staring into the soul of Bryden Carse and wondering how much he can take the pressure, given how loose some of his bowling was. But Jimmy Anderson was making the point that you can't rely on Ben Stokes for everything.
No.
So where is the captain of the bowling unit that is bouncing ideas, that is putting their arm around a player, that is where they're collectively, Atkinson, Carse, Stokes, Archer, who's the one who's going, well, why don't we try this, or let's try this for a bit, or we'll look at the ball that might do. None of that here, to Jimmy Anderson's eyes, observing it, and let's face it, you've got to respect his opinion, even if part of it is, it was better when I was there, which is an inevitable.
Well, that's true. He's now 44, so, you know.
But it is that they don't seem to have that captain of the bowling unit, and that might be allowing propagating the some of the poor bowling that we've seen even when the conditions should have favoured better bowling.
Okay. On that, I mean, the point is that England have had to change their entire bowling unit because they've lost Broad and Anderson, who were the stalwarts of England.
And Wood's now. Wood's gone.
And Wood's gone
Wood.
now. And Wood was never really the leader of an attack. I mean, he was always in behind Broad and Anderson, right?
He was a shock
The
weapon.
point is we have had to change our entire bowling attack because we've lost our 2 stalwarts who we basically had a bowling unit around for the best part of 15 years, right?
Yes,
and
but
that's
they were never
unfortunate.
going to be on this tour. They were never
No,
going
of course
to be on
they
this
were.
tour.
But the point is, you still have to replace them with people who haven't played Test cricket. Atkinson's played 12 maybe Test matches. Archer's missed a whole. Archer could have been that person, but he missed 4 years of cricket. I mean, if Archer had been in the side with Broad and Anderson over the last 3 years, and your bowling unit had been Broad, Anderson, and Archer would have naturally stepped up and taken that because he would have had the experience, been bowled around the world, bowling with some great guys who would have given him lots and lots of advice over the years, and he has expressed pace. But the point is he hasn't, and he's just come back into the Test unit. I mean, you look at the bowling attack we had in the last Test against India, it was so fucking callow, it was unbelievable. We had Wokes, who was supposed to lead it, and he got busted his shoulder at the end of the first innings. Then you had Archer, you had Josh Tongue, and maybe Atkinson coming back from injury. These aren't. And that is an unfortunate truth and an unfortunate place to be in, is that we had relied on, and Australia will actually be in the same position in about 2 or 3 years' time when they lose Hazelwood.
Well, they will.
Cummins and when they lose Hazelwood, Cummins, and Stark, they will have to find. And the problem is, as I've said many a time on the show, being an international bowler at the top level is as much about batsmen having a fear of the amount of wickets you've taken and the press that comes with that, as it is against actually facing the bowling. When people face Broad and Anderson, they think these are 2 of the greatest bowlers in the world, whether they're bowling a shit spell or a good spell. And there is something mentally about facing up to someone you consider to be best bowlers in the world. But if you don't have a reputation, there's nothing to fear. And England this bowling attack doesn't have a reputation as in any real sense, apart from it's quite quick.
Well, I'm not buying any of it, I'm afraid. How many leaders do you need? There's a
one really,
there's a coach in Brendan McCullum. There's a
but he's not out there
Stokes.
doing the fielding. He's not watching the bowlers.
There's a bowling coach. To me, the whole thing smacks of Steve Archibald's famous quote, the Scottish footballer, about team spirit, that it's an illusion glimpsed in the aftermath of victory.
Yes, I'd agree.
If England had won,
that's very eloquent
shared
for
out
an
the wickets,
Scottish professional footballer.
Yeah. If England had won and shared out the wickets, and say fantastic, they're all chipping in. I don't even know what the leader of the bowling group is. It sounds something drawn from a kind of American football, where you'll have a special teams leader.
I would say, Gary.
I'll just finish the point there. Is that if we look at the obvious leader of the Australian attack now in Mitchell Starc, and I've got a few things to say about Mitchell Starc's bowling, most of it complimentary. But if we look at Mitchell Starc, not so long ago, he was being continually rubbished on the mic by Shane Warne, who thought he was useless and never missed a chance to say so. But Mitchell Starc, we say his big weapon is the in-swinger that comes back into the right-hander. He's barely bowled it, but the mere threat of that has allowed him to push the ball across the right-handers and pick up wickets, and fair play to him. He's found a way that works, which isn't his usual MO, and boy is it working with some contributory negligence. But there's another world in which Mitchell Starc is still being barracked by Shane Warne, and is not the leader of the attack, because he'd be saying, where's his in-swinger? That's the dangerous ball. Where's the Yorker? He hasn't bowled them. He hasn't needed to. So I'm with Steve Archibald, I'm afraid.
Yeah, wasn't it the Second World War in not Rommel? Who was the head of the Air Force? Just been a film about him. Who am I thinking of? Goering. Goering was asked, wasn't he, by Hitler? He said, "What does it take to win the Battle of Britain?" He said, "Give me a squadron of Spitfires." That's a bit like England. That's just saying, well, give me a squadron of Mitchell Starcs.
Yes.
But Mitchell Starc hasn't needed to do very much. Mitchell Starc has bowled at a pace that would put him in about the middle of the England attack, and he's pushed the ball to the right-handers wide of the off stump. Any bowler can do that. there's a lot of bowlers in county cricket who can bowl at 83, 84 miles an hour. And of course, Mitchell Starc does have a genuinely quick ball, but he's barely used it, that can push the ball across the right-handers. But Mitchell Starc's reputation has gone before him. England have cowed a little in fear of that one that comes back in. And of course, they've thought, there's the ball outside off stump. I can hit this through extra cover for 4 now. And they
don't.
Because Mitchell Starc is good a bowler. He's outthought them, he's outplayed them, and to his immense credit, he's reined in his own ambition and his own Hollywood deliveries in order to bowl the deliveries most likely to get wickets. And he's got 18 of them, and he deserves every single one of them.
Yeah. Well, let's move on. Conscious of time, and we're about to be ringing the last orders bell. We are where we are. Australia have put their mark firmly on this series and are in, let's just say, a not unfamiliar commanding position, but definitely a commanding position. What do England make changes? What changes do Australia make? What can we foresee ahead of Adelaide? Now, Adelaide average first innings score is pretty high. It's about 380 odd, slightly lower in recent tests, but Australia have scored 500 plus and 400 plus in 2 of those last 5 when they've been the ones to bat first. So what do we see any changes for either side? Some enforced, because Wood didn't play, did he? And he's going to continue not playing.
No, he's out now.
Hazelwood's not coming back. So Bear, that's just it.
Cummins is going to come back. Cummins will probably come
the Dogster, I would imagine.
Yeah, well, he either comes back for Nisa or... Well, I mean, the thing is, both Nisa and Doggett probably go, because they'll probably bring back Cummins and Lyon, right?
Yeah, I think so.
The only other thing they've got to think about is whether they bring Khawaja back. Now, personally, I think England would like it if Australia brought Khawaja back, and they'd be fucking foolish too. They're probably better off sticking with what they've got at the moment. But
if I was Travis Head, I'd be going, I quite like it up here.
Not only that, I just think Khawaja's a busted flush, and I think England would really like it if he was opening, because they think he's a cheap wicket, actually. If you bowl fast enough at him on a reasonably straight line, he'll nick it off probably under 10. So I think England would really like it if Australia brought Khawaja back, and they may fall into that trap, which would be good for England. But and I think that would probably rein in a little bit is the guys Weatherald, who batting with Travis Head seems to have an English sort of baseball attempt at opening, and it's freed him up a little bit. I don't know if it would if he was with Khawaja. I think they might both go into their shell a little bit and start prodding and pushing, and there might be a chance for England to get a cut of earning wicket. Whereas for England, you got several options. You could say, I mean, what I suggested was possible. I mean, the thing was, I go back to that thing I said about the pink ball, and we were all coruscating Jamie Smith. He'd never played a pink ball game in his life, and apparently he's found it really hard to see. So I kind of rode back from a little bit, and I'd probably give him another chance to see what happens in a normal test, because he had an all right innings in the first innings at Perth and got rolled in the second, but it was hopeless under lights. Let's be honest, he was pretty out of his depth in a pink ball test, both times batting under lights, and found it difficult to pick up behind the stumps under the lights. But back to normal circumstances, would he be? I mean, the one option there would be to put Pope down in the middle order, put him as keeper, put Will Jacks at 3, and then bring in Joss Tongue as the extra bowler, have a 5-man pace attack, Will Jacks as a spinner, and still bat down to God knows where. Is one option, but I've got a funny feeling England probably won't chase it. They might change out Cast for Tongue. I'd quite like to see how Tongue goes in Australia. I think
you got Matthew Fisher into the mix, but I mean
I've not seen a lot of Fisher, and what I have seen of him, I don't really rate too much. So
moved from Yorkshire to Surrey. I mean, wasn't it the last game of the season, Gary took a 5 for and a 6 for, albeit Surrey lost.
Yeah, he's a handy player, and he would bolster the batting as well. Of course, he has played Test cricket before. He was a child prodigy playing for Yorkshire at 16. He has played a fair bit of cricket, albeit he's been injured a lot of the time. I would be amazed if England made any... I mean, I think Fisher's there in case somebody tweaks a hamstring in the morning of the Test. And you've got to have that. It'd be ridiculous if they didn't. But I think that Tongue for Cast, is the only change that I would make. I think you've got to give these players a chance. I think it goes back to the days of the 90s. If we think that the players who were the best to represent the country 2 weeks ago are now no longer worthy of a place 2 or 3 weeks later, we've seen how that works, and it doesn't. So let's give these players a chance. I find it all a bit crazy saying that Jamie Smith should be dropped and Ollie Pope should go from 3 to 6.
What for whom? You put Ollie Pope as a wicket keeper?
Yeah. This is what I'm reading, and I'm thinking, well, if you want to do that, then do it a year before or whatever. And remember that not so long ago, certainly in terms of matches played, Jamie Smith was breaking the record number of runs by an England wicketkeeper in a test match. And who was he playing against? Oh, that's right, India. So you've got to give these players a chance. And the eye-opener for me about the pink ball, and clearly Smith didn't see the one that got him in the first innings, well, Stephen Smith didn't see the catch that he took at first slip in that first innings. He's sort of looking at the ball, pointing at the lights, and I'm reading.
But it stuck.
Yeah, it stuck. Yeah. And England have got a lot to work on. But if they think that things will get better if you shuffle around the batting order and bring in 2 extra bowlers and a different batter, then we absolutely know what happens with that, because those of us who grew up watching the 80s and 90s know exactly where that goes. What England have got to do is they've got to bloody well catch the ball when it comes to them. Basics like that are, to me, just really, really bad. And that, I'm afraid,
we've been bad at it for the last few years, though, haven't we, really?
What about the idea that you bring in
either not enough practice, or not intense enough practice in catching, or not enough of feeling that tightness in the shoulders. Tennis players talk about, I wish Nestle the boy were here, because I'd be asking him that question. What is it when a tennis player feels the tension in the service arm? Because I think when some of those catchers are coming to England, they get that tensing up, feeling the pressure of having to take the catch. And in some ways, it's easier to take a blinder the way that Will Jacks took than to take a straightforward one, because you don't have time to think with a blinder. As for Bethel, how many first-class centuries has he got?
None. Michael Atherton again was making a point about catching practice, and he was saying they had up at Lancashire a while ago. Was it Bobby Simpson? Not sure. But he said, they'd work all day. They'd work all day, just slapping the ball, making sure that every trigger movement, ensuring that the knees were flexed forward in the right way. And they just work for days solidly on ensuring that slip catches were caught.
I
don't think that rigor's definitely not there now.
Yeah, I do think that Root is a problem at first slip. I've said it for a while now. I don't think he picks the ball up off the edge the way he used to at first slip. Of course, he's on the edge. I think he's level with Raoul Dravid. He's on the edge of breaking the record number.
He's got the record.
Yeah, has he got it?
Yeah.
Most catches.
Yeah.
Well, a lot of those are in the past, because the eyes do go, and I think his movement is that tiny bit late. And of course, I don't want to sound like Scott Parker talking about Burnley here, but it is fine margins. And if you just need that extra little bit of time to pick up the ball, it's hitting the heel of your hand, or it's hitting the edge of your fingers instead of the middle of your hand. And I've seen this, and I've seen it with my own eyes, watching Root at first slip from behind the bowler's arm in media centres. I don't think he's moving to the ball like he used to. Now, his batting is so perfect technically, he probably doesn't need always to pick the ball up, but his slip catching is definitely fallible at the moment, and I think it should be taken out. Well, it has, 2 or 3 years. Once you get past 33 or so, you know, your eyes aren't what they were. How could they be? So I think he needs taking out of the slips, and if England want to make a statement about what we're doing differently, it's not dropping Ollie Pope to number 6, bringing Jacob Bethel into number 3, and Jamie Smith batting at 8, or Matthew Fisher opening the bowling. It's saying to Joe Root, look, thanks very much, you've done a great job at slip, but we don't think you're doing it now. And that would certainly send a message to everyone else in the field that you better be bloody well concentrating here, because we're ruthless. He's also Ben Stokes' best mate, so that would also be a hell of a message.
Okay, so the time bell has rung.
Yes, sorry.
Good night, thank you. Now it's time to go home, to quote Mark Knopfler. But it sounds to me, Gary, like you're leaning towards Ben Stokes, that it's the attitude, application, toughness are all things that are probably more important than individual changes in and out. Because let's face it, I don't think the options are that great in and out. Would you chuck Bethel in and say away you go at number 3?
No.
He might be coming in the first over.
Yeah. I would slightly modify. I would slightly modify your characterisation of my point. I think attitude is important, but I think attitude is a lot easier to find if the basics of the game, your forward defensive, your leave batting, your length ball at the top of off stump, your catching, your ground fielding and effecting of run-outs. If all those basics are grooved, then it's easy to have a good attitude. That's what I would suggest. And I don't think England's basics are anywhere near grooved. Some of that is due to the excellence of the Australians. But let's face it, Australia have not had to do a great deal to pick up 20 wickets in this match. Scott Boland has bowled beautifully, but they haven't really had much to do. And that, to me, is the most disappointing element of it.
Yeah.
The contributory negligence that always attends a defeat in Test cricket is high at the moment for England, and it should be low.
Precisely that. And if they can turn it around, I do think they can beat this Australian side.
I think so.
Well, that was going to be my final question for us all. You see, despite all the negativity, you're 2-0 down with 3 to play. Therefore, there has to be hope. There has to be.
And this is the thing, and I think that's probably that's part of what Ben was saying about everyone in the dressing room, blah blah blah.
The talent
and all that stuff.
is there.
The talent is definitely there. They've got to get their game face on and their game head on, and go out there and believe that they can beat the Australians and put everything they know into practice and play the game that they know they can play. And if they that's part of what Bazball is putting pressure onto the opposition, but you've got to execute it, as they say in fucking game terms, correctly, right? You've got to execute the fucking skill set, blah blah blah. But to a certain degree, it's all cliche but true. You know what I mean? That's what cliches are born out of, isn't it? But
that was the cliche I was waiting for. Cliches,
exactly.
Cliches are only true because they're true is itself a cliche. But
exactly.
There we go.
But there you go. And these things are true. And to go out there, have the belief. The funny things happen. If England go out there, beat Australia, maybe quite easily, for example, what would the Australian press say then? Will they suddenly turn on their own team? Will the pressure go back onto Australia suddenly for the MCG?
This is a hypothesis.
All these things change. And will they suddenly look back to England and go, look, we were 2-0 up in England and we nearly lost that, and only we saved by the rain in Manchester, blah, 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 blah. The doubts creep into Australia.
It'll be the rain in Sydney that saves them.
Well, exactly, but the only way that England can make that happen in the Australian press is by putting all their shit together and actually winning the game and believing that they can do it. And so that's what they've got to do.
On that note, it is time to go. In terms of application, dedication, total focus on the task in hand, making the right decisions at the right time, you can rest assured that your Gorillas from 11:30 on Tuesday night in the UK are going to be doing all of those things to bring you every ball of whatever transpires at Adelaide. Yes, it's England won in 2010-11 there, didn't they? Since when? I don't think Australia have lost. Maybe they did. Maybe they lost once to India, I think, in 2018.
Well, there was
Other
a time,
than that, they're pretty indomitable there.
Yeah, there was a time when they didn't play an Adelaide test. I think it was 2006-07. There was no test match at Adelaide.
No, because that was the famous, wasn't 2006-07?
No. There was no test match at Adelaide.
When was it that we scored 500 and whatever it was?
Any England supporter will tell you there was no test match at Adelaide in 2006-07, regardless of what the score was.
We got 620 for 5 in 2010-11 when we won by an innings and 71 runs. Since then, Australia have drawn 1, lost 1 and won all the rest. But there we go. We know they're a powerhouse in their own country, and it's become more and more prevalent since then. Gary, thank you for joining us at the bar with your, whatever it was, your mediocre Australian lager. Can't remember what you have. 4X.
Yeah,
Which is
medium strength media. I can't remember what
That is,
it was.
in Australian parlance, piss. Yes.
Yeah, we are. I do feel a well of nausea lining itself up for next Tuesday night.
The old amber nectar. We're going to see you there. GorillaCricket.com. You know where to find us. Gorilla Cricket on YouTube. Join us. Whatever happens, we make it fun for you. We promise.
Absolutely.
All right. Take
We'll
care.
either be falling to pieces in tears and screaming at the TV, or very happy. One or the other.
Doesn't sound like fun, but okay.
But it'll be fun for the fans. Anyway.
See you then.
See you later.
Bye. And don't forget you can patron us at patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket if you really like us, because that's always helpful.
Guerrilla Cricket. Revolutionary cricket commentary.
This podcast is part of the Sports Social Podcast Network.
Hello everyone, this is Jack from the Cricket Podcast. Did you know that 18% of men over the age of 20 struggle with sexual performance? Well, if you are one of them, then you should know that MedExpress can provide support in minutes through a free online consultation. Dealing with sensitive health issues can be challenging, but getting the help you need shouldn't be. MedExpress is here to provide that help. As one of the UK's leading online healthcare providers, with over 1.5 million customers, they make it easy to get support. Simply complete a free, quick, online consultation, and their UK-based clinical team can provide guidance and suggest options for your concerns. Everything is handled discreetly and sent straight to your door, and you don't even need to visit your GP. Visit medexpress.co.uk to check eligibility or complete an online consultation.
Did you know that nearly 1 in 5 men in the UK experience changes in sexual performance as they get older? MedExpress makes getting professional support simple, private, and entirely online. Whether you're experiencing performance concerns or just want to feel more confident again, help is available from home. MedExpress has been one of the UK's leading online pharmacies since 2013, trusted by more than 1.5 million customers. There's no need to visit your GP or have uncomfortable conversations. Complete a short online consultation and their UK-based clinical team will recommend the most suitable treatment options for you. Your medication is sent straight to your door in discreet packaging with continued support whenever you need it. Convenient, confidential, and designed to help you feel like yourself again. Visit medexpress.co.uk to learn more and check your eligibility today.
The Chancellor announces a change.
Markets react to the latest updates outlined in the autumn.
Attention turns to Westminster. Headlines change, but smart investors stay prepared. With IG, invest commission-free on all stocks and shares. Plus, earn 4% AER variable interest on your uninvested cash while you plan your next move. Whatever the autumn budget brings, stay in control at IG.com. Your capital's at risk. Qualifying criteria applies. Valid on SIP, GIA and ISA products only. Other fees may apply.
The Bishop and the Bear, the Bishop and the Bear, and to the delight of everyone, they are here to share jokes and rants and guests and things. Who knows what any fun they'll bring?
Not affiliated with the Mad Bishop and Bear pub at Paddington Station.
The Bishop and the Bear, bats beyond compare, buckets of savoir-faire. The Bishop and the Bear.
Welcome back to the Bishop and Bear. Not much has happened. 2 days of cricket, I suppose, in Perth. If you were being optimistic, you could say it was 2 one-dayers and we won one of them. However, that isn't the way reality. That isn't the way reality has panned out. India have got thumped, I tell you, at home to world champion South Africa. Well, that was a bit of a turner. But today, we're blessed in the bar. We've turned the Bishop and Bear into a student bar because our three, or a Wetherspoons.
The drinks won't be any cheaper.
Take your pick. It could be a Wetherspoons because our 3 guests are Ed, Arnav, and William, who are our 3 students from Brighton University who are final year or MA, or one or the other. They'll tell us, I'm sure, for sports journalism courses, and we have a great deal with Brighton, which means we invite them to come along and get some experience with us, which we're very proud of, and we're delighted to say it's working beautifully. So first things first. Guys, what can I get you all to drink? Ed, what can we get you?
Oh, what time is it?
Doesn't matter what time it is.
I'll have an espresso martini, please. And we're doing airport rules. So that's all good.
He thinks he's James Bond. The name's Mace. Ed Mace. William, do you prefer William or Will?
I'm not fussed. Probably William, but Will's fine either way. So yeah.
William it is then.
Yeah.
What
Cool,
can we
thank
get you, mate?
I'm just a soft drinks man, so Coke. Yeah.
Coke. Bear can sort you for that if you wish.
Thank you.
Plenty of fizz. And Arnav, what can we get you?
Oh, gin and tonic sounds nice.
Oh, top man. There you go. Proper drinks order. We can get you all of those things. Right, well, I thought it'd be fun there. Yeah. Obviously, we're going to get into the cricket, and there's loads of interesting stuff that we want to cover. But as we have our three writers, broadcasters, new team members on Brighton, I thought it'd be quite fun to have a little chat about how they, their course and what they're doing, and what they want to do in life when it comes to journalism and sports broadcasting and sports writing. Just to learn a little bit about you all. Who wants to go first? It's not an interview, but just keen to know what made you decide on sports journalism and where do you want to take it. Those are the two main questions I think we'd be interested. Arnav, why don't you step up first?
Yeah, sounds good. So, a bit of a background. I studied sports management at Manchester Met, and back then one of my main goals was to get into football coaching, and I did my FA level 1 and level 2 badges while I was doing my undergrad. And then just the year when I graduated is when the pandemic hit and had to go back to India, and only jobs available were remote jobs. So I started working as an NBA editor with one of the biggest publications in India, Sportskeeda. Have you heard of them?
Yes, we used to have a deal with Sportskeeda years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, that's good.
They carried our feed.
Well, this was before Crick Tracker.
Yeah, this was back in when we were playing Pakistan and they used to play in the UAE.
We've worked our way through all the major Indian websites.
Oh yeah, of course.
Tried to bring them down.
Yeah.
Anyway, you were saying.
So yeah, I started working as an NBA editor with Sportskeeda, and my goal was before the 2022 FIFA World Cup, move to football. Did that. Wrote football articles for European and international football for 3 years, and I just realized over the duration of my time with them that I needed something professional to get further in this field, and that's why I made my mind up to do a journalism master's.
Brilliant. And cricket, you play, watch?
My dad wanted me to become a cricketer, so he put me in an academy when I was about 7 years old. I was there for like 2 years.
Right.
But I wanted to be a bowler and he wanted me to be a batter, so we had kind of a thing. And then I don't know, I had friends who played football, so I just switched sports.
This was when you were between 7 and 9.
Yeah.
That's a bit early to be. I mean, I've never met your dad, but I'll be honest, that's a little bit early to be picking one or the other.
Pushy parents, you know.
Yeah.
Any contemporaries of your age who have gone on to make it big in cricket from that academy?
Well, not in cricket. I mean, he does play semi-pro, but he is one of my classmates, Ameh. He became one of the best national skaters in the country. He's won 80 gold medals.
Wow.
So, yeah, and he wanted to be an opening batsman, but his parents did not allow him. So, multiple things going on there. But yeah, he was the closest among my friend circle who made it pro.
That said, if you say ice skating in India, it isn't the first sport that comes to...
Well, not ice skating, regular roller skates.
Roller skating. Oh, I was thinking.
Yeah. Not ice skating. No.
Border Gavaskar Trophy on ice.
Yeah.
No, not that. Okay, right. Yeah. I'm with you. Okay. Wow, that's an interesting backstory. You definitely know your stuff. William, what about you? How did you find your way to this, to be here today?
So, I remember, it was actually, so when I was in year 6 at primary school, actually, I remember I had to do I think it was the Royal Mail, did like a writing competition.
Yeah.
So they made us do that at school, and you had to write what you wanted to be when you're older. And I didn't really know at that point. And I remember, I think it was a Bournemouth Southampton. I was just watching that at the time, and I thought, I quite like football, I quite like sport, so let me let me write my letter about being a sports journalist. And kind of from then on, I've kind of known that's what I wanted to do. So it's actually kind of been even already like 10, kind of 11 years. I've kind of known what I've wanted to do.
Do you remember the result?
I think, yeah, it's 2-0 Southampton, I believe.
Oh
I think
dear.
so, yeah.
We've got one. Well, we've got lots of listeners, as you know. We had loads for the Ashes, which was very exciting. But we have one regular listener and Patreon who's a great friend of the show, and he's a massive Bournemouth fan.
Oh.
So I thought I'd ask on his benefit, but that wasn't a good day for the cherries by the sounds of it.
No, but so yeah, kind of from then on, that I kind of had that in my mind, so all the way to kind of through secondary school, and then so kind of into things like when I was applying for university, so I was only looking at sports journalism, and then actually kind of to further kind of solidify, kind of I knew this is my aim. I did a lot of my EPQ at school. I kind of focused on class and race within the Hertfordshire Cricket League. And kind of looked at, investigated that, and then that was kind of even more. I was like, yep, this is kind of where I want to go. And then so yeah, applied at Brighton, started 2 years ago now, and yeah, final year. So,
well, welcome back. Good morning for England, but they've still got it all to do. They added 73 this morning for those last 2 wickets. Fantastic. 100 partnership between Ben Stokes and Jofra Archer. Jofra Archer getting a maiden Test 50 to go with his previous highest score at the Gabba in Test cricket of 38. And then he was asked to bowl 3 overs before lunch. Radar wasn't quite on it, the speed wasn't quite there, but 3 overs only went for 5. But it was Bryden Carse bowling from the River End who came in and got that wicket of Jake Weatherall. Weatherall would be a little bit sore because it proved to be pitching outside leg and they didn't review. Good ball, probably deserved a wicket, and that's what he got in the scorebook. And the Ian Forthy has joined me again from the Melbourne Library. There's a library of what? What would you call it? A library of odds and sods.
Yeah. That
Library of Odds and Sods, Melbourne.
I'll probably over-index on novels.
Okay. I imagine that when England are beaten in 3 days at Melbourne, you've been inviting all the England fans around to rifle through your collection.
Well, I'm meeting up with an old friend on day 2, and I'm actually meeting up with one of my podcast listeners who's come over just for the Melbourne Test, so we're just going to work out where we're going to meet up. So that'd be nice. He's an old Coventry guy as well.
Ah, very nice, very nice. Excuse me. Well, down to the curious Tony Rotors, we have the same 3 straight after lunch as we had before lunch, in a slightly different formation, but Jason G. Hiscox, Forthy, and me, Gorilla Hendo. Bryden Carse, 2 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 7. He is going to start proceedings from that River End. A little bit of a break in the cloud now. It's been a little, I wouldn't say it's been gloomy, but it's been cloud cover, hasn't it? But definitely some blue sky coming in from over the cathedral. And it's Head and Labuschagne at the crease. What can England do? Carse is in, just the one slip. Oh, that's a rather poor shot from Travis Head. Dragged it into the onside without any real foot movement.
Yeah, no footwork at all. It's just all his hands chasing the ball with it.
It wasn't a clean connection at all. Dragged it, didn't he? Bat face closed.
Not the shot of an opening batsman, really, is it?
Well, it's the kind of shot of someone like Graham Smith.
Graham Smith.
That's true.
Yeah, but I always felt that Graham Smith had an enormous bat. I think he had a bigger, wider bat than anyone I know. That's a better shot. Driven, or really square driven cut, maybe. But it was quite full. It's going to get a single out to the boundary edge. And Head is underway for the second session. Let's jingle him up.
He's just a sweet Travis Head. A sweet Travis Head. From transdimensional Travis Head.
Bit disappointed that Weatherall's gone because I love his jingle, but there you go. Such is life. Labuschagne comes down to face. What have England got in the way of close fielders? Not a great deal. They've got one wide-ish slip, cover point just in front, extra cover fairly short, mid-off, wide third man, deep backward point sort of. I'll tell you about the leg side field in a minute. Is a full tempting delivery out there from Cars. Labuschagne thought about going after it and then thought better of it, bearing in mind what he did with his first ball after lunch on the first day. Ooh, now that took a little bit out of the pitch, didn't it?
It did, yeah. I wonder whether he bowled the wobble seam, but as he saw it, the seam was being presented very nicely for the outswing. It just didn't swing.
I wonder whether he sort of registered that at the speed of something very fast indeed, Labuschagne, and that's why he left it. And now we're going to see how Snicko is being called upon. Oh, what a ball! And that's gone past the outside edge. I think he thinks he's got an edge to that, in fact. Not much excitement from Jamie Smith behind the stumps, so I guess
Jamie Smith is doing job number 1 first, which is to catch the ball. He's going to worry about that afterwards.
Oh, it's gone upstairs. It's gone upstairs. No one seems very convinced. And well, was it? It wasn't given out, was it? Was it given? It must have been. Or who is it? Who's the review come from? That's the question. Not sure whether it's bowler. Ooh, that's very similar to Alex Carey's. It might well have bounced. I don't think they're going to get that, England, are they?
Definitely not. There's a great plummet of dust come up as the ball hits the ground there.
Yeah, well, was that an England review? If so, they've
burnt one.
They've lost one, yeah.
I'm not sure. Was it just the umpire checking whether it had carried?
Could be. Yeah, might well have been. So, a good ball, but no ultimate result for England. Be interesting to see if it did actually get an edge, though.
Very close.
I'm thinking there's a little feather on that, I think.
Well, I think there is, yeah. It's unfortunate. Could they do with standing an extra year?
Oh, yes, there it is. Yeah, it was there. Jamie Smith, that's right, another foot or two forward of where he is, and he'd have snuffled that, wouldn't he? Head comes down, I have a little chat with Labuschagne, making the most of that review. Umpire's review. Don't have a jingle for an umpire's review, do we? Not as far as I'm aware, anyway.
Mog, where are you?
Mog, where is Mog? Where is Mog? He's not going to sleep because he's got work. No, he'll be at work probably.
1:20 in the afternoon.
I keep forgetting you're on a different time zone. Single to Labuschagne as he drives this without much power, but wide enough of mid-off to get through for the single. And Labuschagne's got something in his eye. He has asked the umpire to remove it. Do you want the short, stubby fingers of your umpire in your eye?
Especially when he does that.
I'm not sure I'd like that. Slip for the left-hander. Much the same field, really. He's in, bowls and dug out by head up to mid-on. That's the end of the over. Cast 1 for 9 from 3. Just a couple from that over. And a moral victory.
Yeah, much better over than Cast. He's still persisting with this, pitching it up. But...
well, he has good spells and bad spells, Cast, doesn't he? And the bad is very bad. And the good is really
well, maybe he'll
good.
turn into the new Jimmy. Good Jimmy and bad Jimmy. That would be nice. We've got quite a lot of messages coming in.
Let's go
Ben
for it.
Fast, Joseph Phelp, Hooves. Really, Extra Fluffo says, really have to shave the dog 5 quick wickets after lunch. Not sure whether that's a euphemism or a metaphor, or he actually has to shave the dog. Maybe he does. Dogs sometimes do need shaving. Music Cat's King, I'm going for a shower to freshen up. And then there's a discussion about Ray and Ahmed. Is he too erratic or isn't he? Joseph Phelps saying, I'm a traditionalist, ruined T20s, ruined quick bowlers.
I'm a traditionalist, get me out of here.
Exactly right. And then Steele 1988 says, I prefer the 50-over game. It was quite an interesting conversation. We'll need to get to it after this over about whether Anderson and Broad are missed in Australia or not. But let's get back.
Yeah, come back to that. Jofra Archer continuing, 4th over from him into Marnus, who lets that one go. Not a lot of width outside the off stump, to be fair, but well judged. And yeah, Archer bowled those 3 overs before lunch. Didn't really get up much more than 138 Ks.
Yeah, it still doesn't look as though he's
not
fully
running on all
into
cylinders, is he, quite yet? No.
Don't see how he can be after batting for 2 hours in the heat.
Indeed. And I guess if England...
Well, 2 hours today and whatever it was last night as well.
Oh, yeah.
4 hours.
Archer in again. Oh, he gives that one a bit of width and it's driven, but not quite where Labuschagne wanted it. Slightly behind square, I think. And he's going to get back for 2. 21 for 1. I mean, if, as expected, England lose this match, one would imagine that Jofra will be rested at Melbourne at the very least, wouldn't he?
You'd hope so.
Yeah, it's been a great shame for my son who's been waiting 4 years to see Jofra in that.
Oh, goodness. Oh, that really is, yeah. He'll have to get a flight to Sydney.
He will.
There'll be wholesale changes in the batting, I would imagine, if they do.
Tucked away off the straight by Labuschagne, but straight to square leg. There's a ring of 6, really. 3 on the offside and 3 on the on for Archer. So quite a defensive field. Yeah. I mean, wholesale changes in the
Well, I
batting.
say wholesale. I mean,
there's not many
in the sense that the remaining people in the squad who haven't played yet.
In terms of the batting, that's what Bethel basically, isn't
Bethel
it?
and Ahmed.
Sorry, who?
Rayan Ahmed.
He's not playing.
Not.
He's not in the squad. He's playing BBL. Archer in the bowls again, very straight. 2 straight maybe, and tucked away by Labuschagne for a single. No, not Rayan Ahmed. I'm trying to think, 40. Who else is there? Is there any other batting?
Not really.
I don't think there's another one, unless they call someone up from the England Lions, which I think is unlikely.
They could do. But I mean, I'm not sure there's much point. Is there Bethel in for Pope?
Well, they've gone home, haven't they?
Have they gone now?
I think they're going round about now. I mean, the obvious one would be James Rue, but
he hasn't set the world alight, has he? In that for the Lions on this tour. In fact,
someone has suggested yesterday an opener. Is it McKinney? Whose name?
Yeah, the Durham. Is he Durham?
Travis McKinney. Or
No,
Ben
is it
McKinney.
Ben McKinney. Yeah.
Ben McKinney.
We should have a Travis opening. Seems only fair. Down the leg side from Archer as he switches to round the wicket to the left-handed head. Fails to make contact.
Well, he was due to. Didn't he play in the Ireland game? McKinney.
Can't remember.
Someone else pointed out, yes, he's young and he's got a good aggressive game. His technique could do with a bit of work, which is exactly what we don't need.
Well, I mean, this. I think.
Well,
was it an error to not take people like Alex Lees and Hamid on that Lions tour? I think it was, personally.
In retrospect, yes.
Archer bowls dabbed into the offside behind square. They'll take a single. Head moves to 7.
Well, I don't know about you two guys, but you can't help thinking you stick a Boycott and a Barrington into this lineup and just those 2 players, and suddenly everything changes, and you've probably got a very, very evenly matched test series. But I haven't got a Boycott or a Barrington, so it's pointless speculating. We've got plenty of messages, though. Joseph Phelps says, it's a shame England have replaced Anderson Broad with average bowlers. If that's the best England have, it doesn't look good. Australia have a much better youth system than England. If I scroll down, I think someone's made the point that these bowlers are a lot more dangerous than Broad and Anderson. This is Stephen Richards in Australia, if they were consistent on line and length. And I think, to be fair, it is true. Are we back with the cricket? Yes, we are.
Yeah, short ball from Cast, allowed to pass by Head.
To be fair, you know, we've had Broad and Anderson available for the last 3 tours, and it hasn't really made any difference. So you can't really say, oh, if only we had Broad and Anderson, everything would be different, because it wasn't over the last 3 tours.
I mean, Anderson had a good tour in 2010 and 11, didn't he? Again, you know, brilliant bowlers, and I think Anderson's the kind of guy who could control things a little bit.
Yeah, that's true.
Anyway, here's Cast again, full outside the stump, finds the edge, but it scuttles along the ground to the slip, and there is no run. Yeah, I mean...
And Broad was a bowler of great spells, but not necessarily a...
Well, I mean, they are two... Stats would say they are 2 of our finest, and to lose both of them within a kind of year of each other, one self-imposed, really, well, not self-imposed, but self-imposed by the ECB or by Rob Key and Brendan McCullum, and then of course Broad going out on that high. Onto the back foot he goes, doesn't really time the ball, poke fields at square cover. I was having a discussion about my piece on Jofra Archer and with a guy who's kindly subscribed, talking about the England bowling and Broad, Anderson and Wokes. Well, Broad and Anderson you could argue for. I'm not sure you could argue for Wokes, but really quite a poor average overseas, and he's coming and has come really to the end of his career, certainly as tests go. Carse in, bowls, cut. As soon as he comes round the wicket, head
Extra piece of work by Duckett. That one was absolutely travelling.
Yeah, really hit that, and Duckett did some good work out there at deep backward point. Curious, isn't it, that he plays that shot more when he's a little bit more cramped for room, although maybe it wasn't a very good line from Carse. I think it wasn't nothing was going wrong really, was it, from over the wicket? So I'm not sure I would have switched.
I'm not sure why he's changed his length to just be the rising length now rather than the fuller length. The full length was working.
My sense is maybe a bit
gone back over the wicket now.
Well, to the right-hander. Carse in. Ooh, has he got an edge to that one? Well, he thinks so. Umpire says no. And no one else is interested. But he has now beaten Labuschagne twice on the outside edge. The timer's going down. Ben Stokes is coming in to question them, but the very fact that he's wanting, well, they are going to review it, and he was getting really quite irate
with no response from somebody.
Jamie Smith perhaps, or Harry Brook, because the clock was running down, and he really wanted to know. I mean, Jamie Smith is kind of perceptibly shaking his head, and that's not a good look.
Well, there's definitely a deflection of something.
Do you think
so?
I don't know.
Fill us with hope, Jason.
I don't think so. I don't think there's anything on that.
Maybe just off the pitch then.
Yeah. No, there's a gap there.
Nothing there, is there?
No. Put under pressure, make bad decisions.
No.
Not enough of a murmur.
But can you trust Nico? That's the whole question now.
Oh, hang on. There's a lot of clapping going on from Bryden Cars.
Really?
I think he's seen something, but I don't think he's seen enough.
No, it's not out. It's not out. So, England lose a review, which is not good news.
I mean, morally, they should get one given back, shouldn't they? They should have infinite reviews for the rest of the match.
Should be.
Yes. Go into cheat mode and have infinite reviews.
Yes.
I did love Alex Carey's reply in that press conference though about when he was asked about, are you a walker? Clearly not. I think that was just great. It was really on the spot.
Yeah, ask a fatuous question, get
an accurate answer.
Outside the off stump, left alone, a little bit too wide, but another decent enough over from Cast. 4 overs, 1 for 10, 24 for 1, 40.
We've got Paul D 1987, and I think the numbers 1987 herald what's about to be revealed. Do we have a Coventry guy on the stream? Me also, now living in Hong Kong. Hey, welcome, Paul D. 1987, one of the greatest years known to man. Year of Coventry's FA Cup triumph. 1988, some would say on this commentary team.
Much better year. Although, to be fair, your final was better for the neutral. Or in terms of
3-2
entertainment, yeah.
That was good. It was a
great game.
It was a great game of football. And Eric, while we're on a sort of narcissistic streak, Eric J001 says, has Forthy put a contract out on Che? No, I think he's probably just having a snooze, I'm guessing. We haven't heard from him.
Round the wicket. Sorry to interrupt there. Down
No,
the
no
leg
problem.
side again. He's not getting it quite right from round the wicket, is he?
No, it's just radar's not quite working today for Jofra.
Not actually. I mean, he's not going.
Not going for runs, particularly.
We're just seeing a
Certainly not
replay, aren't
off
we?
the bat.
We're just seeing a replay of Ben Stokes, and he's imploring. He was imploring, I think, Jamie Smith.
To get off the fence.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it's a little bit poor from Stokesy for not running up a bit more quickly. So I guess Smith didn't want to miss out on the chance just in case. Jabbed into the offside. There is
You know what it's like in the office when the boss is angry and you just want to avoid his eye, and then he comes up to your desk and says, "Where is that report? Where is it?" And you go into, "I've got it somewhere." And I think James Smith.
Yeah, it was under real pressure, wasn't it?
I mean, I suppose it could have been out.
Yes, it was a little bit like that, wasn't it? He's been getting a little bit grumpy, Stokes, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Not surprisingly, onto the back foot goes Head. He's behind square, fielded around about backward point, and they take another single. 25 for 1.
He's got the whole weight of this team on his shoulders.
Yeah, he's feeling the pressure, isn't he? I wouldn't be well, I'm just thinking probably it's going to be his last. It's his last Ashes in Australia, isn't it, Stokes? He's not going to come back in 4 years.
He'll be 39 then.
Yeah, no chance. And so I guess he won't want to miss the next 2 matches, but, you know.
Oh no, he won't. And there's people like Archer and Root. They would just love to win 1 Test match in Australia.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Good back of a length delivery from Archer. Labuschagne again outside the off stump, leaving it alone. Oh yeah, absolutely. And we'd just like to see a win. As I said at the start, Forthy, I don't know if you were here for that. Gorilla has not seen. No Gorilla has seen an England away victory in Australia.
And we've seen some pretty tough to take defeats.
Well, you mean Gorilla hasn't been on air when one has happened? I'm sure some of us have seen.
Oh yes,
I've seen it.
Yeah, I've seen it. I've seen a win. That win at Adelaide in '95. Archer in bowls. Good ball. Just brought that back a little bit off the surface.
No, I was fortunate enough to be at the MCG in 2010 for that. The 98 all out.
Will you not be heading down to the G at all?
Yeah, I will be for the first 3 days. So you'll be on.
Oh, that'll see you through, won't it? That'll see you through the whole match, pretty much.
Should do.
Yes, to a victory. You're saying yes, quite likely.
Of course. And England, with their 1 win in God knows how many years, will be performing the sprinkler to the adulation of the Balmy Army. Archer in again, wide, but comes back again a little bit. But Labuschagne is having nothing to do with it. He's got 8 off 28. Head has 9 off 16. Forthy.
Freedom Films, Labuschagne out by eye infection. Rich Turner. Rich Turner. Good morning. I can warmly recommend Hendo's new Substack.
Oh, thank you
very much. Yes, that's excellent.
Sorry, was that Rich? Rich Turner?
Yeah, that's Rich. Yeah, Rich Turner.
Rich.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Also, thank you for your contribution as well to that, because at the moment I haven't been able to sort the payments out, but I am very, very grateful to see that you had pledged. Thank you.
Yes, and thank you for your patronage of my own podcast as well, Rich. So we thank you from all sides. Steel 1988. Oh, 1988. Interesting year. Archer about to bowl a wacky unit in New Yorker. Well, maybe. From Mel, who I don't think we've heard of today, says, firing up the barbecue for lunch here in Melbourne. Chicken snagged. I've named them Duckett, Pope, Brook and Smith.
Yeah, you shouldn't have said that because fourth he'll be around. Cast in, bowls from round the wicket, forced off the back foot by Head. Gets another run down to that deep backward point. 26
actually, Music Cat's King raises an interesting one. Says, good chance for draw, I reckon. This was like, if you'd have gone back 30 years, we'd have all been sitting here saying, well, this is heading for a draw, isn't it? But it's not 30 years ago. Any chance at all of a draw, in your opinion?
I would say the draw is very much an outside result.
I'd say it's second best with
an Australian win
being the most likely.
Cast in again, back of a length,
and
cutting
probably
back ever so slightly.
Evens with the England win.
Because 30 years ago, we'd have said, well, yeah, Australia are about to lunch tomorrow, maybe halfway through the afternoon. It's a flat pitch. England have got a half-decent chance of batting through the last 4.5 sessions on a fairly flat pitch. Now, that's not going to happen, but it could easily have happened 30 years ago.
But the other point about that, Forthy, is that Australia don't need to do anything but draw this test.
No, well,
to
that's
retain
true,
the
yeah.
Ashes, yeah.
Yeah.
They can win them elsewhere.
They'll want to win them, won't they? They won't want to retain them. They felt... Yes.
I don't know. I think they'll be pretty happy one way or the other, to be honest. Ideally, obviously. Played out into the offside. Oh, was Cars done himself an injury, or was it just his boot slipping off slightly? I think that's all it was.
Yes, it feels a bit like, we'll win the championship, but we'll settle for second place and automatic promotion. That's absolutely fine.
Absolutely, totally right. And you'd settle for the playoffs, as we did. Settle may not be the right word. I don't think we planned it that way.
I was working for a guy who kept going on about going for gold. We must go for gold.
Henry Kelly?
Humorously, one meeting, I said, I'm settling for silver. He did not find that funny.
Oh dear, that's the trouble with these people. Outside the off stump again, Fuller this time, but once more left alone. Labuschagne is he's digging in for the long haul here. Is it 8 off 31? It's been a little bit fortunate. A couple of edges, just fallen short, or one edge certainly that fell short. One that was reviewed proved not to have got any bat on it. But very. You don't get the feeling that the Australians are in a great hurry here, do you?
No, they're just going to accumulate.
Here's Cars again. Just the one slip and left alone outside the off stump again.
Yeah, the onus is all on England to make something happen.
Very hard to make things happen, isn't it? You've got Archer, who's bowled himself into the ground almost. Stokes
on the draw.
Yeah, go on.
On the draw, Eric says if the rain forecast on day 5 is correct, Australia could get away with a draw again.
Good point. I mean, if Nathan Lyon is crucial, I want to see a bit of Jacks now, to be honest. Oh, another corker from Cast that beats Labuschagne, all ends up. And that was a terrific delivery. And he's unlucky that he's only got 1 for 11 from his 5 overs. We'll do one more over, and then it'll be time for a change.
Nitin Deshpande says if Australia are bowled out for 150, England have a chance, but that's a difficult task. Indeed it is. Messi Jez says bookies have the draw around 10-1. Framel says the pitch will begin to crack in this heat. England's second dig won't be easy, and Lyon will be licking his lips. Music Cat's King says I agree with Bear. Oh, that's just disappeared at the top of my screen. Come back.
Bear isn't here. What do you agree with him about?
I don't really care who retains the Ashes, Music Cat's King says. And Eric points out, well, they're held permanently at Lords. So there you are.
Yeah, that's the point, isn't it? It's going to be a change of bowling, but it's not going to be Will Jacks. It's going to be Josh Tongue coming on for Archer. So we shall jingle him up.
Tongue love, Josh Tongue. Let's get together and lick 'em right.
First ball ends up in a tangle of bat glove thigh pad and just drops to the ground. There's no
Tongue's
run.
got this odd action which makes it. It's also a bit like Jasprit Bumrah, where the ball is released quite far forward.
And also, his arm is almost past
Over.
the perpendicular, isn't it?
Yeah.
It does.
Yes,
It looks awkward, doesn't it? But he
Which
can
means you
bowl some
tend to have
cracking
less time to
deliveries.
sight the ball as it gets to you.
Maybe. Anyway, here he comes again, bowling to head, just the one slip in, bowls tucked away off Midland leg up to mid-wicket Pope Fields.
Before we get too excited about the rain,
Yeah.
I see that 1 to 5 millilitres are forecast. And although that sounds meaningless, I was once in Sri Lanka a year ago, and I survived a day with 140 millilitres of rain during the day, during the monsoon. So I don't think 1 to 5 will really hold things up too much.
And did they play through that in Colombo?
Colombo, no, they didn't.
Tongue again in bowls, wide of the off stump, cut ferociously by Head, and despite Duckett, I guess, again out there on the deep backward point boundary, he only had about 2 yards to move to it, and it's beaten him. I know they're quite small boundaries, but that is hell of a shot. His head just beginning to
warm up.
Yeah. Carved it really, didn't he? Whoever it was out there, I think it was Duckett, but I'm not sure. He may be on the other side. Was just a bit too far in there. If he'd been further round, could he have got to that? I don't know. Time again.
It's like a premium version of Rod Marsh, isn't he? Travis said. In looks, and style.
Indeed, he tucks this away off his legs, picks up another single. Now Tongue is bowling from the Cathedral end, and it was kind of when he was moved from the River end to the Cathedral end in the first innings that things went a little bit haywire for a while. Couldn't get his rhythm, but I don't know whether he's got the choice of it or whether Ben Stokes has just said, no, you're on after Jofra, and so he has to make the best of it. But I thought he bowled better from the River end. In to Labuschagne, who wants a single. He's imploring Head to come, and eventually Head responds.
Fairly safe single. There was plenty of time, even with the yes, no, shall we, shan't we?
Indeed. Labuschagne desperate to add another single to his score. Yeah, it was very, very easy in the end. So, first half hour after lunch, England failed to make any further inroads. Yeah, and Head just strikes me as he's beginning to find his range. Tongue in bowls, and there is another cut shot out to the boundary edge. It's Will Jacks out there, not Ben Duckett. He fields, they take a single, and that is the end of Tongue's first over. It's cost 7 runs, Australia 33 for 1. I think it's time for a change, guys.
Yep.
Who's on next? Fourthie, I think you're taking over on ball by ball, are you not?
Yep.
And I think Arnav is coming in for the first time
coming
today.
in, yeah.
So, who's doing socials? Is it me? I think it could be me. Or is it Arnav? We'll find
It
out.
should be Arnav on socials.
Arnav on
and
socials.
Who's on summarising?
Me.
Is it you, Jace?
No, it's me.
Oh, Hendo, hello.
It's my final
Hello again.
half hour, possibly, of this test match. So
We're spending a lot of time in each other's company, which is always has
Oh,
been
it's
a
lovely.
delight.
It's lovely.
Yeah, it's very nice indeed. Okay, so if something doesn't happen rapidly in the next half hour or so, and to be honest, body language and all of those things, we're not sensing it at the moment. 1 wicket can change everything, of course. So let's see what we can summon up. And I've had a very good record this test match so far.
You have.
So many.
Come on, Forty. Work your magic.
Big half hour. Bryden cars round the wicket to Travis Head. And that's just drifted down the leg side. It's, we can forgive Jofra Archer a little bit of waywardness after his heroics with the bat. But Bryden Cars has probably been the biggest disappointment amongst many disappointments in the England team so far. this series. Just hasn't, because I think the thing is, our expectations were he would do rather well in Australia. It just hasn't worked out that way.
Well, my big worry was that he does go through these spells where he just gets hit around, and he's got to make up for that with the good spells, and he hasn't had enough of those.
Round the wicket again, and that's short of a length. And again, I think we would all prefer him to be bowling a slightly fuller length. But there we are. Ben Stokes, who's looked like a very grumpy man.
Yeah, his fuse is about that far from completely going. He's about to go postal, which is kind of handy when you consider that it's nearly Christmas. And we need
Like one of
stamps.
those Roadrunner cartoons when the fuse is going towards the TNT explosive box and you can see it gradually approaching. At what point will Stokesy go off?
Let's say welcome to Arnav. Hello to him. First time.
Oh, hello, Arnav.
Hi.
Sorry.
Hiya. Yeah,
I couldn't see you on my...
Is this your first actual stint?
No, first
Oh,
today.
no.
Just today. Yeah.
Today, yeah. I thought you'd been on.
Lovely to see you there.
Where did you get up to on the old YouTubes, if you remember, Forthy? Just to give a bit of help.
Yes, no, good question. Hang on. I will... Cars to Head, who just dabs it down in the third man region. I just closed it. Ooh, around about 120. I remember talking about Coventry and our man from Sheffield have a contract on me and things like that. What else were we talking about? Important things, I know. I think we got up to I think start from most of that rain will fall on the Adelaide Hills, 40, somewhere around there. I think that was the most interesting unread comment, and take it from there in my...
I think someone said that yesterday or the day before, actually, when someone raised the prospect of rain.
They did. I think they said, once again, let me remind you. Okay, Cars in again. And Head takes a step back. Not an orthodox shot, but he keeps it out. No problem. He's 18 off 27. Labuschagne's 9 off 34. Very typical strike rates for these two batsmen. Australia, relatively untroubled on 36 to 1 to date.
Would not trickle down weather economics mean that would eventually converge on the Adelaide Oval?
Trickle down weather economics. Maybe a subject for a future Substack.
Yeah. I'll have to get my...
that was a no ball. The third ball was a no ball.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, for 3.
And that's strays onto leg stump. It's a leg stump half volley, clipped beautifully by Travis Head past the man at mid wicket. Not sure whether he's got all of it. Yes, he has for one of these. Maybe. Yeah, no, it went all the way. Obviously, it did. From the jingle.
Might have been 1 over too many for Cars. Just the sense that Head is beginning to motor a bit.
Who do you reach for, though? I mean...
Stokes, I suppose, but then he'll be hobbling. Archer's already gone off into the outfield for a good toweling.
So to speak. Cars round the wickets to Head, who just dabs it down. This is very much the stage during the day in the office when the CEO or managing director furiously shouts, "Do I have to do everything myself?" And I'll ring the client then. If Stokes comes on to bowl, I think.
You know how it is if you've had lunch. I mean, I've worked weird hours, but on those odd days that I did work normal hours, or relatively normal hours, had lunch, I was useless in the afternoon. I just wanted to sleep.
I know.
It's horrible.
No, it was a lost cause. Absolutely agree. Cars round the wicket, last ball of the over to Head. He just chases that one, but no problem at all. Actually, cuts it down to. It's probably little Ben Duckett down there, is it? Or is it Will Jacks?
No, it was Duckett. Yeah, Duckett on that side, Jacks on the other.
Got a super chat.
Oh, we got a super chat.
Lovely.
So it's come from Gil Tom 8034. Sent us 800 Japanese yen.
Ooh, what's
he
that?
says, listening on earphones at the Odawara Sumo tournament. Ukrainian hero Eo Nishiki on the card. Come on, Eo Nishiki. Come on, England.
This is sumo.
Yeah,
wrestling.
sumo tournament.
The BBC showed some sumo during the summer, didn't they? If I recall. There was a big tournament in London.
I think it's the first time I'm hearing someone watching cricket in Japan.
Well, Yes, I mean...
I don't think it's quite popular there, is it?
No, I don't think so. They're into the golf in a big way, aren't they?
Baseball, sumo, and golf. That's their things.
Any more?
Going to be...
Yeah, we also have chat from Joseph Rel 5235. Don't give Head any room outside of off stump. You cramp him up, frustrate the guy. I think that's spot on.
Oh, yeah. But England just don't have that accuracy that in the way that someone like Cummins or Boland or many previous bowlers for Australia have had.
Tongue round the wickets, onto an off-stump line there to Head. He takes a bit of a step back and jags it out on the offside for... I think they came back for 2 there, yes.
Yeah.
That has been the big difference, really, hasn't it? That Australia have been able to bowl to very well thought through, accurate, repeatable plans. And it's the bowling which I think has been the big difference. Because Australia's batting hasn't been crash hot this series, but their bowling's been absolutely spot on.
Yeah, I mean, it's a difficult argument to make because you feel like England's batting has really let them down. But, the bowling hasn't got the depth, has it?
It has not. Onto the back foot goes Head, steers it down through the gully region. There is no gully, so they hurry through for at least 1.
I think that's Bethel down there at deep back point for the time being. I'm obviously on for somebody, maybe Will Jacks.
It's just the single.
Just get the feeling now that Head is almost gone into run a ball mode, hasn't he?
Yes.
And sometimes more than a run a ball.
Yes, he's very much. I will score off this ball unless told otherwise, as it were. He's looking to score off every ball, and then if it's a really good ball, he'll defend it.
Yeah.
Tongue, a bit like Slater used to play that way, I think. Head to Labuschagne, who just knocks it down, and tip and run, and they successfully do that.
I mean, this is the thing. You don't need to hit the big shots, do you? They're just knocking it about quite comfortably.
They are.
Labuschagne's been quite slow, 10 off 35, but Travis Head is now stepping up. And I think, Forthy, while we were saying that they didn't seem to be in any hurry, you get the feeling that given the impetus by Head, they could really step on the gas.
Well, they lead by 130 with 1 wicket down. It would take... I think that's a dot ball defended off the back foot by Head. The word miracle is overused, but it would take something bordering on the miraculous for England to find a way back into this now, but we shall continue telling you how they get on. Now, you said it's interesting, isn't it? Josh Tongue, without ever looking particularly threatening, bowled that ball at 145 kilometres an hour. It didn't look that way.
Yeah, I know. I think it's because he's not really smooth, is he? He puts a lot into his action.
He does, yes. He's puts a lot into that one as well, but doesn't really get up and Head successfully ducks under it. It's that past the perpendicular point you make, Hendo. It's almost like he bowls over the wicket, round the wicket. So
pretty unique, that.
Yeah, that's very good. He literally could be bowling from the top of the stumps.
Yes. No, can't recall another bowler who gets that far round as he comes down there. Other people writing in, texting in, will be able to remind us of one. Dot ball to finish that over. The end of the 13th over, Australia 45-4-1.
We got some chats coming in. T.Y. Edward Devlin says, come on Aussies, keep them out there for 2 days in the heat and play for the draw. Wouldn't everyone in Australia love that? Just putting England through the gears, like just giving them a tough time and maybe making it.
I don't know how much more tough they want to make it for England.
I think they just want to go and just finish it off and make it 3-0
and then enjoy themselves.
Another one, Jamie Wilson 5679 says, every time I've woken up this series, we've lost a wicket, except last night when we lost 2.
I think you need to take some sleeping pills. Sorry, maybe you shouldn't actually. But
last one before we get underway.
Yep.
Jeff Perkins 2255 says.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, he's replying to someone.
Oh, is he?
My bad.
What's he got to say?
Rick My Fraps says Australia has only been better at bowling, batting, and fielding.
Exactly. I heard someone saying the batting's been better and the bowling's been better, but absolutely missed out on the fact the fielding's been way better.
Yes.
Especially the catching.
It has. And the keeping.
And the keeping.
everything.
Yeah, not a lot going. There must be something.
We've got to change it.
Which team has had the better fans, though?
Better fans. Ooh.
Oh, well, that's where we triumph, yes. And who's got the better English-based commentary team?
Oh, yes, of course. Well, we have got some spin. It's Will Jacks. He must have just nipped off, knowing that it was about to bowl. Here he is. There's going to be some turn.
There is a bit of turn, but it's too short, and Labuschagne's able to rock onto the back foot and play a shot through the covers for a single.
It might be Will Jacks. Maybe it's Will Jacks. It's probably Will Jacks. Yeah, it's Will Jacks.
Now, I don't think Will Jacks is a terrible bowler by any stretch of the imagination, but I saw a stat from Andy Zaltzman yesterday that said that Joe Root has bowled more overs in Test cricket in the last 3 years than Will Jacks has in red ball cricket. Generally.
Oh dear. Okay. Round the wicket comes and that disappears down the leg side. Not a deliberate plan, even though there is a leg slip. Dot ball.
That's the ball. You see Ravi
It's
Ashwin
turned-
bowling.
Let's turn
he's
back
got-
as Harry Brook diving behind Jamie Smith to take that.
Oh, so when I say there's a leg slip, there was by the time Harry Brook took it. He's actually standing slip. It confused me for a moment. They've managed to knock that out on the offside to the sweeper for a single.
Sorry, Arnav, you're about to say something about...
No, I was just saying the line that he chose, there was a bit of Ashwin in that, going round the legs.
Oh, yes.
Just
yeah.
because he's an off spinner, otherwise that's obviously Shane Warne territory.
Yes.
Oh, God, yes.
Well, I think that's probably where the comparisons to Ashwin must end.
That's it, yeah.
Over the wicket.
Just the line for that one ball, that's the comparison.
I understand, yes, indeed. Defended by Labuschagne for a dot ball. It's not too bad an action, is it? Would you say? I mean, the actual delivering action is okay, do you think? I mean...
Yeah.
That's sometimes you see guys with really strange getting action, Tahir and people like that, or Adams of South Africa, but it's actually anyway, it's all irrelevant if you're not a great spinner, which sadly to date Jacks can't claim to be. Anyway, he's doing a job for England. Dot ball to finish, the end of the 14th over, 47 for 1. Arnav.
Yeah, we got an interesting one here. User QX70Q1GG9P says, how many England players will get in the Australia lineup? Root and Archer, that's all, he thinks.
Yeah, maybe Stokes.
Do you know, I don't like these combined 11s. I find them, I don't know, they just cause me a sort of cognitive dissonance for some reason.
Also, sometimes you can get a combined 11 which has got sort of 8 players from one team, 3 players from the other team, so critical that they can win a series for you. So it's odd.
I think Stokes will get in ahead of Cameron
I'm
Green.
surprised they haven't said Stokes
he
in
would,
that.
sure.
They've just said
Sorry?
Archer and Root in their comment. They haven't said Stokes.
No, they should. I think Stokes would definitely get into this Australian side.
I think a fairly straightforward one for this series: Archer, Root, and Stokes, and then take your pick from 8 Aussies.
We have another one here. Extra Fluffo says a bit of a tip for Jacks, I guess. Just need to drop the ball into Stark size 16 foot marks to get some spin,
yes,
I guess.
Yes. Well, he can only do that really to the right-hander, can't he?
Tongue comes back in round the wicket to head, who rocks onto the back foot and cuts it off, middle and off, down to Duckett for a single. Oh, actually came back to
2. I mean, they shouldn't really be getting 2s. I mean, you've got to say it's good placement, because I don't think it was anything to do with the fielder, really, but getting 2 as easily as that. Cars has gone off, by the way. That's why Bethel is on.
Yes, you would have thought that Archer or Stokes deserves a bit of a break ahead of Cars, but we are. Tongue into head. And Head just creeps across from leg stump to off stump and flicks that towards mid-wicket, but on this occasion, no run.
Yeah, good piece of fielding by Pope. I mean, that's already Ollie Pope's got going for him at the moment, is he's very good in the field. Either at short leg or patrolling the covers mid-wicket area.
Can't bat, can't bowl, can field.
It's going to be his autobiography.
I don't know who else that would apply to. Who else was a great... the South African guy who he was there. But not Bob. I mean,
Jack Callis? No, I'm joking.
From way back, Colin Bland.
Colin Bland, yes. He was can't bat, can't bowl, can field. Maybe that's a bit harsh on him. Dot ball, chopped at by Head, but missed.
Yeah, Colin Bland was... I always remember as a kid that he was renowned as this great fielder in an era when there weren't good fielders, or not very many, put it that way. I suspect that possibly the best fielder when I was growing up for England was Randall or Graham Roop.
And Randall tended to be a covers fielder.
Yeah.
He wasn't a slip fielder.
No.
And that's an attempt at a ramp maybe, but misses it altogether. Head.
It's been given as a wide, I believe.
Yes. Yeah, actually, he didn't. He withdrew the ramp, if that's the correct expression. I withdraw my ramp.
When you see it from side on, that's reasonable. Very reasonable. That would have gone well over 2 metre Peter.
2 metre Peter Pollock. Round the wicket comes Tongue again. This one is cut straight to the man at point. Dot ball.
I've actually forgotten. I've forgotten the name. I've forgotten the surname of 2 metre Peter. Who was it? The New Zealander, wasn't he? A few years ago now.
Peter from New Zealand. One of our erudite posters will this.
2 metre Peter. Yeah. It's not coming, I'm afraid.
Just called Peter. Peter came to my mind. Peter Lever. There was, of course.
Yeah, he was. He died not that long ago, didn't he, Peter Lever? Yeah.
Round the wicket comes... round the wicket comes Tongue. Onto the back foot goes Head. Forgive me if you've heard that expression before. Ended off the back foot for a... It was... probably his most famous moment in cricketing history is when he hit poor Ewan Chatfield on the head, wasn't it?
Yeah, and he swallowed his tongue, did poor old Ewan, and it was... I'm trying to remember the name of the England physio.
The physio, Bernard
Thomas? Phillips?
Was it?
Thomas?
I think Bernard something.
Who raced out and...
saved his life, yeah.
Yeah,
right.
Lever was picture. I remember on the back of the Evening News, with his basically crying, sitting on the stumps crying.
Yeah. He was distraught, and understandably so. Yeah. Defended by Head. The 50 is up, by the way, 50 for 1. Australia lead by 135 at the end of the over. Arnav.
On that note, just in the middle of this over, we got a comment from Ben Fast 3028 saying England need 3 wickets before 50 to have a chance, and they just crossed 50. So,
yeah, I think you're probably right.
Yeah, can't disagree with that. Anything more, or is it just?
Yeah, Joseph Relf says Tongue and Cars will be sub-district bowlers in Australia.
Maybe.
People not too happy with England's attack.
Yeah, sure. I mean, the thing is, at times like this, the pile-on is always invited. And to a degree, there are justifications for pointing out the shortcomings in England's performance. We understand that.
I was going to make the point about, Will Jacks, I don't remember what his figures ended up being in the first innings, but at one point it was going at well over 6 and over.
He was, yes. He ended up at 5.5, I think. Right. And that's clipped off his toes by Labuschagne. Come through for 1 or 2 there, just the 1, I think.
But I think, when you think of it, and you have to trust the judgment of the England batsman who will play against Jackson, will play against him in the nets as to how decent a bowler he is. And basically they're saying, they were arguing they're not losing anything in skill from Bashir. I don't know about that.
Okay, fair enough. He's clearly a better bat.
Oh yeah, no doubt about that. But I wanted to. It's difficult to get the argument in. But the point is that you can't just take a very irregular spinner. Break off.
There's a dot ball. Down the wicket comes Head, and there's another dot ball. Yes, Hendo?
You can't just throw a very irregular spinner into an Ashes series and say, come on, take a bunch of wickets when he doesn't bowl. You're playing in alien conditions against a very fine team, and the ball's not guaranteed to spin.
No, indeed. You're setting him up for failure.
Yeah.
That's a ridiculous decision, really. 4 years of planning should not have led to that, whatever else it led to. Another dot ball there from Jacks to Labuschagne. So he hasn't, to be fair, four runs conceded off his first 10 balls. Not too bad a start. He hasn't taken the kite yet. Head rocks onto the back foot and cuts it, but only as far as Archer, who misfields slightly. And they come through for the single.
But, it's not a bad thing that he's getting this opportunity in one way, because you would hope that as long as he gets more bowling that he would improve. But it's, when people turn around and say, well, Jacks did nothing, well, what did you expect?
What did you expect, indeed? Round the wickets. Oh, and that got the edge. So that turned. Unfortunately, didn't end it up in Harry Brook's hands at slip. But a moral victory for Will Jacks. Well done. End of the 16th over, 53 for 1.
We got a comment from Steel 1988 saying Jack's not even turning the ball. He commented on the fourth ball, and the next two turned really well. So it's working.
That's cricket.
Yeah.
That's right. But
Joseph Ralph says that we were all taught as quick bowlers, bowl at the stumps. The theory is that they miss, you hit.
Yeah, some of the old adages had a certain truth about them.
I think that was Brian Statham who coined that expression.
Was it?
He was very yes. I think he was an in-swing bowler, and Freddie Truman from the other end was more of an out-swing bowler. So there's two ways of taking wickets as a seam bowler, in or out. And Brian Statham was very much you miss, I hit. And generally speaking, I think at the very top level, it's regarded as to be a little more dangerous if you take the ball away from top-class batsmen than into.
Yeah.
In comes Tongue to Labuschagne, who leaves the ball well alone. Maybe came back to him just a touch more than they anticipated, but no alarms.
But even as an outswing bowler, certainly against really good batsmen, you would be thinking of starting it straight and then getting it to go away, so that the batsman might be committed to playing a shot to a certain degree.
Yeah. Indeed. Tongue in again over the wicket to Labuschagne. Right, so there's an appeal, but I don't think with any great confidence.
Stokes is in there quickly, isn't he, this time?
Can I just quickly interrupt with a comment?
Yeah.
Stephen Davis Morris says 2 meter Peter Fulton of New Zealand.
Of course it was. Peter Fulton, yeah. That's
Fulton. Right. I was thinking of an Australian cricketer called Peter and failing to remember.
Peter Neville.
Oh, well done. Great get.
Oh, no, it's just flicked the top of the pad, that one, hasn't it? No edge involved. But he's missed a lot, hasn't he? He's been beaten a lot, Labuschagne, in this innings.
Yeah, we had that miracle series from him in, 2019, when he came in as a concussion sub and really took to it like a duck to water. But that was his series along with Smith.
Oh!
But he's never good since. I think he's gone. Yes, he has. The edge goes to Harry Brook, who the only slip, standing at second slip. Good judgment by the English not to have a first slip, just to have a second slip. Well done, them. And that's the breakthrough, 53 for 2.
Well, Labuschagne's waiting, and I saw that the
umpire's gone up.
The umpire's given it the signal to the third umpire. I suppose it's purely about whether it carried to Harry Brook.
Whether it carried or not. The trouble is, of course, when we get these analyses, more often than not, they say, well, there's a bit of doubt.
Yeah,
have a look.
Shoulder of the bat. Let's have a look.
That's not in doubt.
No, that's out.
That's out.
Oh, that's out.
That's
He's
out.
Clearly got
good
all his
catch.
fingers underneath that. That's as out can be, I think.
Absolutely. And so finally he has got an edge to one, and he's on his way.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
Not been a
I'm
great.
happy to see that one end up in the hands of Brook. I can't help thinking, guys, should we not be standing a yard closer? Because
yeah, you do get the feeling perhaps they should be a little bit, maybe not a yard, but a foot or so.
a foot at least. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, all's well that ends well on this occasion. It's Jamie Smith, if you missed it a little earlier, who bounced up into his gloves. But Australia were a little bit guilty of that as well on occasions. Anyway, 53 for 2. Labuschagne, without looking convincing at all, is back in the sheds for 13. And we're used to seeing Steve Smith coming out now, but it won't, Steve.
No, indeed. It will be Usman Khawaja, who, of course, has potentially resurrected his Test career, hasn't he, after that first innings knock. Extraordinary turnaround of events, really.
Overseas now plays for Australia. We fell in love with Usman Khawaja. All overseas now plays for Australia. We fell in love with Usman Khawaja.
Very nice.
You might want to ask someone to let Kat in, Hendo.
Oh yes, okay. Well, last thing I'll say, if you want, do you want to do a switch now? Or should
I
we wait
suppose
till
we
the
should. Is Jason there? He's just going to do the, or is it Hector's going to do the honours? I'm not sure. Cat's on ball by ball, I believe. And who else is on? I'll wait to be replaced.
I am.
Oh,
There's
you're back.
Kat. Hello, Kat. I could, as ever, I could reach out and put my head out my window and shout.
Oh, Kat's doing a ghost impersonation today.
That's very nice.
Yes, I don't have a very good camera. I don't know where my camera is because my house is in a little bit of uproar, but I will find it eventually.
I'll hand over to you.
I hear the rumours are that you and Dan went and sabotaged the Ultra Edge just to create some comedy content for you.
I'm not sure where you got that from, but let's say yes.
So how are you enjoying yourself, Kat?
Well, it's very entertaining. I would have liked Stokes and Archer to put on a few more runs, to be honest. But anyway, we get what we get, and we don't get upset.
I wanted to see them have another argument at the crease.
Yes. It was quite entertaining to see them after having lots of almost biffo during their fielding and bowling. To have such a long partnership together was glorious, really, wasn't it?
Indeed.
So at the moment, we're just seeing run-throughs of replays while we wait for Khawaja to come out and join everyone in the middle, because Australia has just lost another wicket.
Taking their drinks break as well.
They've had a bit of a drink, I think. So who have we got with us for this commentary stint?
Morning, Kat.
Hector.
Hector's here.
Hello, Hector.
Studio. How are you?
Lovely to see you. I know you can't see me because I'm a ghost, but
see a silhouette.
Look, we're supposed to be an audio medium, right? So you can all imagine what I look like. If you like, if I turn off my video, you can see what I look like. Here you go. There we are. That's what I look like when I'm actually well groomed, and now I will go back to being a ghost. Who's been the best bowler, Hector?
Oh, well, Archer. I think Archer and Carson actually kept it quite tight with the new ball, which is pretty unexpected. Actually, I think they kept under 3 and over in the first 10 overs. So, I mean, it helps with building pressure, which I think England have been lacking all series really. But I think everyone's sort of played a part so far.
So I think I'm ball by ball. So Khawaja is about to face up to the first ball here from Tong, and it is pushed out to the onside, and there's no run. I am at least, 20 seconds ahead of you, so this will be challenging for me to keep the commentary going in the right amount of time.
Yeah, also I think Will Jacks is looking quite good at the other end. I don't know, seems to be putting it in the right areas, giving it a good amount of air. Good start.
I think they're all doing their job, and all they get from Stokes is just a mouthful of swearing. Anyway, this next delivery is sort of angled off the hip of Khawaja. It almost goes down leg side and just dribbles backward of square. I think it cracked him on the hip there, and there's no run.
Yeah, it's 3 matches worth of mouthful, of course. So there's still lots stored up there.
Well, I think he's allowed some frustration, but I think today actually England have been pretty good. I don't understand where the mood comes from today.
He's just moody. He needs to have a good Panadol.
Yeah.
Or something. Anyway, Tong's coming in again, and this one is outside off stump, and a beautiful little cut shot played by Khawaja through the covers. It's gone all the way out to the rope for 4 runs.
That's nice. We have a super chat from Glimmer Twin who sent us $2.99 Australian. It says Tongue has finally found the spot. Oh ho.
Yes. That money gives you permission to make dreadful puns of that kind.
Yes. Music Cat's King says, good to hear you, Cat. Is Melbourne getting the heat today that we had yesterday?
We've had the heat for 3 days, actually, and it's still 30 degrees here, which apparently is not too bad. Same with Adelaide, I think.
Yeah.
What's the humidity like now, Messi? Is it still in the 30s?
Oh, yeah, the humidity in Adelaide's not too bad. Oh, it's 48% humidity at the moment. So it's gone up.
So Jax is bowling, Head is on strike, and he spanks a ball out into the offside and takes a run, putting Khawaja back on strike. That's the third over for Jax. His figures at the minute are none for 6.
Be interesting to see what...
I was going to say the temperature is 30.3 and it feels like 31.1 apparently.
A lot cooler than yesterday then. That looked pretty awful for a few hours.
It was dire. Yeah, really hard. Hard for everyone batting and bowling. Khawaja faces up to another ball from Jax, takes it on the full, and he's driving it out through mid-wicket, out into the deep. And again, getting a single here.
Yeah, I was just thinking what happens in the next test, because obviously Khawaja had pretty good innings, 82 in the first innings. What happens when Smith comes back into the Australian side?
Yes, who knows? This next ball is driven out backward of point by Head, and there's no run.
I think Inglis is going to feel the squeeze unless he can run Stokes out again.
Yeah.
We have another one pushed out into the offside. This time they do take a single. So they're finding it pretty easy to score from Jax at the moment. 3 runs so far from the over.
Yeah, I don't really know why the field is so spread. It's pretty easy just to knock it out into the offside for both the left-handers. Ben Duckett's at deep cover. You'd think bring the field in.
Yeah. And now Khawaja's on the sweep. He's sending it out backward of square. There's a massive chase on from Archer on the boundary. He does a wild dive and can't ring it in. So that is another 4 runs to Khawaja.
With the super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, rocker, super shatter.
I think he thinks it's Travis Head.
Yeah. He's such a good sweeper though, Khawaja. It kind of feels like one of his best shots.
Well, Cat's getting
Head's
lots of comments.
Now. Sorry, Khawaja's still on strike, and he just offers a straight bat and deep in his crease defends this next delivery.
I apologise, Cat. I was watching Channel 7, so I'd reached the
I know,
end of the
I can't tell. I'm trying to keep up with the English coverage here. It's hard because we're so far ahead.
Yeah.
It takes a lot of memory, in fact.
Yeah. Rock Noir 4233 says Cat looks like Predator in cloak mode. Somebody else says Cat is appearing as a ghost. So
Yes.
Dennis Eaton Hogg says is Cat Jones in the Witness Protection Program.
Oh, that's very funny.
And Glimmer Twin says you're haunting. She says you're haunting Forthy's library.
I also keep jumping in and out of frame. I'm not quite sure. My camera doesn't even recognise that I'm even here. Another ball's just dropped at the feet and a quick single taken. Oh, no, they didn't get a single there.
Oh, dear.
It was literally dropped at the feet. It was an inside edge off Head's bat into his ankle, I think, into his own ankle. Anyway, Head's on strike. He's on 32. Khawaja relatively new person at the crease on 9, and the score to 68 for 2. And now we have a wild slash at a ball, almost edged, but instead it bounces over the top of third, and that's gone all the way down to the rope. 4 runs.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
I'm not sure we even have a slip in, do we, Hector? Have we got a slip? We don't, do we?
No, I think we might have a gully in, but that's something that England have gotten pretty wrong this whole series, that Australia have been able to cut the ball all the time, whereas England's innings, there were hardly any cut shots available because Australia's kept a pretty good line.
Yeah. So tongue bowling again, this one. Maybe a slower ball, and head just plays underneath it. And I think he's indicating that he would have liked to have just guided that one down to the fine leg boundary as well.
Pretty good speed from Josh Tongue. I think England will want to put a bit more pressure on because it's essentially 153 for 2 Australia are. Khawaja's quite new to the crease, and maybe I'd probably put a slip in at the moment.
Yeah.
Be a bit more attacking, maybe. Yeah, we can see quite a few gaps in the field, this next one, and we've got Khawaja on the back foot, and a good sharp bit of fielding from a couple of fielders there, which indicates they're probably fielding too close together. But anyway, they've managed to reel that one in well inside the circle. I think that might have been a no ball. Yes, it was a front foot no ball there from Tongue. 2 for 70, 70 for 2. We're in the 19th over here. And Tongue has to bowl that one again eventually, halfway through this over.
That's a very thoughtful way of covering all your audience, Kat.
Another ball defended.
Yeah, the no ball was a lot quicker from Tongue, 145 kilometres per hour was that one, behind the crease line. It was about 136, I think, so it's interesting how much quicker you can get just from a fraction over the crease.
Yeah. Yeah, that little bit of extra effort. So Tong coming in again, and he's bowling to Khawaja. Again, up on the back foot, up on his toes, and he's guiding this ball backward of point, running through for a quick single. And we're seeing some shots of Tung's shoe, which I think is coming apart here already. Yeah, he's only just got out there. He's got some Velcro strapping around his shoe. I don't know if it goes all the way around, but it certainly seems to be helping to keep his foot on. Otherwise, of course, his foot would come right off.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like it's lost the sticky bit on the Velcro. It's coming a bit loose.
That would be quite distracting, wouldn't it? Anyway, that indicative of the amount of effort that he is putting in. There's only one ball to come, provided it's not another no ball. He'll be bowling to Travis Head. And this is his 5th over. Tongue, he's got 1 wicket so far. And he's bowling around the wicket to Travis Head. Pushes the ball into just past a cover fielder into one of those gaps. And they're getting another single. Loads of singles on offer. End of the over, 72 for 2.
Music Cat King sneers at your 30 degrees. It says 30 degrees is only warm. Glimmer Twin says, I just finished working 40 degrees in Sydney. I know that much. 40 degrees in Sydney is bloody hot. It's always so humid there. Joseph Ralph says, Kawasaki is a nervous starter. We're giving him gifts. Yeah. Don't want to give too much away at the moment. Anyone know in the England side know how much to pitch the ball up? Yes, it's I don't know that they know. Glimmer Twin says England don't know what stumps are. Oh, stop it, bloody YouTube. Sorry, England don't know what stumps are. Can't bowl on them, can't chart them, can't protect them.
So we have a new over from Jax, and the first ball was a single, and so was a second delivery as well. This is actually just coming up. Pushed into the onside, just forward of the square leg umpire. And they're just taking them in singles. That must be so frustrating, I think.
Yeah, exactly. England is kind of giving Australia easy runs here when we need to get quick wickets. It's not really about preserving boundaries. We've got to get a bit more attacking, you'd think. It's pretty easy for Australia to tick it around.
Jax is bowling again. This one's defended back to the bowler. Jax is really ramping it up. I wonder if he's been told to double his pace. He's back to the top of his mark extraordinarily quickly.
Yeah.
Is he getting a little bit of turn? I think he might be. This next ball comes in, and he's missed this one, actually, out on the outside edge. So a little bit of turn there, Hector, you think?
Yeah, that's great. But I think he is actually consciously increasing his pace because it looks like Australia want to go back to everything he bowls, and when it's a bit slower, it's easier to do so. So he's trying to push them forward.
Yeah. And then put another one out towards mid-wicket area for another single. And there's just runs there every time, and he's pushing that out. But I think he's increasing his pace, obviously, of delivery, and also between balls. He's also ramping it up there too, trying to hurry the batters a little bit. But this next one to Khawaja is again pushed into the onside for a single. So four singles off that Jax over. He's had 4 overs, none for 16. His figures and the overall score 76 for 2 Australia after 20 overs, 161 ahead of England.
Sir Dennis Eaton Hogg says the problem is you can never see this England team score 300 or more in an innings, whereas Australia can do it with ease. Hashtag we're fucked. Zane says of England, everything but their hype is average. That's a little mean, but there's some truth in it. Joseph Rell says Jax falls away too much. I feel a bit sorry for Jax being thrown into a role, but he's not there to be a full-time spinner. So comparing him with Lyon is just chalk and cheese.
But what is his role if he's not a spinner? He's not a batter.
Good question.
Who knows? Anyway, it'll be Khawaja facing up to Tung, who's going to start with his 6th over any minute now. Khawaja, straight up, gets another single into the onside, and easy as you like. It's sort of rinse and repeat at the minute, and Head is on 40, Khawaja on 13.
Yeah, I don't know about you guys, this makes no sense to me. Just let them get 4 singles and over for 2 days, and then it's game over.
I feel like it feels a bit like Stokes has given up.
Yeah. That's fancy dress I can approve of. There's some people in the crowd have come dressed as Dad's army. So you've got Captain Mannering and Pikey and somebody else.
That is a very niche thing to dress as, but I guess with the age of most cricket spectators, it's probably a fairly safe bet. Anyway, Tong is going to be now coming over the wicket when he's bowling to Head. And we do have I guess it's a second slip, is it? As this one angles across Head, he has a bit of a wild, half-assed swing at it, misses, goes through to the keeper. So, what kind of slip is that, do you reckon, Hector? What position have we got there?
Yeah, I think, second slip, third slip. Again, it's just quite an unconventional field. There's a gully in there as well. Ollie poked at a fly slip quite far back.
You need to be Green's height to have a second and third
slip.
Slip.
Well, Zach Crawley potentially. I'm not sure how tall he is. How tall is Zach Crawley?
He's pretty tall, isn't he?
6'2", isn't he?
6'4"?
Yeah.
6'3", yeah. So, we still have the gully in place by the looks. Anyway, Head defends a ball into the offside, and there's a number of close-in fielders, so maybe it's a little more attacking now. Let's say it is, Hector.
Yeah. Hope so. Really hope so.
And Tong already looks pretty exhausted. And he'll be bowling again to Head any minute. And Head is in such fine touch. And he's 40 from 61 deliveries at the minute. And he has a beautiful drive at this one, through the covers. This is the most glorious thing you've ever seen. Down on one knee. Absolute perfection all the way to the rope for 4.
Yeah, that's a proper shot. Just leans into it. He doesn't actually really move his feet into the line. He just throws his hands at it and times it perfectly. Nothing fielders can do about that.
No, so they've got a stacked offside field. They are, it's Tong coming over the wicket to the left-hander head and angling the ball across his body. So it's not a bad strategy as Head defends another ball, and this time they've cut off the single. So good to see.
Yeah, it's really packed on the offside, and Head starting on leg stump or almost outside leg stump, then sort of shuffles across. I think he changes his trigger quite a lot. Sometimes he'll stay still on leg stump. Maybe he's just getting a bit of momentum into his drives.
And Head looks like he just wants to hit every single ball.
Yeah.
So it feels like he is having a go at every ball. Tongue bowls again. This is straight drive. In fact, it's so straight. It hits, I think, middle stump at the other end. And Head throws his hands up in frustration because that would have been a boundary if it hadn't hit the stumps. They don't get a run.
So Stephen Davis Morris says, what's going on with Kat's screen? Is she a dimensional displacement visitor? And Glimmer Twin says, Kat is halfway through being beamed up to the Enterprise.
These are fantastic theories. I really like that one the best, I think.
Yeah.
I'd love to be being beamed up as long as it was either successful or not. I don't want to be halfway there.
Dear Jonathan Shortland says, does the Dad's Army reference need to be explained for any of the listeners that are under the age of 50?
We don't have listeners. We don't have listeners under the age of 50, surely. Anyway, Jax is coming in and bowling again around the wicket. We have some more unconventional field placements here. We have, I don't know, the fielding position that I like to call short non-striker, almost in the way of the running batters there. Is Stokes in that position? He is. Yeah.
Yeah, Stokes is there. Yeah, you're right. Will Jacks is really racing through.
Yeah.
Through his
I
overs.
cannot keep track. It's either happening on my screen or your screen. He's continually bowling. Like I'm seeing 6 balls per over, and there's not a moment when he isn't bowling. This next one, Khawaja is turning into the onside and actually not getting a run. I think did they send him back? Yeah, I don't think they got a run there.
I think he just jogged through.
Oh, he did jog through. Yes. Okay, that puts Head back on strike.
I think the reason Stokes is so angry is his body is just completely fucked, and he can't bring himself to bowl. If he does bowl, he'll bowl for 20 overs straight, but he's just finding it hard.
He should be bowling. Head's facing up. He lets one go through to the keeper.
Yeah, he's at that stage as well where if you see a sort of 9-month injury coming out of this series, then you might as well call it quits at that point. No need to take a risk.
So again, Jax is around the wicket to Head so deep in his crease. I thought he was going to step on his leg stump, but he turns the ball, just drops the ball into the onside and takes a quick single. And in fact, poor old Jamie Smith has to go and field that one. He looks a bit battered, doesn't he, Jamie Smith? He doesn't like the verbal barrage, I don't think, from his captain. Another ball around the wicket, this time to Khawaja, who defends. And Stokes does the fielding. It feels like Stokes is like one of those junior cricketers who just wants to field every single ball that is happening out there. That's the end of the over, 83 for 2.
Well, you've put the cat amongst the pigeons, as it were. Shush 669 says, hey, I'm only 27. Mayank says, excuse you, cat, I'm only 31, a baby. Eric J says, I'm 16 going on 17. Yeah, I wonder.
Well, then you'll have to Google it. I feel like we don't have to explain the Dad's Army reference because people know how to use ChatGPT or whatever to find it, and you'll get all sorts of creative answers from generative AI if you ask them what Dad's Army is. We're going to have a change of bowling. I'm not sure if we jingle them up at the moment. Do we, Hector?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, I can do.
Stick your hopes of victory up your broadcast. Your hopes and dreams are flying at half mast. When the bribing comes a calling, all your players will be falling. Stick it all right up your Bryden cast.
Mog special.
So Cass is coming in to bowl. He's going to be over the wicket. Yes, right hand over the wicket. Bowling to head. And it squirts off the edge and goes backward a point where there are 3-point fielders converging on it. Why do they need so many fielders in that position, Hector?
Well, I guess the only way they think they're going to get Travis Head out is by getting him to drive and finding sort of gully or point. They did the same actually. Australia had the similar field to Ollie Pope. They had 2 gullies standing right next to each other trying to get him to drive. In the end they didn't need to because he just gave his wicket away 7 balls in, but I think they'll probably try and tempt him into drive now.
And he is driving, and this time he's driving out just wide to a wide mid-off area where Archer does a great stop of the ball. And in fact, Root comes up and gives him a few encouraging words, and Stokes could learn something from that.
Compassionate from Root. Much needed for many of these players. But I think Bryden Cast has actually been a lot better today. He's only bowled 6 overs or something, but I think he's been a lot better than he has been throughout the series, although he is England's...
That's not hard.
No, although he is England's leading wicket taker, ironically.
True.
Another attempted drive. He doesn't get all of this head. And again, he's playing it precisely to Archer. And I think the strategy now here is clear. Let's just tire Archer out a little bit more than he already is.
Yeah.
So anyway, he's fielded it beautifully. Another dot ball.
Yeah, body on the line from Archer. Yeah, I think Cast is just getting his lengths a bit better. He's just finally realised that it's probably a bit better to bowl a bit fuller, pitch it up. And he's been a lot less expensive as a result of it. I think he's been going at 5.5 this series, and now he's going at 3.
Okay, yes. That's much better. At the moment, we just have the gully in place, and again, Head is looking to just guide the ball into the offside. He gets it out into the deep. They take a single. But only 1 so far from Cass, keeping it very tight here. Much easier to commentate here, isn't it, Messi, when we've got a clear gap between the deliveries? It doesn't feel like Jack's bowling continually.
Just containing my emotion when something happens is the hardest part.
So we're going to have just a change of angle to Khawaja with Cass coming around the wicket. We still have Stokes in pretty close. A ball's just defended by Khawaja. Root also fielding pretty close in and running in with loads of enthusiasm. So they're trying to up the energy.
Yeah, they need to now. Australia lead by 169 for 2, essentially. And you feel with Nathan Lyon on a turning wicket on day 4, kind of need to be anything below 250 to have a decent chance at a chase. And even in that case, you still need everything to go right. Zach Crawley contributing a bit more, Ollie Pope.
Oh, England deserves some luck. This time Cass is bowling short, and Khawaja saw that coming, and he's on the pull. There is a man out there, I think it's Duckett, who pulls it up inside the rope. So only 1 single there. 2 singles from the Cass over. His figures 1 for 21 after 7. Australia now 85 for 2, leading by 170.
Rohan Daly says, since this England team would be more competitive against the West Indies, and Australia would be greater challenged by New Zealand, let's switch teams. Well, New Zealand are playing a 4-test series in Australia next year. They are currently 556 for 8 against the West Indies in their first innings at Mount Maunganui. So they're doing rather well. What do we reckon is higher, says Glimmer Twin? Average age of Gorilla listener or England batters in this series? Rock Noir says, I'm 40 and I remember wheel tappers and shunters. I have no idea what wheel tappers and shunters are. I'm sorry.
I don't know either. You're going to have to explain that a little bit more. Let's keep saying controversial things, Hector. Then we give Messi a lot of things to do when he has to read the socials.
Music Atkin says, I'm 44. My dad told me about Dad's Army. That's what dads are for. Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm sure you weren't listening when your dad was talking about Dad's Army. Anyway, it is Jax. He's coming in and he's bowling to Khawaja, who's just defensively pushing the ball around and not scoring. And Jax is in again already. He's coming again around the wicket to the left-hander. We have a slip and a short non-striker, whatever that position is. We did have a name for it, didn't we, in guerrilla cricket? I can't remember what it was. It might have been a short bowler. Anyway, another dot for Jax. And he bowls again. And this time, a ball either off the pad or the bat, I can't quite tell, dribbles into the onside. Dot again.
So, the challenge for you, can someone tell me if England are enjoying themselves or not? I don't speak body language, says
And this one is driven out into the offside, into the deep, and they take a single. I think they walked that single, so they're probably feeling a little bit hot.
Yeah, just looking at Head in Adelaide Test, averages 76 at Adelaide. 690 runs in 8 Test matches, 300, so likes to back home ground.
He loves Adelaide, and he's having a really wild slash outside the off stump, makes contact, it goes through the fielder at point, and they take a single, but a good, slows the ball down anyway. It would have gone all the way to the boundary otherwise. Again, turning over the strike, 2 singles, 1 ball to come in this over. And it's to Khawaja, and he's pushing a ball square, and poor old Jamie Smith is fielding that. So he's doing a fair bit of fielding. 3 singles from the over, 88 for 2.
I think we're due a change. You two are staying on, and Jason is coming in to replace me, I think.
Oh, that's easy, Hector. We're just swapping places, right?
Yeah.
Now you're going to be the ghost.
Okay. I'll try my best. I've just got to wake Jason up first.
All right. I'll just do a couple of messages then.
Don't wake him up if he's asleep. Make Messi do another shift.
So I'll leave him
I don't mind. If he is actually asleep, leave him. I'm happy to stay. Joseph Rell says, on a wicket like this, Glenn McGrath would be mixing it up with slower deliveries.
Good point.
Yeah, it's very non-threatening bowling, isn't it?
Yeah, I think Stokes confuses as Cast is in here and flicked off the pads from Khawaja. Nice shot up to Ben Duckett at deep square leg. Run through for a single. I think Ben Stokes sometimes confuses sort of abstract field placement with actually genuinely trying to change things up, and that can be done in a bit of variations, bit of having a different bowling attack, quite a one-dimensional bowling attack. I don't think really abstract fields put much pressure on set batsmen, but I'm not sure.
And these two really do feel set. I mean, Khawaja hasn't been in there all that long, but he feels like he's well and truly set.
Yeah, he always seems... I mean, you never really get the sort of danger with Khawaja of, he can take the game away from you in 5 overs, but he always seems pretty comfortable at the creases. Casters in, and that's pulled from Head through mid-wicket. Ben Duckett will give chase from deep square leg, but won't get there. 4 more to Travis Head, and the 50 for Travis Head as well.
He raises his bat. Feels like Head gets a 50 every time he bats now, and he's going for the consecutive hundreds, isn't he? I'm not quite sure what he's up to now.
21 50s and 10 hundreds in 63 Test matches, taking him 72 balls today. What a player!
Amazing.
What a player! And done such a good job opening the batting as well as Casters in, and that's just driven out to Jofra Archer at mid-off, no run. Yeah, and also how he's adapted mid-series from starting at 5 where he's so comfortable, and he's been asked to go up the order to open with Jake Weatherald, and he obviously that innings in Perth in the second innings was unbelievable. He's such a talent.
And he's fairly decent at ODIs too, as I recall.
Yeah. Not bad at
And he's
IPL.
going for his he's going for his 4th consecutive 100 in Test matches, I think.
Wow.
That's at Adelaide. Yeah.
Cast is in and driven again by Head out to Jofra Archer. No run. So Adelaide is his home ground. Is that right? Where played. Yeah.
And he scores well no matter what the format here in Adelaide. But whether it's tests or one days or T20s, Big Bash, whatever it is, he scores well.
England's field is very abstract at the moment. 2 points, gully, a deep backward point. Jofra Archer sort of pushing round to a extra cover from mid-off. So there's no mid-off. So he's going to have to bowl wide here. Cast in over the wicket. He does bowl wide and heads back and cuts that to root at cover, or sort of just in front of point. No run.
One of the covers.
Yeah. Just anywhere on the offside.
Do you think it should be preserved for display at the Tate Modern, do you?
Yeah. Well,
it's a bit of a credit to Cast's bowling that they really do trust him to be able to bowl consistently outside off in whatever position is needed for that field.
Yeah, finally he can hit the line and length that Stokes wants. Might be a bit too late though. He's got one ball to come. He's got one for 26 in his 7.5 over so far. He's going to try and push it across. Travis Head, try and find a drive, just pulls out of his run up. Someone moving
and
behind.
it feels like Travis Head knows exactly what the bowlers are planning a couple of balls ahead of them.
Yeah. I mean, it's not rocket science when you look at that field. I wonder, whether might be putting a double bluff in or something, but for someone of Head's class, you'd think that if he got out to a drive to any of those offside fielders, he'd be pretty annoyed with himself. Well, Cast going round the wicket now, just on the off stump and cut to Zach Crawley at point, just fumbles it, but no run. End of the over, Australia 93 for 2.
So Rock Noir fills in a gap in my cultural understandings. He says Wheel Tappers and Shunters Social Club was a variety show hosted by Bernard Manning. Well, there's something I didn't know, and I probably could have lived without knowing, but thank you for that.
We did ask for the explanation. Thank you for providing it.
Yes, absolutely. Extra Fafa says, do you lot all have Hornby train sets you still play with? I'm not sure what brought that on. Oh, dear. I'm enjoying this. We have a super chat from Mikey J787 who sends us $2 Australian. He says, 50 for Head. Keep it going, lad. Aussie, oi, oi, oi. Thank you for that, Mikey. Every super chat is much appreciated. Jeff Perkins says, better England's fielding has too many points than it be completely pointless.
Khawaja cuts this one from Jacks, beginning his 7th over out to Ben Duckett at deep point, runs through for a single.
Yeah, we've got some good comedy in the comments today. I'm really appreciating all of these amusing comments. Fantastic.
Yes, indeed. I've missed it now, but our Glimmer Twin said, Messi giggling at YouTube comments keeps me going in these dark cricketing times.
Jacks in again, and similar shot from Head, just cuts it out to Ben Duckett. He comes round from backward point. Another single for Australia. Yeah, runs coming pretty easily now, don't you think? A bit too easy.
A bit too easy from Jacks. I wonder whether they'll change that up in a minute.
Yeah, he's bowled a pretty long spell. He's in again, and this ball turns, and Khawaja helps it on its way. He glides it down to third man. Briding Cast chases it out to the boundary, gets there in time, and Australia run back for 3. Good running, quick running.
Yes. And Cars did not need that little sprint in his rest break from bowling.
No, it must be pretty demoralising as a fast bowler when you're mid-heavy spell and you've been hidden in the field and then the batsman picks you out.
Yeah.
Well, 3 to come from Jacks, 0 for 26 so far. And this one spins, and Travis Head rocks back, tries to cut it, gets the top edge over first slip. He sort of falls down. It'll be interesting to see if he could have gotten it.
What is that at first slip? That's Brook. Now, Brook, you're supposed to jump up and catch those.
Yeah.
Instead, he's ducked and fallen over. He literally ducked that ball instead of catching
Yeah,
it.
that was a
was so
catchable
funny.
height. That was a catchable height as well.
Oh dear.
It is very funny
Yeah.
if anyone could see that replay.
Straight away, the hands go up, head goes down, and Travis Head gets another 4. Potentially could have been
And
out there.
let's
Take him
Brook
out of
out
slip
of
at
that running
once.
position.
Yeah,
Get a slip in who wants to be there.
thought he was quite a good fielder, bro. Jackson again wide of the wicket, and this is just defended to Cast at backward point. Yeah, Travis Head's having a laugh to himself. He's got away with one.
I think what happened there is if he had have sort of smashed it, it might have gone into Brook's face. As it was, he got an edge and it spun over the top of Brook. So I think it went where he wasn't expecting it.
Bit flatter this time from Jackson. Again, cut out to Ben Duckett at deep backward point. They'll run through for a single. Good over for Australia. 10 from it. Australia 103 for 2.
Joseph Ralph 5235. I don't know if you're trolling or if you just don't know stuff. He says, apart from Australia and Bumrah, there are no class bowlers in Test cricket. I suggest you look at everybody from Jadeja to the South African team's packed full of good bowlers. Archer's a very good bowler.
Matt Henry.
Yeah, Matt Henry.
Yes, what about New Zealand?
Exactly. I mean,
We totally disagree with you, so please feel free to argue in the comments there.
Yeah. Steele says Shaheen Afridi was good until injuries literally ruined him. He's had a tough time with injury, but he was a great bowler. He's not doing too great in the Big Bash League so far. In fact,
no, I haven't really
Pakistan.
caught up with what he's doing so far. But
Babar Azam's played 2 innings for about 3 runs so far as well.
Really?
So,
That was quite a big announcement when he came in. It's one of the biggest, one of the bigger ones. Says here,
Joseph Ralph also says England have gifted Head his runs. Sorry.
Cast is in and it's just guided again. Again, it's just cut out to deep backward point. Carbon copy and Head runs through for a single. Sorry, it says here that humidity is 67%, but maybe TNT has got that wrong.
Well, I've got it 51%. I've got a weather station that I'm monitoring just next to the Adelaide Oval, and it says humidity 51%, temperature 28.4.
Forecast issue. Travis Head pre the last Ashes series, 49 was his strike rate, and then ever since then he's been striking at 80 in Test matches. Interesting stat.
So I think that previous ball that went out to wherever it was, deep point, I think that was fielded by Brook, which just goes to show that they've taken him straight out of slip.
Hide him somewhere.
I'm not sure there are any slips in at the minute. For Carey, there is one or two. No, someone at second slip at the moment. It might be Brook. I don't know whether he's come back up or not. I can't recognise him.
Yeah, well, Brian Cast is in again, round the wicket, and again it's just kind of short outside off stump, and Khawaja looks to cut it, bottom edges into the pitch, and I think might be Brook at second slip, just the fielding, no run. It's all gone a bit flat. Well, it's been a bit flat for a while now for England, but it was a pretty good start. The tails were up a little bit, and then Khawaja and Head have just done well to subdue the bowling attack, tire them out.
And they're going at a fair clip, 22.
Yeah. It's just Music King does confirm that the humidity is gradually rising in Adelaide.
Gosh, Kabul's a lot shorter this time, and Khawaja has a look at an uppercut, just misses the outside edge of his back, goes through to Smith.
Yes, he really chased that delivery. He wanted to have a piece of it.
Yeah.
Didn't quite get there.
Very short pitch of the ball. It sort of died into Smith's gloves, but it almost landed in the first half of the wicket. Khawaja obviously batting at 4, tends to open, but back in at 4 is a late replacement for Steve Smith as Cast goes short again, and Khawaja's back and pulls this one to Ollie Pope at square leg. It was about 20 minutes out. Khawaja was recalled into the starting 11. Steve Smith, has he got an illness or?
He's got vertigo, I think.
vertigo.
He's had it before.
Oh, right.
Yeah. He does get vertigo every now and again, so something wrong with the balance in his ears.
Oh. But he'll be back for Boxing Day.
Yeah, we presume so. It's temporary. Yeah, he's been filling in, has he been? No, he's been bringing the drinks out and doing things, so he's clearly up and walking about.
This one's fuller from Carson, just poked out into the onside from Khawaja, another dot ball.
Sorry, there's something evil in me. The thought of Smith bringing the drinks out and falling over because he's lost his balance struck me as quite amusing.
Spilling all the drinks, having to go back and refill them.
You do. You want your drink bearer to be fairly good with the balance, don't you?
Very quick as well. To help.
Lack of intensity is the phrase that occurs to me at the moment.
Yeah, very flat.
Except for Cass. I mean, Cass is still banging it in short and getting plenty of dot balls.
Here he is for the last ball of his over, and again just turned into, I think that's Joe Root at short mid-wicket, end of the over, one from it. Australia 104 for 2, leading by 189 runs.
Joseph Ralph does ask a reasonable question. He says, why isn't Root bowling at all? You might as well try something different, mightn't you?
Oh, here he comes, actually. Just as you said that. Here he comes, first time in...
Oh, there you go, Joseph. 100 out of 100.
What kind of spell did you pull on that? That was an impressive piece of foreshadowing there.
As soon as you said Joe Root, the camera just turned onto him. Cap off. 73 wickets. Best 5 for 8. 161 test matches. Yeah, I agree, actually. I was surprised that he didn't bowl in the first innings. Bowled a fair bit in test matches. He's also got Travis Head out twice in test matches. Averages 29 against him.
And it is turning a bit, even for Root, probably.
Yep. Spin from both ends, potentially. In he comes here to Travis Head, and it's short and wide, and Travis Head can again cut that out to deep point. Ben Duckett's had quite a bit to do in the last few overs out there. Nothing too strenuous though. Run through for a single.
And we do still have Brook at slip. Everyone will be pleased to know.
He's a great slip fielder. He's had a few drops though in recent test matches as Roots, and again wide of the crease and lofted up, given some air, and Khawaja drives out to Stokes at extra cover, no run.
Yeah, with all of the heat, you would have expected Root to be bowling a little bit more, giving the fast bowlers a break.
Just drifts this one out wide, and it's left alone from Khawaja. Well, we've heard this out a few times, but he's bowled more test match overs than Will Jacks has first class overs in the last 3 years. And again, 3 to come from him, and that's straighter and just clipped into a vacant mid-wicket, so Joe Root has to run into the onside to do the fielding as Khawaja strolls through for a single. Yeah, very flat.
It feels like when Root's bowling it, he hardly gets his arm up over his shoulder. It's very round arm, isn't it?
Yeah. That's again, it's a better delivery. Straighter, but Travis Head just pushes that out to Ollie Pope at point, runs through for another single. Yeah, he is quite a flat arm. Whereas Will Jacks, because he's obviously taller, he can sort of go over the head and get a bit more bounce.
Yeah.
Khawaja will face the last ball of the over and just drives this out to cover. End of the over, 3 from it. Lead now 192.
Yeah, Root looks like he's bowling just to fill in the space rather than to actually take a wicket. Glimmer Twin says maybe the Aussies should try and get Smith to be ill and concussed more often. Every replacement they put in looks amazing. Joseph Rell says, can we borrow McGrath for 2 tests? Even at his age, I'd take him. Zane says the Barmy Army is having an existential crisis.
What are they singing right now? We need you to need people to tell us. We're not listening to the ambient noise, and some of you may have that on in the background.
Joseph Ralph says, I heard Lyon once ask Joe Root, show me how to bat and I'll show you how to bowl. I can't see Nathan Lyon batting like Joe Root any more than I can see Joe Root bowling like Nathan Lyon.
I think they used to play together at a club in Adelaide. I heard Joe Root do an interview before. He was here for the Darren Lehman Academy a while ago.
Right.
While Nathan
That's
Lyon
a while ago.
was
Yeah.
playing club cricket, played together.
Nietz Express says, Cat looks like she's being reaped during the second coming and the rest of us are just sat here.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I can almost get myself. Look, if we get 5 or 6 super chats, I might go looking for my camera. There's a threshold here. We make it worthwhile. For tomorrow, I'll be back on tomorrow. Maybe I'll have my camera by then.
That'd be good.
I can duck in and sometimes be a little bit.
Here comes Bryden Carson. He's bowled short to start the over, ducked underneath by Travis Head. It's going to be a bit of a short ball barrage here now. Everyone's out behind square. You've got a long leg, a deep square, deep mid wicket, a third man, a deep backward point. A lot of people out on the boundary.
So we know what that means. It means we'll be getting a bunch of singles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'd like to see Travis Head have a go. 60 off 84. He's had his time.
Yeah.
I think Australia's fast bowlers would prefer he just stays there and give him a rest.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I'm not sure he's going to be tempted with those people on the boundary.
Yeah. I think he's just had a joke shadow shot to Bryden Cars saying, do you want me to play this one? 4 people inside the ring, but all in front of the bat, and then the rest are all out. And he's standing miles outside his leg stump as cast in short again, and Travis Head just tries to get out the way of it, almost brushes his glove, but goes through to Smith. No run. Yeah, Travis Head standing good, foot outside his leg stump, and just shuffles across. It's a good short ball, that one.
And it almost clocked him on the head on the way through as well. He just managed to whip his head out of the way and his gloves out of the way.
Yeah. He's having a bit of verbals with Cars. Cars kind of loves this situation, you feel. He loves a bit of heat out in the middle.
And it feels a little bit like Head is... I mean, they are moving the field around a little bit, but it feels a bit like Head is taking his own sweet time to get set.
Yeah, just try and take the sting out of potentially a bit of cast momentum as Ollie Pope's just being brought in under the helmet at short leg. It's a good short leg fielder, Ollie Pope. I wouldn't like to do it myself, but he seems to take most of the catches as Cast is in again for the third ball, and it's Fuller this time as Head does well to get forward and defends that into the offside, scampers through for a single, tells Usman Khawaja he can face these 3.
I think he just played that to wherever Pope just ran from. So
yeah. Manipulating the field. 101.
Jonathan Shawler makes a good point. Says Cat will only be back tomorrow if the match lasts that long. I wouldn't count on that.
Yes, love that. Good point. Good point. And I might get a bit more Christmas shopping done if the match finishes, but yeah.
3 more for Cars, he's in, and it's again Fuller to Khawaja, who just defends that back to the bowler, no run.
Today on a Friday, once a fortnight, Dan and I try and get out for lunch together, but we had to do it in the lunch break, and so it was a really quick scramble. It was like, quick, get in the car! And then down to the local cafe, hope the toasted sandwich arrives on time. But anyway, we managed it.
You should have taken your iPad with you.
Yes, maybe.
Few patches of rough now starting to emerge on this wicket as Cast in round the wicket this time, and it's short to Khawaja, who just gets a bit of bat on it into the offside, and there's no one there because everyone's out in the deep, so Bryden Cast has to field it and they get through for a single.
I think Head called Khawaja through, and you could see as he's running, Khawaja's going, geez.
Yeah.
He's sort of scrambling, like I didn't want to take that rapid single.
Yeah, it was a good ball. It really rose up, kind of hit him high on the bat, but he did well to just steer it into the offside. Get a single from it.
We've still got the short leg in place.
Something's got to be said for how hard Bryden Cast is working. He's bowled a pretty long spell here, and he's steaming in still decent pace. Ramming everything in short. Travis Head will face the last ball of his 10th over. Again, standing outside leg and shuffles in, and it's short, but slightly dies in the pitch. Might have been a slower ball and just defended into the ground from Head, who picks it up and hands it over to Pope. End of the over, 109-4-2.
Legend Player Z30 says, as a cricket fan, hard time for the Barmy Army. They went in large numbers, around 40,000 according to Australian media. Feeling sad for them. Well, you know, it's not something they haven't experienced before. Plus, they've had lots of time to enjoy the beauties of Perth and Brisbane and the country in general. I'm sure they're having a decent time.
40,000? That's surely there's not 40,000 of them.
I'd heard 20,000. There were a lot of them at Perth, I know that.
20,000 feels a bit much as well.
Yeah, there was an article saying it was forecast to be 40,000 throughout the series, but maybe not anymore.
Oh, yes. Because they don't all come to every match, of course.
No.
A lot of them only come to one.
It's just defended out to backward point from Khawaja. Bit of a gentle cut to start Root's second over, no run. Root straight back to his mark, and he's in around the wicket and flat, and again just quite a shallow arm. Strays a bit down leg side and just clipped down to fine leg from Khawaja, who wanted two, and yeah, we'll get back for a second. Moves to
You got two, yeah.
26.
So here's a question for you, Kat. How much does Khawaja need to score to guarantee that he gets to play in Melbourne?
He won't play in Melbourne if Smith is back. Yeah.
You reckon?
He'd have
Inglis
to,
to
yeah,
play?
that's right. He'd have to get more than Inglis, Dan's saying.
This one's flighted up from Root, and Khawaja drives it out to wide, long off. Josh Tongue there does the fielding, gets a single. Could Jake Weatherall be under threat and Khawaja goes back up to open, or do you think they're Australia now just want him to be their set opener for the next few years? Couple of years.
Yeah, they've got to give someone a chance, don't they? They can't keep going back to these old guys.
Flat from Root and just poked out to point, deep point. Ben Duckett again. The run through for a single. Because I suppose as well, Khawaja will probably retire after this series, right? I thought Sydney was meant to be his farewell.
Yeah. Well, he's just turned 39, hasn't he? So
yeah,
so ancient.
And is there a chance? If they've won the series, well, if it's 3-1 or 4-0 in Sydney, could they just play him and give him a farewell test match? Has he done enough?
Yeah, that's a good idea. I think he probably has.
It's flat from
He does
Root.
have he has a terrific record in Sydney as well. The question I ask myself is, if Australia do win this, do they let Webster replace Green in Melbourne?
Root in again to end the over and just left alone from Khawaja. End of the over.
I think they want to keep Green, Green batting and bowling as much as possible in this series because they're setting him up to be a long-term all-rounder as well. I suppose.
Well, yeah,
you're right.
it's been
Maybe
a
they
long
want
setup,
Webster to.
though.
Yeah, that's right. Maybe they want Webster in that role as well. They need to get a few more youngsters in. How old's Webster? Is Webster younger than Green? I think he is. Don't know. They're all pretty old.
I think Webster's actually a year older than Green. I'm not sure.
Yeah, right.
He's 32, Bo Webster. I think Cam Green's 26.
26, yeah.
Pretty old. And Cars is going to continue here. He's bowling a mammoth spell. Just saying that. Well, yeah, and similar to England, when the series is done, surely Australia can kind of use that as an opportunity for their squad players. And that's short from Carson Head as well, actually, to duck underneath that almost. Grazes his shoulder on the way through.
Yeah, poor old Cars. He probably deserves more than the one wicket here. He's
Yeah.
done pretty well.
Yeah, he's been steaming.
Well, I mean, to be fair, he's got wickets where he hasn't deserved them in other Test matches.
Yeah. And it's a reasonable spell now, isn't it? I mean, he's in his 11th over.
In his 11th. 29 for one. And again, the field sort of set for the short ball. fine leg, someone just in front of square but out in the deep, and a third man, and a leg slip actually, as well as the short leg is in short, and Head gives himself room and helps that over the boundary. Zach Crawley dives and tries to get a hand on it at fine leg, but just beat his hand, and Head knew what was coming, and he cashed in and takes first maximum of the innings.
We've been waiting for a 6, I think, from all that short bowling, but he's taken him on. So maybe those field placements weren't so silly after all.
Only just cleared the boundary, didn't it? And I think he caught the toe end of the bat, so it didn't really hit it as he wanted to.
Yeah, a little bit less on that, and he would have been caught there by Crawley. Was it Crawley out there on the boundary?
Crawley out there. Cast again, and it's a bit fuller, still short enough to play on the back foot, and Pope puts a stop in it, short leg, no run. Yeah, I don't think he got a lot of that, but it's quite a short boundary there. And Crawley almost got to it.
Yeah, he's looking at the toe of his bat and saying that was where it hit. We're actually due a change to at the end of this over.
Well, I think it's T at the end of this over, isn't it?
Oh, it's going to be T. Okay.
I think it's T. Yes, very premeditated, but why not? I mean, you can tell exactly what was coming. Crawley got close, but luckily there are some English fans behind him, so he didn't cop too much stick. Leg slip's gone wider and casts in, and it's down the leg side, and Travis Head tries to hoik it on its way, just misses, and Jamie Smith gathers behind the stumps. 2 balls left of the session, and it's definitely been Australia's session.
I'd actually want Travis Head to just settle down a bit here and just dot out the next 2.
You think he wants to see himself into tea here, but the trap's there. Maybe temptation's too great. We'll have a look. 2 balls to come. Just the 1 wicket to fall for Australia this session. Honest
Just duck under this one, Head.
Yeah, leg slip, short leg, and deep square leg, third man, deep backward point, fine leg, plenty of boundary protection as Cast comes in over the wicket to Head, and again it's short, and again Travis Head, it was a bit of a nothing shot, just tries to tickle it down the leg side. When there's a leg slip in, it doesn't seem like the wisest of shots, but just misses.
I think he's just had a complete brain fade, Travis Head, but he only has 1 more ball to negotiate, so let's see if he can make it to T. And you know what? Cast probably deserves a wicket on this last ball. Let's fingers crossed for that too.
Yeah, and England certainly need it. It'll be nice to go into T with a little bit of momentum on their side. Otherwise, it'd be pretty flat, you'd think, at the break. Only the 1 wicket. Quite a few Australian runs. The lead just getting bigger and bigger. Just past 200 actually, 204 now the lead, and it's short, and this one's ducked underneath by Travis Head, and he's running off the field. Eager.
He probably needs to go off and have a slash or he's slowed down a bit now. He's walking with Khawaja. He's remembered he's got a batting partner to walk with.
Touch of the gloves.
He's after his Earl Grey.
Yeah, it's pretty eager. Yeah. Well, Australia see their way through to the tea break, 119 for 2, lead of 204. Travis Head 68 and Usman Khawaja 27. Hasn't really been any threat from England in the past hour or so. It's been pretty flat, but Bryden Cox has worked pretty hard. He's got 1 for 35 so far, and England sort of trudge off behind Australia's session.
Indeed.
Definitely Australia's session, yeah. Any last socials, and have we got something to play in the break?
Music Cats King says time for a Balfour's pie. Tea time. Yeah, whereas Rock Noir says rather the Biscoffs. So yeah, you're going to have what you want. Somebody else wants a coldie and some cold chisel into you. Joseph Ralph says that bowling display was embarrassing. Yes. Okay. So we'll catch you after tea. Have you got something you can put on to play, Hector?
Yeah, I'll just have a look. Might be 20 seconds or so. See you guys after tea.
See you then. Bye.
Shall indeed. Zane's going to dip a shortbread into a flat white. Fair enough, too. Okay, we'll catch you in 15 minutes or so. And while we're waiting, I'd remind those of you still with us that we do need as much support as we can get to keep this operation on air. So if you can go to patreon.com/Guerrilla Cricket, you will see all the various levels of support that are available, from quite low to quite high. And we have many wonderful patrons who are with us, who all share our Discord channel and other various benefits that you will see on that page. And now, hopefully, Hector has found something to play for us. But I can't see him, so I don't know.
Actually, you've been covering teams like Chipperfield and Rickmansworth and people like
Yes.
that.
Oh, he's
I
also-
used to
he's
play
on his
against
way.
myself.
Great.
That's where I was brought up. I was a West Arts player.
I turned out for Ricky a couple of times.
Oh, yeah.
Well, that's good to know. Excellent background. It's interesting how you're not fixed in one sport yet. Football and cricket are both playing a prominent part here.
I think actually I've probably transitioned more to cricket. I think I was probably more football when I was younger, but I remember kind of the 2019 World Cup, and actually kind of when I started playing senior cricket around the same time, that kind of made me realise that I'm probably actually more interested in cricket. So I do think I'll look to kind of get into working in cricket when I kind of do start working.
Brilliant. Well, yeah, it is great fun. Gives you more time to think about.
Yes.
Stuff that you're writing. At least it's certainly the longer form does. Ed, what about you? What's your journey to the Bishop and Bear today?
Well, I guess when I was a bit younger, I had the dream of sports commentary, so that's kind of been in the back of my mind. But it wasn't until during my undergrad that I realised I wanted to do more formal journalism, if that counts. So yeah, I was at Warwick doing history and politics, and I went more in the writing route, and so that's kind of why I came to Brighton to kind of push through with that. But commentary's always been in the back of my mind. I played a lot more football than cricket growing up, but I'd say in the last 6 years, cricket's been the one. Massive Somerset fan, and that's kind of coincided with when they started doing well. That's all been quite nicely.
There's a fair few Somerset supporters on
our team.
Cruise.
In fact.
Yeah,
Annie and Grubby for a start. They're the two major ones, I think.
Will, he's a big Somerset supporter.
Will, is he?
Yeah.
Jason? Oh no, Jason's
Surrey. No, Jason's Surrey, yeah.
But originally from that sort of deep west. Annie, definitely.
Yeah.
Search Annie Chave on
County Cricket Matters, yeah.
County Cricket Matters, stuff like that. You'll find her. Hopefully you'll get to be on air with her. Now I know that, I'll see if I can schedule some Somerset magic for you. If I can get Annie, Grubby and you on air at the same time. I know. I'll give it a go. Actually, I might have to not do that because I think
I was going to say. Mind you, it might work out well because England might be doing so bad, but hey, you know.
We'll start talking about Lewis Gregory England call-ups again, and that's no good.
No, let's really not. Well, delighted the three of you are here. I was going to say, our partnership. A couple of you have actually played cricket with Abby, I think, as well, or do play cricket with Abby. Did I hear that right, or did I make that up, or did I get that wrong?
Oh, yes, I played one game for the uni a couple of years ago, and I believe, he did play in that one. Yeah, so I've trained with him probably more than I've played, but I did get to play one game. Yeah.
Well, he's sort of your predecessor. He was the torch bearer for the Brighton relationship. Seemed to have fun doing it. I'm happy to say. Right, well, I've got we, the Bear and I mustn't say I, because obviously the Bear has been up all night sort of writing interesting questions for you. So,
yeah, of course.
But we had one we wanted to ask you. Generally, actually, it came up when we did the little thing. We did a kind of interesting session, just so folks know. Bear and I went for a sort of evening. So basically press ganging this poor trio into turning up and doing stuff with us, and we were there. Who else was there? The BBC, Cricinfo, all the main sports outlets, the Guardian, loads of people were there, and us. We managed to net these three. But one of the topics that came up a lot in that little discussion, and I'm really interested to your point of view on, is how do you rate currently the current standards of sports journalism, but particularly cricket? And sort of the adjunct to that question is, does AI and the availability of something that effectively can drag information from anywhere in an instant and shape and almost write your articles for you. Is that dragging the standard down, or is it helping to drive it up? So it's not an exam question. It's not a turn over your papers. You've got 3 hours, because we don't.
Just your thoughts.
But just your thoughts on the state of the business you're going into, and the impact of AI would be really interesting. Who wants to put their hand up for that one first?
I can have a go at that.
Go on then, Ed.
I find cricket to be one that kind of stands out in that I think cricket commentary is by far the best, best sport for that. And like cricket on the radio still works brilliantly. It's one of the best sports to describe, if that kind of makes sense. Where there's an endurance to that where I'm not worried about cricket commentary dying at any point. That's not going anywhere. When it comes to writing, AI is the death of everything, really. It's so frustrating to kind of be a student now, seeing the way AI gets used by students and seeing. I'm not going to name this person. That might be a bit bad. We had a talk from some sports journalists, and one of them was going on about how he uses AI for his headlines. And I thought,
oh, that's shameful.
What is going on here? And so, AI in that context is so frustrating. But cricket does stand out as one of the ones where the quality of writing and quality of commentary is head and shoulders above football, especially, I think, in the UK.
Do you know what? I used to work years ago with a chap called Drake.
Stop putting your hand in front of your fucking mouth. It gets in front of your mic.
Stroking my beard. It means I have to really, I have to have a shave. Chap called Drake Bird. It was in the world of direct marketing, and he wrote direct mail letters. But he always said that the first thing was the first paragraph, the last paragraph, and at the time, what you wrote at the top, the headline. And I always think any good article has to kind of follow those structures as well to a thing. If your headline can grip people, give you enough to interest them, you can pay it off with the thread, and then you've got a nice big finish. You've got something really good. One of the problems I have with a lot of what I read, the headline and the story don't necessarily pay each other off with that consistent thread that runs through them, and I think that's a weakness where people probably have just gone, here, give me some stuff on this, bang, chuck it out, and it hasn't been delivered with sufficient love and thought. But that's just me. I'm older, therefore didn't grow up with AI. I do use it, that said. William, what about you? Do you want to give us some thoughts there?
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I think, because often I kind of hear maybe people talking about it, like lecturers or other students, and maybe people do see it as a threat. I kind of understand where they're coming from. I think in certain aspects, what we might end up doing might change, as in things like AI can probably write a decent match report at the moment. It can probably, you give it the information, it can probably write it, but I don't feel as if it's going to take away everything, because I think there's so many things I still think that it probably can't do as well. Like, it doesn't have like the same emotion when you're writing a piece. So I think like opinion pieces are kind of still an avenue, and even like kind of like feature articles or analysis, I think like they're so unique, and often I think kind of it's done in a unique way with cricket as well. I often think like maybe like things even like there's a lot, I kind of feel like more cultural references maybe people drag into cricket articles and that kind of thing, and I kind of think that's like a very individual and unique thing. So I do think that although it might kind of change some aspects, like some maybe the more news stories or match reports might become more AI dominated, I still think like the things with emotion or feeling or quotes kind of still need kind of more of a human touch to it, I'd say.
I think that's interesting. Colour, context, and a bit of diversion is huge, I think, in making something interesting, which is why I tend to write Middlesex accounts about Boris Karloff when I, for some strange reason, when I go to Merchant Taylor's, because I realised, he went to Merchant Taylor's School. Suddenly, Middlesex having a horror show became a really interesting theme you could build into an article. So look for the context of what's around you, and then chip away at that until you get something interesting. Arnav, what about you? Where do you stand on robot writing?
Picking up from a bit of what Ed and William said, so I agree with Ed that cricket's the best sport in terms of commentary, because you can really visualize the sport. Even when you listen to it on radio, as he said, you can visualize it. And what William said as well, that the human touch, well, sports comes from humans, so I think the best tool to describe it is human intelligence. So we can describe it and we can cover sports in the best way as possible, and AI is probably just replicating it so far. I hope it doesn't get to a point where they emulate us. It should stay where it is now, or should just die down.
Well, that's the
But,
dream
yeah.
debate. That's where we might be wandering into a different podcast. When it
Well,
could
yeah,
take on
what
a
I was gonna
completely
say-
original thought.
Taking on everything you said, because Tone and Hendo used to be our writers. I trained ChatGPT.
Still are in some cases. Thank you.
Well, yeah, you are. I mean, you don't put out so much stuff, right? So because you've got other jobs and other things to do. So they've both got enough articles on cricket on our website that I can bung them all into ChatGPT, and it can learn to write like those two. And it's interesting you say what you were saying about match reports. If I got it to rewrite a match report from Cricinfo and I got it to put it in Tony style or Hendo style, it did it really, really bloody well. But I'll agree with you, when you get it to ask it to write an opinion piece, it completely falls apart. I got it to write an opinion piece and it started pulling out about a match that was going on. I can't even remember what it was, but it was India playing in a test match and Rohit Sharma had retired, and so Virat Kohli, and suddenly they were playing for India and doing some marvellous things, and it's like, hold on a minute. They don't play anymore. So I mean, it's got limitations currently, and I'm sure it will get better. But in terms, if you can train it to write in a certain style, you can really cut corners. You know what I mean? Because what it came out with for Tony and what it came out with for Hendo, when you look at how they write and what it produced out of a piece that I gave it, was quite fantastic, actually. And I even went into the point of,
well, what a model it was building from, though.
Yeah, but there was enough articles as well, right? So there was loads of, and you've actually written a lot of match reports as well, so it got that information. But then, interestingly, when I then found some sites where you can test what's been written, is it AI, is it plagiarism? I put this article into it, it came out, it was 99% human, and there was no plagiarism. And it was completely AI generated. So you can fool all this stuff. Because we were testing out whether it would, whether our so-called investor was worried that Google's algorithm will pick up that it's AI and then mark us down. So I wanted to check that whether it would or it wouldn't. So it's an interesting field. For someone like me who doesn't write, I can actually get two writers and potentially 4 times a day put in a bunch of crap into an AI engine and create an article. And I'm not a writer. I won't pretend I am.
We have actually thought genuinely about creating AI avatars of ourselves and having a couple of pages of the website dedicated to, but being really open to people that's how we did it, and then just commenting on our own work as us, as it were, and see how that worked. But more for.
I haven't got around to it yet.
Well, that's a job for after the Ashes.
Yes.
Well, that's interesting to how you all came here, and I think we're all saying similar things, really. It can get you information fast, it can do certain things brilliantly, it can certainly speed up productivity, but at the end of the day, the colour and context and the personality has to be overlaid. And I think I would tend to agree. Shall we move on to
the actual cricket?
Having gone through that. Oh God, where do we start? Let's start in Perth. 2 days. 700 and something balls, wasn't it? Can England adapt going forward, do we think? Or have Australia put down such a marker that it's going to just slide rapidly downhill from here? What do you think? William, why don't you take that one?
Yeah, sure. What's interesting, I think, kind of the way you phrase that question is, I think, can they adapt? Yes. Will they? I'm not entirely sure, is kind of my thinking. So I kind of think, I was thinking the other day, and it's just what's kind of so frustrating, really, watching it, as in, I think England have the team to kind of go toe-to-toe with Australia, or to get a much better result than in previous years. But it's just kind of that thing of, and I'm quite a big fan of what they're trying to do, it's just the way they're kind of going about it. In some instances, kind of just doesn't seem to work. And I kind of feel like Travis Head's innings, in the second innings, is kind of such a good example of how England should go about it. So he's obviously scored a 69 ball 100, and he's not going to like slugged everything, really. He allowed himself to get in. It wasn't like Harry Brook going to go for a big drive third ball. He gave himself a bit of time, and then he plays the attacking shots, but his shot selection is a lot better than what England have at the moment. There's things like he realises that some balls he can leave and he can defend some, but if it's there to punish, he'll punish it. And so that's what I'm concerned about mainly, as in, I think England's approach in generally is good, but it's kind of how kind of they take it and adapt it, there just doesn't seem to be much adaptation, really. It's kind of my thinking.
Yeah, I mean, that really raises an interesting question. So I'm going to chuck this one at Ed then. Did Head win it, or did England lose it?
It's a great question. I think it's something that's happened a lot. I think in Test cricket, in low-scoring Test matches, where England shot themselves in the foot completely by put the game state in a thing where one person or one partnership was going to win it. When it's less than 250, it's always just going to be one guy going big. Really, you're not going to see 10 scores of 20 sealing the deal. It's going to and someone like Travis Head is perfect for that because he's so disruptive to any bowler. I mean, he had Bryden Cass completely shell-shocked after 2 balls. Someone who'd done really well in the first innings, and he hit that 6, that uppercut straight away. But yeah, I mean, it was so calculated, his innings, and he didn't really. It was so kind of risk averse at the start. It felt like it was just such good cricket shots. And I've gone back and watched it. When he was in his 70s and 80s, that's when he started kind of moving around the crease and having a bit more fun and treating it like a one-day chase. But up until that point, the damage was done. 60, 65, 70 runs would have been more than enough for Australia to.
It was like Muhammad Ali dancing around an already defeated opponent at that point.
Yes, when he was toying with all
put
of
it
them.
on the show.
Yeah. And we just didn't have an answer for it, and it's more credit to him, I think. And I know Baz said, he thought 200 would be enough, or I didn't think that really. I thought with the way we'd thrown away wickets in the second innings, we could have got to 300, and at that point we'd had a great game. Just for the psychological impact on Head, because he might not have opened if they needed 350.
Game on. 3 darts in hand. He's holding the very darts that changed the game. Luke.
Hello, Messi.
Hey, how are we going?
All right, thank you.
I think we're broadcasting. Hang on.
Oh, yeah, I can't hear anything in my ear.
Yeah, there's something coming out over YouTube. That's us. G'day, Gary. How are you?
Well, I'm okay. Unfortunately, my feed isn't great, but I'm hoping it's going to improve, as indeed is my mood, because it's all a little predictable. It's all a little bit,
Yeah.
It's
England once again have just been a little bit too short, you'd have to say, wouldn't you, Gary?
I haven't seen much of England's bowling. I did see Jofra and Stokes bat with great heart and no little skill this morning, and then if you'd asked me what's going to happen next, I'd say Australia make 122. So I wouldn't have been wrong.
Well, it's always one of those arguments. If you see one of the lower order batting like Archer did, then it must be a decent pitch. So,
well,
the Aussies, while they would have been disappointed to leak that many runs, it would have given them some kind of solace, you'd think.
Well, I'm always pretty quick to get on the backs of pundits saying how great a batting surface it is when it's not a great batting surface, and I certainly was quite vocal about that in earlier Test matches. But this is a great batting surface. It's also a fast outfield and hot weather. I mean, if this is 450 par, I heard Jez earlier saying 400 par. I think it's at least 450 par. I think both sides have batted poorly. There's been some good bowling, but both sides have batted like sailors on leave at times. And England are on the receiving end of it.
Well, Will Jacks continues. This is short and an absolutely filthy delivery, and that really sums up England's series so far. They'll get a couple. Khawaja will move himself to 29. 121 for 2. I think this is the wrong decision. If you're going to go with a spinner, I think Joe Root should be bowling, surely.
Jesus.
Well, you're allowed one ball after
No,
the break.
I know.
You really are. It's 35 degrees or whatever.
It's only 30.
Swept hard from Usman Khawaja, and that will be 4 down the leg side, and well dispatched. He moves on to 33.
It's actually cooler today. It's 28.4 at the moment.
Look,
48% humidity.
Yeah. Well, the other thing about Root bowling, I mean, Root is a handy spinner on occasions, but his main job is batting. England can't afford for Root to rick his back here.
Jacks is swept again. It's another similar delivery on the leg side, and it will go for 4 more.
Jesus.
So in a session that England desperately needed to get off to a good start, Will Jacks has just considered 10 off the first 3 deliveries, and anything that was said in the dressing room has now been completely null and voided. This is such a poor start.
Oh,
Carey,
come on, it hasn't. They're gonna be expected to be bowling for 3 sessions here. You can't say 3 balls as null and void in 3 sessions.
I'm really sorry, but Khawaja faces up once more. This is turned away off the pads. But come on, you know as well as I do, you have to start a session well with some intent, especially when you're chasing the game this much.
You do want to do that, but you can't say it's null and void where there are. England's job is 80 overs long here. It's not 3 balls long. Sure, it's poor. Sure, I would want it to be better. But, this is not a T20 game. England are going to be bowling here for 80 overs. Hopefully less, but 80 overs is the job.
Jacks bowls, this is short and wide and cut, but mistimed the Stokes field. There's no run. Well, they can't. If they bowl for 80 overs, they've lost the test match.
Well, quite. Well, no, not really, because we have seen some big rearguard actions.
Jacks is cut once more, and that's a misfield. And maybe he got something on it, but they will come through for 1. I think they may have only just got the 1 there. So end of the over, an expensive one from Will Jacks, 12 from it, 131 for 2 after 32.
Kyriakos asks, what aspect of the game do you think England are strongest at? Batting, bowling, fielding, keeping? Genuine question. Well, yeah. Joseph Ralph says, I think Archer and Stokes are struggling out there. I wouldn't be at all surprised. I mean, they've spent hours batting on top of hours bowling. I'd say their bodies are punishing them now, and it's going to be really hard for them to get back on and do much bowling.
Well, I don't think Stokes has done any bowling, has he?
No, he hasn't. I suspect that, given he was cramped up last night and he spent so much time in the field, I would think he was aching like buggery when I woke up this morning.
Well, probably what he's doing is also protecting himself, because he may bowl towards the end of today, but he will see his job as bowling tomorrow, which is my point about 80 overs.
Head faces up to tongue. This is around down the leg side, and he has a little flirt with it, but it goes through on the bounce to Jamie. So, I know, Gary, but I'm just saying, the reality is that I personally just wouldn't have started with Will Jacks, and I just felt that kind of an over was entirely predictable. I know that it's not all down to an over, but it's it's the mindset, and you've therefore not put the Aussies under any pressure, and you've just allowed them to slightly get away. I know it's not quite that arbitrary. Head faces upwards. Well, this is short from tongue and ducks out of the way. There's no run.
I wouldn't have started with Jacks, but I wouldn't have started with Lyon and who was bowling this morning for Australia. They were protecting Stark and Cummins and allowing England to get in. So, sides make mistakes like this.
But Lyon's got 564 test wickets.
I'm not comparing the two. What I'm saying is when you've got difficult decisions about who to start with, decisions can go wrong. I wouldn't have started with Jacks either.
Well, Travis Head backs away there almost at the end of the cut strip, and Josh Tongue follows him, and it ends up being defended back to Tongue. That was a rather curious dot ball.
But you don't think that if Jacks had bowled a maiden there, or even got a wicket, that Australia would be somehow under pressure? These are the game is about how long Australia want England to bat for, and then whether England can bat out time, as West Indies did in New Zealand recently. I was trying to think of an example. It's that one.
This is short again from Josh Tongue. Head once more ducks out of the way. The score remains 131 for 2.
And that's highly unlikely against, the Australian attack. But that is the nature of the game. The lead's 216. They have 8 wickets in hand. There's an outside chance that that they collapse and the target is 300. But far more likely it's a declaration with a target of 480.
Yeah, yeah, I think that's about right.
Well, England have got a packed leg side field. They've got a few on the rope, so it will be the short ball ploy unless it's the double bluff. Head faces up again. This is on his hip and turned into the leg side, but there's no run. So one more ball left in the over, 131 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, I'm being a little bit strong there, but I've been irritated by overreactions, a bit people completely writing test matches off after one day. Test matches are a long process, and 5 days is a long time as a playing time. People are very quick to decide which way something's going to go.
Carey gets on the back foot and pushes this one out to back point. Nice shot from Head, actually. Tongue switch it up a bit there, but they do get a single. 132 for 2. Messi, who's on the socials?
Well, I think the socials are indicative of the crowd getting a little restless. It's like, when you're in the crowd and they don't know what to do, they start a Mexican wave. The chats turn to big things, big pineapples, big pumpkins, big apples, various sights to be seen in Australia. Nobody really understands why you have to have big things to get people to come and see them, but it's a bit weird. But somebody asked a question, where do England go from here, coaching-wise? I'd suggest that what will happen after this series, assuming England lose, is there will be a review and the pendulum will go way too far the other way, and we'll end up with prison warders in charge of the England team, directing them how they should play. That's my prediction.
Well, after every Ashes down under there seems to be a England cricket review. Head dances down the pitch to Will Jack and smacks him. Really nice shot from Travis Head. Straight back from where it came. That goes down along the carpet for 4. 136 for 2. Wonderful use of his feet there, Head, Gary.
Yeah, that's just a good shot. And we shouldn't forget that both Australia's batsmen and Australia's bowlers have the right to play well. Some of the wailing and gnashing of teeth of England fans seems to ignore the fact that Australia have bowled spectacularly well in this series to date.
Jack's bowled, Head once more comes down the pitch to meet it, but pushes it into the offside. There's no one. Yeah, that's exactly what I said to someone yesterday. I said, we can criticise England's batters all you like, but the reality is you've got to bow down when the Australians bowl brilliantly, and they absolutely have. Yesterday, especially Jack's balls. This one threatened to turn past Head's outside edge. He went back to it, but defends it up the pitch back to Jack's. There's no run.
And there's something else about the time that's left in the game. Jofra batted 2.5 hours. England will look at that and think, well, if he can do that, why can't the 9 in front of him?
Jack's balls again. This is cut, and there's no run.
Well, interestingly, Gary, if you go on Betfair, you can get the draw at 20-1 at the moment.
Yeah, that seems long to me, especially after West Indies held out against New Zealand. Different match, different players.
Jack's balls, this is shorter. Cut again, there's a misfit, but they will not get a single. So 1 ball left to go in the over. It's 136 for 2.
And we know that these things do happen in Test cricket. One of the reasons we like it so much is that it twists and turns. It's a big canvas and there's a lot of paint needs to be thrown at it.
Head faces. Oh, wow. He danced down the pitch, Travis Head, left it alone, and then was almost a bit slow to get back into his crease. But that is the end of the 34th over, 136 for 2.
Kiriakal says Stokes has been in the field for all but 90 minutes of this test, I saw. Yeah, I'd say he's pretty knackered. He's got a right to be.
It is his job, though, Jez. It is his job. I mean, I know he carries injuries, but I think there's only so far we can go with a man whose job is to play Test cricket, and he's made that very plain. He's ignored franchise cricket and everything else. And if you're less than halfway through a Test match and your body is giving up, then are you really fit for purpose? I mean, if it was a machine, we'd be saying, is it fit for purpose? He's not a machine. You know, he hasn't batted as long as Devon Conway has in the current Test match.
Josh Tongue comes into bowl again to Kawaja over the wicket, and this is a batsman left alone.
I mean,
I have to share with you some cultural knowledge from Music-Cats King, which I never knew about. It says the big rocking horse is in Gumaracha in the Adelaide Hills. There you go. There's nothing that's big that you can't find somewhere in Australia. Oh dear.
That was quite a good ball, actually, from Tom.
Yeah, it was well bowled by Tom. Ultimately, Gary, what I ultimately mean by starting with Jacks is just the release of pressure, and like you can't compare Nathan Lyon and Will Jacks. That's unfair.
I'm not comparing.
No, I wasn't saying you were. I was saying I'm just about to make my point.
Yeah.
This is pushed around the corner from Kawaja. Did they come through for singles? They did. Hang on. Just look for the phone. Is you can't compare them. But the difference in this Test match, for me, as a massive part of it, is the control that Nathan Lyon has offered, and the lack of it that Will Jacks has offered. That's entirely predictable.
If we had a 564 Test wicket spinner, we'd be playing him.
Yeah,
We've
yes,
literally
exactly.
never had one.
But Joe Root does
comparison-
offer more control. Josh Tongue will come into bowl to Travis Head. This is short again, and it's a slightly uncontrolled pull. Oh, but it just falls just short of... Who was that down there? Was it Zach Crawley? Fine leg. Yeah, sorry, go on.
My point is that Australia surprised me this morning by starting the day with two bowlers who were, of the options available to Cummins, they were the two least likely to get England out, and they were the two most likely to allow the England batters to settle in. And England have surprised me and surprised you, and I'm sure others, by opening this session with Will Jacks instead of other options. That was the point.
Tongue balls again over the wicket, short once more, and it's left well. Yeah, that's you're absolutely right. That's exactly what I said to someone earlier. I said, why the hell are Australia waiting for the new ball? You know, you've got 2 wickets to get.
Yeah.
You've got to. People always think. I'm sure you'll agree with this. I think it's a modern thing where people seem to think that numbers 9, 10, 11 are suddenly kind of Viv Richards, or something. Why do they not? You know, surely the old adage of what's good enough for number 3 is definitely good enough for number 9, 10, 11 comes into play. Kawaja faces again, he ducks out of the way, and we kind of bowl short to them with 1 slip in place. Well, why not just bowl full and straight?
Well,
that was the argument that Archer and Stokes were having.
Yeah, I mean, I tend to concur there. I can remember the days before body armour, and 9, 10, 11 often were kind of sitting ducks, because once you got a pacer in there, they bowled a couple of bouncers. Understandably, they were backing away to square leg. Well, it doesn't happen anymore. So yeah, bowl like you would bowl to upper order batter.
Tongue bowls to complete the over. Kawaja gets on the back foot and pushes it easily enough into the offside, and they get a single, so that's 139 for 2. 35 overs gone.
Some speculation on the chat that you're back after a big night out, Billy.
No, not a big night out. Definitely a few drinks though, Messi. Earlier in the day, I had a few drinks. Watched the first session and slept through a bit of the second session.
I don't think you were Robinson Crusoe in that regard. Mog says Gary protesting overreaction. Oh my lord. The question is, are England capable right now of getting 460 on the last day to wing, says Kilfster. It'd be a surprise, put it like that.
It would be a surprise.
Carl Herbert wants to know if you can find the big kiwi fruit in Australia.
Will Jacks continues, it's short, wide and filthy. Hang on, Messi. Will Jacks continues short, wide, Phil. Kawaja goes to cut, and he's nicked it behind. A really bad ball from Will Jacks, and that's a very apt Guerrilla Cricket shit gets wickets example there. It was a filthy delivery, to be honest. Short and wide, Kawaja goes to cut through point. He gets onto the back foot and he nicks it to Jamie Smith. Well, we'll get Snicko up, and no doubt Snicko will say that it came off his helmet or something. But it has been given, and Australia are now 3 down. Will Jacks is the greatest spinner in the world, Gary. I take it all back.
two much maligned cricketers there in Will Jacks and Jamie Smith getting the man out. Well, I might say it wasn't a very good delivery, but maybe it had a bit of action on it. It certainly turned out of the rough, and maybe that action led to a little bit more bounce. And what England have done there is something that they haven't really done very often since the days of Graham Swan, which is to get a set Australian batter out with a spin bowler. Well done.
Yeah. There's a degree to which that was coming. I mean, there was some very loose shots being played by both batters. I thought Head was the more likely one to go, but I'm not really very surprised. Now there's a batter with something to prove.
There absolutely is. It's going to be Josh Inglis to come to the... Oh, no, Cam Green.
No, it's Cameron Green.
Sorry, Cam Green. I suddenly thought they were four down. Cam Green to come to the crease. And a couple of them have got... This is the thing. This is where Test cricket can just change. And Gary's absolutely right to have pointed this out earlier. Cam Green in now. Get him out early. Josh Inglis in again under pressure. And suddenly you could get them 150 for 5, let's say.
Yeah,
and England need to seize the initiative.
I agree with you. The most likely scenario is Australia declaring maybe around this time tomorrow, maybe a little bit early. But another scenario is England are chasing 350 because they run through them now. All of these things are possible. And what's irritating, because Test cricket is a rare and fragile thing, is to read so much of people dismissing it like it's just a set of cliches and inevitabilities. And sometimes the most likely scenario plays out, but not often and not always. Somebody's going to say, well, if that's the case, well, why haven't England won for 20 years in Australia or something?
Cam Green faces up for his first ball and he pushes at one. Really nice shot, actually, to get off the mark. They might get 2 here. They will. It's gone through cover. In fact, they get 4. Wow, he's timed that so well. But it's absolutely raced to the boundary. That was nothing more than a push. A wonderful shot from
and against
Cam Green.
Against the spin as well on a turning track.
And that wasn't a bad ball.
Oh, it wasn't a bad ball. It did actually turn into him. That is a good shot. On the other hand, if I were Jez now, I'd be saying if there's a wicket next ball that it's coming, because that was well outside his eye line, playing hard with hard hands.
Green faces again, and this has turned into the kind of Ollie Piper. Short leg will pick it up on the bounce.
Will Jackson's got Usman Khawaja twice this game, so Hendo's posted, is Usman Khawaja Will Jack's bunny?
Well, he's bowling to Cam Green now. This is again turned into the leg side with the spin from Cam Green, but there's no run.
A little bit of confidence here from Jacks. He's conceded a boundary, but they've been 3 pretty decent balls to the new player. Test cricket is like this.
Green faces again, he pushes forward and it induces some sort of a thicker edge, and it will race down to third man. They might get 3 if they're quick enough. We haven't seen many 3s run, but they do come back for 3. Yeah, good running from Australia. He played that with very soft hands, Cam Green. It wasn't quite a genuine edge, I didn't think. No, it wasn't.
It hit a patch on the wicket that is wearing quite nicely for Nathan Lyon, I suspect.
Yeah, he played it quite well because he took his bottom hand away from that. He didn't go with hard hands, which is why the ball didn't go for 4 off the edge. But England might fancy the chances here with Jacks. All of a sudden looks a threat.
Jacks coming into head. He gets down the pitch. Wonderful use of his feet, and he tucks it into the leg side. They'll trot through for a single. 147 for 3. They lead Australia by 232, and that is the end of the 36th over.
I have a question once Jez has finished. Jez.
Well, Mog says, young Billy is sounding extra public school boy today. Oh, dear.
Am I?
I'm offsetting it. We arrive in a neutral position as a consequence.
There you go, yeah. And me, I've got... God knows what I got. Extra Fluffo says, what weird and wonderful way will Green get out today? England can chase any total, time permitting, says Eric J. I wouldn't think Australia would wait till after tea tomorrow if they're still batting. I think they'd look to declare a bit after lunch tomorrow.
Really?
With 450 ahead if they could.
Possibly.
But I don't think they'll last that long, to be honest.
A draw secures the Ashes for Australia, which is why I'm thinking they'll bat a session more than
I think they're looking to win. I really do.
Well, yeah. My question, and this is as much for you, Jez, Billy may or may not recall, but it's prompted by a comment from Graham Swan earlier.
Josh Tongue comes into Travis Head. It's short. There's a little flirt down the leg side, but it goes to Jamie Smith on the bounce.
Between auditioning for parts in Panto when he gets back to England, Swan did point out that Michael Clarke was the best batter he faced as a bowler, the best player of spin.
I heard that
in his time. Yeah, I wonder if Travis Head is the natural inheritor, albeit he's left-handed and Clarke was right-handed, in playing spin, because he plays with such aggression and he uses his feet with such confidence.
He does, but
he gets on the
I'd
back
say it's
foot and
riskier.
pushes it out to points, and they'll literally walk through for a single. No point overexerting yourself in this heat. Sorry, go on, Messi. You can answer that first.
I don't disagree with you, Gary, except that I would say Travis Head is prepared to take more risks than Michael Clarke did, in my judgment.
Yeah, Clarke would sometimes come down the track and defend it, where Travis Head really usually follows through with the shot. But I think that he's the closest inheritor of that Clarke way of playing with his feet. And I'm thinking of other, one thinks of subcontinental batsmen often as being great players of spin, but there's not many better players in spin than Travis Head has been over the last 3 or 4 years.
Cam Green faces up to Josh Tongue. He bowls. There's just a pretty filthy short delivery. Jamie Smith actually did really well. It's even given us a wide, and he dove all the way to his left-hand side to collect it. Yeah, I would agree with you, Gary, and I think it is that quick. He's very assured in his feet movement, I'd say.
Yeah, that's what Clarke was like. He would use his feet without. It's almost like the stumping dismissal was not allowed anymore, and that he'd sort of developed a game in which stumpings were not a mode of dismissal, because he just did not think about it at all. And Head, to some extent, is the same.
Glimmer to him has a good riposte. He says, Clarke was shit at playing spin. Just ask KP. Because, of course, KP got Clarke out at Adelaide Oval.
Well, I mean, my point really is that KP was a slow bowler rather than a spin bowler. But yes, something in that.
The short leg has come out. Ollie Pope no longer there. A couple of fielding changes. Josh Tongue will bowl to Cameron Green. There's a slip in there, maybe going a bit fuller. This is fuller, but wide and left well alone. By Green, I think this is the better ploy. You've got to be. I don't think a batter can come to the crease and you immediately go short to him. Although the short ball plan does really irritate me, Gary, as I have a feeling it might irritate you.
I've sat in media centres watching Ben Stokes England, and I've groaned at the short ball. And, oh God, here we go again. This is rubbish, isn't it? And 2 overs later, it gets a wicket, and that's happened at least 3 times, I think. It can work, ugly though it is. And
Tongue 3 balls left in his over, comes in, bowls this full driven at, but he just misses it. That is a very loose shot from Cameron Green, and that is exactly the channel that Josh Tongue would be bowling. And Tongue, where he bowls with that action, where it just looks like the ball, because he slightly leans away from it, it just looks like you have to play at balls that you really don't. That's a really good delivery.
It's the same as Ben Stokes, where the arm goes past the perpendicular, and Cameron Green is playing a little bit like he's got Bo Webster sitting on his shoulder, and I know that's another pantomime-esque image.
He's addled at the moment, Green.
He is. He's trying to hit every ball, and he's going with hands and not with feet. He's playing like an English batter.
So ball's edged. Go on. Yes, really, really good catch. There you go. Pitch it up, Gary. For once we're right. Pitch it up. Cam Green has a flirt with it. Drives with hard hands. The exact kind of dismissal that we've berated England for 5 innings. And really, really, really good bowling from Josh Tongue. Australia lead by 2-3-4. They're 4 down.
I agree. And all of us.
And that's a fantastic catch. Was that Harry Brook?
It's really, I think. It was Harry Brook. I'll tell you what, though, if he didn't catch it, we'd be absolutely hammering him, because that's exactly what he's there for.
Yeah, but it dove. I would just say dove forward. He picked it just off the ground. It didn't fly through to him.
And I was jumping all over you a bit by saying England's plans are out the window after 3 balls. Well, England's plans are suddenly back in the window after
Well, that's 'cause they
7 or 8
changed them.
overs.
Exactly.
It's a funny old game, Saint. It's a funny old game. Can I give a little bit of a producer note? I hate to do this on air, but at least it will get to you. And Jez, maybe you can sit in the background here. I'm down to do ball by ball for the 6 a.m. slot UK time. If someone else can do my ball by ball, I'll do the summarising, because I haven't got the feed is too jerky for me to ball by ball. So it may be an easy switch. It may be a little bit of moving around.
If you switch
Sorry
with
about
Jason,
that.
if you switch with Jason, is the best bet on that.
Okay, if Jason's
or you
happy
could,
with that.
or you could switch with me if you prefer. I don't mind which.
Yeah,
there
I
you
just
go.
have to leave
Thanks,
it there.
Forthy.
Much as I would like to be ball by balling, the feed ain't up to it. Well,
we are due a change anyhow.
Yeah,
Alex Carey.
to the crease. Yeah.
Alex Carey is coming to the crease. I said that to someone the other day. I said, Carey, Stark's been magnificent, but I actually think Carey deserves man of the series so far. He's been awesome. Absolutely fantastic. With the gloves as well as everything else.
I mean, Stark has been fantastic in terms of his output, but he hasn't had to do too much to get some of those wickets hanging the ball outside off stump being chased, a little bit like Cameron Green did there. But Carey has just given a masterclass in the art of wicketkeeper batting in the 21st century.
Right, so not to have a moan, but England have just got Cam Green out with a really beautiful full ball plan.
Yeah.
They've now taken the slip out, and I look like they're going to bowl short to Alex Carey. That's in my opinion. And this first short ball's after it may work, but in my opinion, that is utterly ridiculous.
I agree with you on that, Billy, and it's nice to finish with a bit of agreement after starting with a bit of disagreement. But that is guerrilla cricket. That's what you come here for. We are not the BBC. I'll see you later, and I'm sure
See you later, Gary.
the new team will be there.
See you later.
Yeah.
There we go. Well, you're left alone with just me. I wonder if they've fallen asleep in the studio. Fourth, are you there? In your chair? Is anyone still kicking around?
Fourthy?
Yeah,
Yes.
Is Fourth,
Here I am.
Is Fourthy supposed to be on there? I haven't even looked at the rotor. Well, there's no one in the no one's appeared in the chair.
That's
I think so
okay.
it might just be us two to witter away.
We can do that. Jax, start of his 11th over. First 10 have gone for 155. Just nudges that one, Travis Head, wide of the man. And you can tell by the man who's limping who that is. It's Ken Stokes.
Someone's emerging.
Well, I've
into the chair.
I've just jumped back on in case you're short-handed. But
No, I think we're okay now. Thank you, Gary.
No problem.
Thank you, Gary. True professional as ever, like his Everton team. Round the wicket comes Jax. And that turns into a Yorker, really. I think on stride down the pitch, it could have been a full toss, but Head doesn't need to take any risks. Head facing up again. Second ball, and because he's dropped a bit short, Head instinctively rocks back onto the back foot and cuts, but straight to Joe Root on the bounce. I hasten to add, dot ball. Who have we got? Jason. Hello, Jason.
Morning.
Morning, afternoon. Down the wicket comes Travis Head, and with a short arm jab, dispatches it, I assume, over the boundary. Maybe gone all the way.
Yep.
Yeah, really good shot, that is.
Head's looking ominous again.
I think at 83 you've gone beyond ominous, and you've become kinetic or something. It's happened. Isn't ominous, in the early stages? Anyway, sorry. Cuts by Head. They think about a single, and they take a single. 2 balls for Carey to negotiate. He's new to the crease. Placed one so far, taking guard.
Yeah, Alex Carey under a little bit of pressure here. Will Jackson's trying to be as tight as possible to him. As we saw, as Gary and I briefly mentioned, at the end of that last over, the one ball Carey's face was a short ball, which we think is silly to be going to that plan that early.
big forward defensive from Carey. And that's all that's required to combat that ball from Jackson at the end of the over, 38th. It's 156 for 4. Jason, are you telling us what's happening in the outside world?
I am. Let me just see what's getting with. There's lots of. Carey's only averaging 97.3 this series, says Beer Batter Gummy Shark. Greens have been dropped to Nisa, says Music Cats King.
A bit of confusion, sorry, Jason. We've still got 37.5 overs up on the board. I think that's a stock graphic. But carry on.
Yeah. And there's other things. Stark's averaging 67 as well to make us even happier, says Zeno.
Okay then. The tongue is back into the attack, and not as he ever went away. Put it out on the offside there. We have got heading Carey at the crease. Carey new to the crease.
Yeah, Carey new to the crease, and as I was saying earlier, England going straight to the short ball plan, which I just don't really like. When you've just got Cam Green out with a really well worked full ball plan, he's pushed and nicked at one that nipped a little bit off the seam. Why would you then immediately bowl short to the incoming batter? I just don't really get that.
Well, Josh,
but we may well get him out, but I still think it's the wrong. I still think it's the wrong plan.
I tend to agree with you. Go to it as plan B if necessary.
Yeah.
Josh Carey takes 2 steps outside leg stump. Josh Tongue follows him with a ball that sails over his head. Net result, dot ball. You said a little bit of pressure there, Billy. I think with 242 run lead and only 4 wickets down, very much a little bit of pressure.
Yeah, well, that's the English optimism, Forky. You've got to have some.
I like it.
I've been watching the last 3 Ashes series down under, getting up at all hours, and you know, you've got to have the optimism.
You definitely do. Wait till you get to about 17 of these. That's that's cuts by Carey. For 4.
So how
yes.
Oh yeah.
No, go. Yep.
Well, sorry, I was wondering if there's a jingle. How can you I mean, how can you have a short plan if you then don't have a point? That seems silly to me. Don't have a deep point.
Yes.
I think it's just a slight lack of thought.
Yeah. And the wicket comes Tongue. He knows it's going to be a short ball. He's ducking before it's even got to him there, Carey. Would have been an interesting LBW if we'd have pinged him in the middle of the...
Nico would have still thought he'd hit it.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
What has the Australian press been like around that, all those incidents, 40 out of interest?
Well, it's been pretty straight reporting. Headlines like Pom's fume as DRS lets everyone down kind of thing. They haven't tried to pretend that it was anything other than a technical issue there, and the Poms for once weren't to blame, and they were right to fume. But that, there's a dot ball. Oh, sorry, there's a single just played out wide of the man at point. Yeah, I mean, it's just a little bit of welcome relief amongst the barrage of youth England headlines, which I see it as I go into my cafe and I just go for the crossword and ignore the sports coverage during a national.
That's probably why. So we haven't seen very much of Archer. I've mentioned earlier. He's been 5 overs, 9 wickets for 10 runs. Bryden Carr. So I wonder when we'll see him back.
I think totally understandable.
I think soon.
Given he was batting in extreme heat for 3 hours, there's only so much a man can take.
His paces were very much down in that first spell.
That does not surprise me in the least. Dot ball to finish Tongue's over. End of the 39th, 162 for 4, Jason.
Kyriakos says, I think I will give it to Stark for the player of the series, mainly because of his batting in the Gabba, which ensured that he would be bowling at the best possible time. I think there's that. Is it possible that the Hyperpack Green is a tad overstated, a disinterested hand job?
Hasn't had a great series, but hasn't needed to.
Kyriakos says, Travis Head had consecutive hundreds in the previous 3 Adelaide Oval tests before this one. Oh well, he's looking good for another one at the moment. 85 119.
Well, he'll be in the frame for Man of the Series as well, with much more of this. In the frame, they'll say that Stark and Carey are ahead at the moment. Travis Head hits that one back down towards the bowler Jack, started this over, and they go for a leisurely single. So what time is it with you, Billy?
5:09 is the time of
5:09. And that's flicked around the corner for another single. They're taking a single as and when they like at the moment. It's 4:09 p.m. I've just been for a bike ride in Melbourne.
Nice. What's the weather been like in Melbourne recently? Has it been all right?
Last couple of days, 35 and 39, but it's back down to about 22.
Nice.
Hugely, no, not nice, really. I was quite glad to be on commentary yesterday because I could stay inside. It was too much. 39 is too much. That's no good to anyone.
39 is horrible.
Yeah, it's not great.
I've had
It
that
is a
once.
that's a single there from Carey, just off his hips. Yes.
You want to go and sit in the sea and not do anything with it?
Yeah, pretty well.
But even that
39
doesn't
degrees.
Comes down the wicket and just steers it at his own leisure, as it were, down to the man at long off and saunters through for a single. They're getting a single wheresoever they want at the moment. And the Barmies are up and about.
Yeah, the constant strike rotation here means it's difficult for him to build any pressure.
Although they are two left-handers, it's usually left-hand, right-hand that disrupts things more. But yes, they'd like to have 6 balls at Carey. Not that it's going to make much difference. There's a single from Carey. Head 5 singles. This over. Around the wicket comes Jacks. And he drops that one short, and that's cut, and that will go all the way for, big dive on the boundary, and possibly cut off. So great work from the Duckster. And they'll probably come back for 3, is my guess.
That was really wonderful dive. It did look as if he'd cut off. I know he's taken a wicket, but it was with a poor delivery. I've had enough of this Will Jacks experiment now. I think England need to make a couple of changes. That was really good fielding from Duckett. He's done magnificently there.
Yeah, that is really first-class professionalism. The game's gone. Didn't have to do that. Could have injured himself, but no. And might even have, all for the sake of 1 run with 260 runs on the board in Australia, cakewalking to victory. That's fantastic stuff from Duckett, actually. Sorry, Jason.
Michael Hoddin with a somewhat clutching at the thinnest straw says, what's the record 4th innings chase at the Adelaide Oval?
At this point.
And Billy making a mistake of asking logical questions, says Kyriakos.
Exactly right, yeah. Yeah, but realistically, the Ashes are gone. The only thing that could conceivably happen is the rain that's due on the 5th day might prove more problematic than the forecast is currently suggesting. But so what, really? You draw a match that you clearly were second best in, or you lose it. Round the wicket comes Tongue. Carey onto the back foot defends. The only caveat with that is the Old Trafford situation in the last Ashes, where it saved Australia's bacon. They were able to retain the Ashes as a consequence.
Mm.
Lovely looking afternoon in Adelaide. I think the temperature will be its usual customary 30s. Travis Head. A bit hot himself. Around the wickets comes Tongue. Shot. And that is a beautiful shot. Threading the eye of the needle, Carey, and that's gone all the way. One of these.
It's me, says she. It's me, says she.
I always think there's nothing better to watch in the game than a left-handed drive. And while it was slightly uppish and he met the ball on the up, that is wonderfully timed by Alex Carey. It wasn't actually that far away from the sprawling Joe Root.
Yes, would that be your favourite shot? Left-handed cover drives?
I think it would actually. I just think they look better.
I would put in the frame. Come back to that in a second. Defended by Carey. A beautifully executed, very straight on drive with the two arms left in position. You know what I mean?
I do, but I've always thought, I don't know if you think this, but I've always thought that all left-handed drives look far better than a right-handed drive.
Well,
and I don't quite know why that is.
Certainly, if you're brought up on Gower and Lara, you'd have to agree with that. And the other one is, what's it called? The late cut. The late cut. Ian Bell used to execute a beautiful late cut. Whipped from outside off stump by Carey, and they come through for a single.
Yeah, Josh Tongue looks to be in really quite good rhythm here. I think he's bowling a pretty immaculate line and length. When he's bowled full, that looked to just nip back into Carey and slightly trouble him. I think England should be going to Bryden Carr, well, Archer or Stokes if they're fit enough to bowl, but Bryden Carr maybe if neither of them are.
Now I've got. I keep a note from one of my Australian friends who's withering in his. That's how withering he is. Oh, okay. He's decided to say on this occasion there's a dot ball. Tongue bowling well, better than against India. Green's batting abysmal. Okay, so he's for once in his life he's laid off England. That's right. And he also said earlier, fourthly, can you ask the Gorilla Boys to investigate if Archer gets his cricket shirt tailored to accentuate his magnificent physique? So if anyone knows the answer to that,
absolutely no idea.
Round the wicket comes Tongue. Bit of an ugly smear from Head, but he, as I say, can do what he wants. He's on 89. The end of the 41st over, 4 for 174 if you're in Australia, 174 if you are of an English persuasion. Jason.
I can't see there's any advantage to having any particular form-fitting shirt or apparel of any kind.
Well, unless you're a swimmer or a 100-yard athlete.
Or a rugby player where it's then hard to grab people.
Well, AFL players are very tight-fitting because they don't want to get grabbed.
Yeah. Where are we with the... Yeah. There's lots of chat about tucking into the English bowling and what sort of buffet bowling it is, and whether it's chicken, fish or beef or etc. etc.
Well, the man I wanted to start the session, sorry, there's the bowling change, Jason. Now Joe Root is coming on to bowl.
Reach for your jingle finger, Jace, after this ball. It's round the wicket, left well alone. It's this man.
His voice is high-pitched and ginger hair like a picked, but massive runs he has hit, so there's that. Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root, actually.
Joe Root, actually. 2 balls, pretty well right on the money. Well done, Joe Root. That one was cut,
this is what I was saying earlier to Carey. I think that Root just offers that element of control, and therefore I would have started with him over Will Jacks.
It's not about control, but you would have thought the off-spinner to the 2 left-handers makes perfect sense, doesn't it? You can't expect Joe Root to have the control of a Nathan Lyon.
No, but I think he bowls a more consistent line and length than Will Jacks.
I think that's probably true. I think there are probably 10 spinners in England who bowl more.
That's a low bar. Exactly. I was about to add that was a low bar.
Not his fault. Not his fault. He's been asked to do a job and he's tried to do it. That's cut by Travis Head to the sweeper on the fence, and they take the single. Dom Bess, you would say maybe could have done a better.
I think the main issue with both Joe Root and probably Will Jacks is they're bowling just a little bit too quick. They are not letting the ball dip and grip.
Yeah,
they're bowling just going through the air a bit too quick.
I think that there's a dot ball. It's put into perspective by the master of overspin bowling for the other side, Nathan Lyon, isn't it? He's the master of overspin.
Yeah, it's very hard. It's very hard from Jackson Root when those inevitable comparisons have to be made.
Oh yes, it's the same with poor old Jamie Smith behind the stumps without its Carey. I mean, series of life. That's just dabbed down on the onside, and a little bit of release of pressure with that single, but just 3 off the over. A fairly successful start to Root's stint. 177 for 4 at the end of the 42nd.
Who says the game is gone? Still 1988. Minimum chase 350, looking like.
Right. Well, I was going to say everybody who's not in a lunatic asylum, but also JKF 350. So that's
and
okay.
we have a super chat from Disinterested Handjob. So I will jingle that up. Where are we? There we are.
YouTube Prime Super Chat.
He says, 10 Aussie dollars. Hi, Forthy. Hi, Jason. Hi, Billy. Hi, all you cheap buggers not coughing up super chats.
Who was that, sorry?
Disinterested Handjob.
Oh, I think I know Mr. Handjob, yes. Hello there, Handjob. Mr. Handjob to you. Well, as always,
I think you mean.
Mr. Jobby. It's Joffer Archer time, and he starts, as he means to go on, sadly, with spraying it down the leg side for 4 full marks.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, it got a little bit of leg on that one. It was such a bad ball. It would almost ought to count against the bowler in the figures, but it doesn't. I am not going to lodge any complaints against Joffer Archer after his performances. I'm going to reserve them for elsewhere. England have been let down by their batsmen first and foremost in this, or by the strategies that they were sent out to execute, or a combination of them. Round the wicket comes Joffer Archer.
Oh, that's filth.
So wide that Alex Carey did try to reach it but couldn't. Which I think counts as a wide, but no, it's a dot ball.
Yeah,
apparently.
I think he pulled his bat out of the way slightly.
Look, we're having a look at Joffer Archer's second innings in this series. So far, none for 45 in Perth, none for 28 in Brisbane, and no wickets here so far. So, yup, he's a finely tuned Stradivarius violin, but you can't expect him to play as good a tune in the second innings, it seems, so to speak. Dot ball.
Yeah, well, I've been keeping an eye on his speeds. He's in the low 130s. He usually takes a bit of time to rev himself up, Joffer Archer. I wonder if Stokes were looking at him, seeing if he might do any stretching and come on to bowl.
Is there much point? I mean, the only thing that might happen is that you could tweak something and rub himself out the rest of the series, which would be a bit point. But there again, maybe that's a bit defeatist. Round the wicket comes Archer. That's clipped off his toes by Carey. Single. I suppose, if we look back to 2019, England chased down, 375 at Headingley. And it's only, the lead's only 267. It's not a minefield, etc., etc. But, to score, there's a reason there aren't many huge run chases. Particularly when you've got someone like Nathan Lyon and the pitch is just beginning to break up a bit. It's so unlikely, we might as well rule it out. In comes Archer for the 5th ball of his 6th over. He's only gone for 11 so far. Over his head, just knocks it down towards gully. They think about a single and decide against it. His economy, once again, has been excellent.
Yeah, he's bowled nicely, Joffer Archer, a lot of heart. He's got that wonderful, reliable, not in the injury sense, obviously, but repeatable is the word I was looking for there, action.
It's very
fluid, straight on.
Beautifully fluid action, it really is. One of the most aesthetically pleasing actions we've seen on a cricket field. I go, it's up there with your Michael Holdings, Dennis Lilly. Different approach from Lilly, but aesthetically very satisfying to watch. There have been some very successful bowlers like Courtney Walsh who've not been attractive to watch, but it takes all sorts. Steve Smith, great batsman, but horrible to watch. I think that was a dot ball. Just about got away with that one. Looked a bit wide-ish, to be honest. Doesn't matter. The score is whatever it is. It's just disappeared. And over to Jason for your message.
And we have another super chat.
YouTube Prime Super Chat.
From Stephen Kelk, who sends €2 saying, if Mogas, I deliver.
Ooh.
And Music Cats King asks, is today's play extend half an hour again? Well, it all depends on how quickly they bowl, but I imagine probably is going to be the answer.
Joe Root starts his second over, drifts onto leg stump. Carey nudges it round the corner for a single. Are you in the middle of your university term, Billy? Or what are you up to?
Yeah, I am. I've got a lot of work on at the moment, 40, which is a bit depressing.
Bit annoying.
In my final year though, so it's quite crucial.
Round the wicket comes Joe Root, and down the wicket comes Travis Head and slays it.
Oh.
And has he been?
No, landed short.
No, I thought for a second he might have been taken, but he mistimed it to the degree that the man at long off couldn't zero in on it.
He just had to reach for that when Travis Head Root threw it out a bit wider, and it went on the bounce to Bryden Cross.
That one's on leg stump. Just nudged it towards mid wicket. Take a run. What are you studying, Billy?
Journalism and business, 40, which is relatively interesting, to be fair. But it's just a bit of a slog at the moment. Lots of essays to do.
There it is. And the wicket comes Joe Root, and that's wide-ish cuts to the man in the covers. Top ball.
So that's kind of the right rhythm, though. He's bowling at the right pace, I think, now, but just needs to get a bit of control back into his game.
Into a groove. And Carey goes right back. Head goes right back in his crease and cuts it to the Duckster on the boundary. They'll just come through for the single. Yes, as you say, Billy, there has been a degree of control from Root.
Yeah.
More so than we got from Jacks, to be honest. Let's be honest, Root's bowling better than Jacks. So far.
Well, they've got 2 backward points at the moment, so it suggests he's going to keep bowling a little bit wide.
It does suggest that. And Carey angles the bat and angles it out to one of those men that Billy was talking about, the Duckstar. 5 singles off the over at the end of the 44th, 187. Unlucky number for Australia, of course. 4-4.
YouTube Prime Super Chat.
Starting to come in thick and fast now. Another one from Dean Hoskins says sends £10. He says, here's mine, just got in from work. I thought a comeback might be on the cards after the early wicket. Wishful thinking, perhaps. And Eric J says there's £2 as well. Says, Devo, I can't get me no satisfaction.
Yes, correct. I mean, it's a cover, but Devo did a very nice cover of it.
And Jimmy says, the journalism link again.
Well, yes, we did. Perhaps not entirely surprisingly, we've got some journalists on the staff here at Gorilla.
Glimmer Twin to finish off says declaration bowling ?
Well, we're not quite there yet. Round the wicket comes Archer onto the back foot with a back. It's nice to see. Nice to see. I like to see a backward defensive, really, executed right at nipple height, I would say, and it just drops down to the toes. That can be aesthetic.
Yeah, it was. I quite want to get Carey on the front foot here properly. He's 19 off 26, and I wouldn't say we've made him work for it, really.
No, we haven't.
Worked for those 19s. Of course, he's in good form after that wonderful 100 in the first innings that of course he shouldn't have got, but he did, and it's not his fault. That he should have been out for 72, and he made the most of his luck.
That's a dot ball. The Hendo remarked on this earlier, and he's quite right. In the press conference, it was very amusing. And someone said, "So, you're not a walker then?" To which he replied, Alex Carey, "Clearly not." Nor should he be. I never understood why Broad got all that vilification for just waiting for the umpire to give him
But
out.
also, Broad's unlucky, 40, because he actually gets a relatively thin edge on it, but it hits the keeper's gloves at such an angle. And it's something that everyone said, no, he didn't nick it to first slip. He nicked it to the keeper who dropped it, and it went to first slip. But the way it looked is that he nicked to first slip.
Australians can be terribly guilty occasionally of carrying on like a stuffed parsnip about things like that. And that's just, it's up to Broad whether he walks or not. There's a dot ball. And they still won't shut up about body line. But, they've played well in this series. Let's be clear about that.
They must certainly have. Out of all the Australian team, I actually think Alex Carey is up there with one of the blokes I'd like to go for a beer with.
I definitely agree with that.
He seems like a decent bloke. I think there are quite a few of them actually, to be fair.
I would say I'd like to go for a drink with Alex Carey, with Mitch Stark,
Cummins,
and Pat Cummins. I reckon you'd have a really nice night out over a few beers. Round the wicket comes Archer, and that's a nothing ball down the leg side. Left well alone at the end of the... sorry. Premature. Still got 2 balls to go. We've still got 2 balls of our stint to go, and then we'll be on to the next 3.
Well, a friend of mine... was that a no-baller, or has he just kept something behind the line there?
I think.
Not quite. A friend of mine, 40, is in Adelaide. He's gone all the way out there. Yep. And he messaged me earlier. I asked him what the price of the beer was, and kind of what it was. He said schooners are £6, which is quite expensive.
It is quite expensive, and the schooner is not even a pint.
No, exactly.
Round the wicket, they've got this strange dot ball, strange system in Australia where every state has a different measuring system. There's pots, there's schooners, there's pints, there's all sorts of things. I can never remember which is which, so because I don't drink beer, I drink wine. These.
Well, they're looking at that. That might have been a no ball that he got away with.
Yes, I think maybe. I think when we had a look at it sideways. Oh, that last ball, it could have been. Well, how can he get away with it? The third umpire's really got nothing else to do but look at that line. Come on, mate.
Well, as we've seen, the third umpires aren't the most reliable of people.
You can doze off like a guerrilla commentator halfway through the night, very occasionally, and understandably can. That ruins Archer's potential maiden. That's cut to one of the sweepers on the offside. And, no, still going. Oh, that is the end of the over.
That is the end of the over and end of our stint.
Yeah, 188. We hand over.
I will see you all tomorrow.
Don't think I didn't notice your attempt at hexing Australia, Forthy. I saw that.
On this occasion, it didn't work, so, you go to the well once too often, Messi.
Cheers, Messi. Cheers, Jason.
Thank you. So we're shortly to be joined, I think, by Hector and Arnav. In the meantime, I'll do a couple of messages. Mog says, I was about to start a journalism degree, but I decided to get a real job instead. Oh, mean. And there's a run taken by Carey from the first ball of Root's next over. So Carey is on 2 runs. Carey moves to 22, Head is on 92, it's 194. And we are now joined by Hector and Arnav. Welcome, gentlemen.
Brilliant, thanks, Messi.
Hiya, Messi.
Is this defended by Carey to Stokes at cover, no run. Game finished for you, Messi?
No. Anything can happen. And, there may be some rain on the 5th day. Who knows? I don't think Australia will declare because I don't think they'll last that long, to be honest.
Bit fuller this time from Root and just punched out to Bryden Cast at a wide long off. Jog through for the single. Head will face on 92. How about you?
I see England batting sometime in the first session tomorrow.
Yeah, I was going to say the same, that I think Australia will do well to get to lunch tomorrow.
Yeah.
And if they do, then the total's going to be massive. So England are going to have to pull out something extraordinary out of the hat to even make it competitive after that.
Well, yeah, you think if they get that far, then you probably have to start batting for the draw if there is rain coming, as Root's in again, and it's a bit flatter through the air, and Carey's back and punches that out to Ben Duckett at backward point, run through for a single.
Batting for the draw?
Well, if there's rain in...
Ben Stokes?
You want 401 session, I think even Stokes has got to admit it's impossible.
Yeah, I know. The forecast suggests there may be a little bit of rain on Sunday morning, but I don't think there'll be much time lost.
It's not day ending.
No. It's not an Old Trafford sort of wet rain.
No, okay.
Oh, that was something else. I think it rained for like 2 sessions, didn't it?
Yeah.
Pretty
consistently. Roots again, just a bit straighter, and Carey's back and turns that down to Josh Tongue at mid-on. Scampers through for one, good running. ahead on 93.
Just on Old Trafford, there is a lot of assumption that Australia would necessarily have lost that game, which I think isn't necessarily justified.
Really? Stokes straight and just pushed out to Stokes. Sorry, that was root bowling. End of the over, 193 for 4.
Mike Black said England subdued in their encouragement. Only Ben seems to be spurring the team on. Is it possible that their silence speaks volume about dissatisfaction with the captain, coach and tactical approach? I just think they're a bit fucked.
Yeah,
to be honest. And when you're feeling a bit fucked in the field, it's hard to keep your spirits up. I don't think you can put too much interpretation on anything like that. Paul Coffey says, quite rightly, nobody buys beer at the cricket, ridiculously overpriced and mid-strength and in plastic. I bought a Pimm's at Lord's, which was something like 10 quid, and it was basically lolly water with a bit of alcohol in it.
It's the Weatherspoons type of drink as Archer's in and just angles in to Carey, gets a bit of a bottom edge. Jofra picks the ball up, no run.
Incredible economy so far from Jofra. Less than 2 runs on over.
Yeah. I think it was a 5-over spell just after. Yeah. He obviously passed the half-century mark this morning, batted really nicely this morning, and naturally his speeds had dropped off a bit, so he earned that long break through almost a session and a half, really.
It's a bit of a shame that he's not been supported well enough from the other end. So whenever the change happens, whenever the next over happens, Australia just rotate strike, maybe go for a big shot.
So that's defended by Carey into the offside. Yeah, I agree. I think so much of cricket is partnership, whether that's batting or bowling. Obviously, it is an individual skill game, but it's made so much more effective if it's sort of held up at both ends with bat and ball.
I think that's where Australia has a natural advantage, having had their bowling attack together for so long.
Yeah.
They just did really well.
Yeah, the whole criticism of them being too old is actually a big plus for them at the moment.
Yeah.
It's just an issue for maybe a couple of years' time. Here comes Archer steaming in round the wicket and he bowls short, just down leg side, so Carey can duck down and avoid that pretty easily. Carey's 24 off 37 and he hasn't really had to do anything excessive. He's sort of been gifted a few runs here. Well, it's been pretty comfortable for him.
I mean, it's interesting. If you look at the England victories in the period of Bazball, the percentage win rate was much, much higher before Broad retired.
Yeah.
Well, it's no surprise, really.
Oh, yeah, and then, of course, so they started Bazball and with some of the old guard, and then obviously forcing Anderson out, Ollie Robinson falling off, Johnny Bairstow as Archer's in again. And it's full and he's beaten Alex Carey. All ends up, he's really nice take from Jamie Smith, just angled in, just narrowly missed the inside edge, rose over middle stump, and Jamie Smith does well to take it diving to his right. It's a good ball there, seems to have a bit of extra zip to it. Similar to the one that Mitchell Starc bowled earlier in the day to Ben Stokes. Beats him all.
Smith's been good behind the wickets in the second innings, I would say. Even his catch to dismiss Khawaja was quite sharp.
Yeah, and he's under so much pressure, isn't he?
Under pressure, yeah.
After the first couple of tests.
For both his abilities, he's under pressure for his batting as well as his wicket keeping. So, yeah, this would do him some good.
Archer in again into the hips of Carey, just turned into the onside, no run. Getting a little bit quicker in his second spell, as Archer's just pushing around the 140 kilometres an hour mark. Obviously, when he's at his quickest, he can push 146, 180. But as we were talking about, he's had a lot to do this test. He's had a lot to do this series for England, as has Ben Stokes.
Yeah, that's right. Ben Stokes, well, I think the amount of workload that he takes upon himself is extraordinary. I think I haven't seen this in a long, long time. The last player that comes to mind that used to do so much in a test match was Jack Callis, to be honest.
Final ball for Jofra Archer, it's just defended, maiden over. Australia still lead by 278, 4 wickets down.
Linux Lear says, Weatherspoons waters down their beer. You'd lose your license for that in Germany. I actually have it from the horse's mouth almost that doesn't happen. When Nestles was still with us, he told me about all the stories that people make up about watered down beer. But, you know, the company he worked with were responsible for delivery of massive amounts of beer to Wetherspoons, and he said the quality control is exceptional, and they don't actually do that, and they wouldn't save a lot of money anyhow.
I wonder how their prices are so much lower.
There's got to be something.
They probably pay their staff shit. The service isn't exactly fantastic.
Yeah, true.
Friend of mine has an interview that today.
Yeah, it's economies of scale, I think, are a huge thing for them as well.
Yeah. Well, we've got Joe Root's going to continue to Travis Head, 93 from 132, looking for his 4th consecutive 100 at the Adelaide Oval in Test matches, and just drives this one down to riding cast at long off and will walk through for the single. Travis Head does like to walk through for a lot of runs when he can.
I think he's going to try and get to the milestone, just taking his time, and once he gets there, you can probably see you'll probably see him let loose a bit.
Yeah.
Play some shots, get some runs on the board at a quicker rate.
Wouldn't be surprised as Carey's defending this. Well, again, Australia will probably think that they've already got enough runs, so the rest of this is just
close to 300 seems enough for the final innings.
Just taking some.
I think the Australian bowlers would really appreciate them taking longer.
Well, yeah. So just take some time out of the game as this one's chipped a little bit uppishly. Just lands short of Ben Stokes. A short cover.
Head?
Yeah, he's holding his head. Might have hit him right
on the bounce,
right in the noggin. We'll have a look.
No, I think he banged his head on the floor.
Ooh.
Yeah, we're slightly up in the air. It landed pretty comfortably short of him.
Oh yeah. Is that one of the practice pitches as well?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, just the back of the head actually was the only thing he's clutching, this sort of middle of it. Anyway, Root's got 3 more and he's a bit flat and short and wide, and Carey cuts that really nicely, late cut down to Ben Duckett, does the fielding round at deep backward point. Carey wanted a second but turned down in the end.
There are lots and lots and lots of stories about the outrageous price of drinks at various sporting events around the world, to be honest. And none of us is the least bit surprised.
His head again just pushes forward to long off and begins to walk through, and then realises there could be a second on because he didn't time it perfectly. Carey's quick enough, so they get back for 2. Head moves to 96, just the 4 runs away now from that 4th 100 at the Adelaide Oval in consecutive matches. Last ball of Root's 6th over, 48th over of the innings. He's in round the wicket, and again it's flat and a big slash there. I feel like Head wanted to get that boundary, just finds Ben Stokes at cover. End of the over, 197 for 4.
Fitness and Health by RP says beer was cheap when I was young. Carnage. Disinterested hand job says Jesus wept. Fucking heroin is cheaper, and you don't have a plastic container to get rid of. I don't know. Beer Batter Gummy Shark says take away the alcohol tax and grog would be cheap, same as smokes and petrol and diesel. Government tax gouging, well, something's got to pay for all the roads and the things. Mog says Daniel Vittori used to be New Zealand's best bat, bowl, captain, bus driver, coach, accountant and laundry guy. Everybody loves Daniel Vittori. I think it's the glasses. You know, there's something sneaky about wearing glasses to make you feel less threatening.
Yeah, you trust that. You trust Vittori with anything you feel.
Yeah.
Just seeing here, Ben Stokes just walked off, by the way, taken down. I think there was a medic walking next to him, going down the tunnel.
Just check his head. Check for concussion.
Concussion protocols, I think,
Bit of an HIA.
And he won't be sorry to sit down for 10 minutes anyhow.
No. Get some rest. Harry Brook will step in, obviously, as the vice captain. I imagine Joe Root will do a bit of talking. Archer is going to continue. I think they're just checking the ball here with the umpire, but all is good. Just the one slip in, a second slip to Alex Carey, who's facing on 25 as Archer's in and straight and just angles in, deviates a little bit, defended down the pitch to mid-on, no run.
It's funny how you sort of don't notice what doesn't happen, and what I've just realised is I don't think we've gone through dramas with the ball in the series like we have in previous ones at all, have we?
No, Scott Boland tried his best a bit early on, I thought.
Yeah.
Especially in the pink ball test at the Gabba. But yeah, there hasn't really been... I think there's been one... England had one change in the last test match, and it didn't really have a massive effect on Stoke play. Probably says something about the Kookaburra ballers. Archer is in, and this is just clipped off the pad by Carey down to deep backward square, runs through for a single.
He's trying to release the ball from a very wide angle, don't you think? Like he's trying to angle it into the left-handers.
Yeah.
Expecting the pitch to probably, the ball to probably hold up to the pitch and maybe move on to the off stump.
Yeah. Well, I think especially with Travis Head, you can't give him any room outside of off stump.
Yeah.
Especially if it's a bit short of a length, because he's so explosive.
It
on
has
the
to
cut
be
shot.
right into his midriff, isn't it?
Yeah, to try and cramp him for room a little bit and sort of make him think that the cut shot's on. And so, the angle in can be quite effective against him. 4 to come for Archer as he's in to Head on 96 and just rocks back and clips it off his pads, runs through for a single, rather, to mid-wicket. Good running. 97 now, and that's the 50 partnership between Carey and Head. Carey's got 26. Off 70 balls. Yeah, that haven't really been threatened throughout this partnership, have they? England were in a position where they could have put on a little bit of pressure.
I think the field's been really laid back. They could have been a bit more aggressive in the field, or a bit more conservative at least. Because at the moment it seems pretty easy to get singles, and the bowlers are not consistent with their lines as well, which makes it even more easier for the batters to rotate strike.
Archer's in, and this is just back into the hips, but carved to cover, no run from Carey. Yeah, I think they've been doing that all test, all series. Just sort of have been almost trying to outthink Australia with these abstract fields, when in reality the conventional field is that's exactly what it is. It's conventional. It's been used so much because it's an effective field.
Also, something you said earlier in the day about Pat Cummins is that he's reactive with his field settings, that if the ball goes into a gap, he immediately plugs the gap with the field. I think doing something like that would be beneficial for Ben Stokes.
Yes, well, especially behind point. They've scored so many runs there.
Yeah.
Archer in, short, and just poked out to Zach Crawley at point. No run from Carey. .199 for 4. Australia lead by 284. As soon as they pass 300, any run is sort of a dagger to the heart for England. Just gets worse and worse. Nathan Lyon to come on a spinning wicket. The only positive, I heard Graham Swan speaking about it. He's probably clutching at straws, but the wicket is true bounce. It's spinning, but at least it's bouncing firm as Archer's in and at full and driven by Carey, but again finds Crawley, no run. End of the over, 199 for 4.
Jude Sheehan says England need a miracle to keep this series alive. Thoughts? Will Australia win, or will it be a draw? Is this the end of Bazball? Anything could still happen. Strange things do happen, but Jude also says that Stokes and Archer should open and play out for the draw. Shining Knight 259 says, I've been a Stokes fan since I watched his documentary. It seems to be Stokes and Archer versus Australia. If you want some more information about Stokes, I found the documentary something of a sort of whitewash almost. It's well worth reading Jeff Lemon's book. I think it's The Comeback Summer, where he covers the Stokes trial in some detail. And you get much more of an insight into the guy from that than from a friendly interview that he did.
Is that just focused on Stokes, that book?
No, it's about the Australian tour of England in 2019-20, was it?
Oh right, yeah.
when Smith was back for the first time and all that.
Yeah. With the World Cup as well, just before.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a good summer for Stokes. Good summer for England. Of course, that's when Jofra Archer properly burst on the scene as well.
Oh. Who's one has a joke for us. He says, why don't England and Australia ever need fire alarms during the Ashes? Because every time the urn appears, someone's hopes go up in smoke.
Probably just apply that to England most of the time.
Stokes is
drinks.
Yeah, ready.
Oh,
Drinks
that's
break.
right. Because we've got extra half hour, the drinks break's late. That's right. Oh God, we're getting a whole lot of really, really poor jokes coming through now. I'm not. If you want to read the jokes, then I suggest have a look at our YouTube chat. But I'm not going to sully our airways. Even Tony Bishop will be just ashamed of some of these.
That's saying something.
They're more like sort of Christmas cracker standard. Although on our Discord page, I have set up a channel for people to post their Christmas cracker jokes, which we will no doubt use in the course of Boxing Day, because it's Christmas and shit cracker jokes are part of Christmas, aren't they?
Exactly.
Arnav, I just wanted to check with you. Are you doing the Gorilla Roundup with me this evening?
Yep.
Excellent. I'll send you the link just after the end of play.
Yeah, sounds good.
Looks like play about to resume. Jamie Smith standing up, so imagine Joe Root's going to continue. Travis Head just the 3 runs away now. Runs away from another. It's pretty inevitable with Travis Head now that whenever he's in, it's almost whenever he passes 30. I'd like to see his conversion rate. Jacob Bethel is on the pitch.
And also how he controls his scoring rate as well, like at the end of the the first test? Yeah. The speed that he scored that century and compared to the way he's going now, I think he's really smart cricketer in that sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He plays the situation quite well.
He's got some layers to his game,
which
a lot of the England batsmen would like. It is going to be Root. He's got 24 for no wicket from 6 overs. It's been alright. He hasn't threatened, but he hasn't strayed in his line and length, and he comes around the wicket to Head full, and that's driven and beats the diving cover. I think that's Ben Stokes there, but there's the protection of long off Bryden Cast. But Carey scampers back for 2, so Head has 99. I think we're looking at his wife in the crowd here, a little bit nervous. 99.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Also passes the 200 mark for Australia, 201 for 4.
Well, here's something quite extraordinary. In his last 18 innings, Travis Head has only been out for single figures once, and that was for 9.
God.
Wow, that's incredible.
Facing up here, I think Joe Root's just trying to take a bit of the sting out. Yeah, he's moving the field in, so deep mid wickets coming in close. Same for deep square leg, deep point. Everyone's coming into the ring.
No easy singles there.
Yeah, try and push some pressure on him. In comes Root to Head on 99 and heads back, and he hits that straight to point and runs. And then he's sent straight back. That's Jacob Bethel at point. He's got a good arm on him, and I was a bit surprised. But in the end, yeah, Alex Carey didn't look to leave his ground. Just straight away says no.
I wonder how many Test 99s were run-outs.
I'd like to see the implosion as they're walking off the pitch. In comes Root again, and it's straighter and turned into the onside, but there's a fielder there, mid-wicket, no run. Good call from Root to bring the fielders in. Again, you can kind of see if Stokes was on the pitch, you say keep him out. He's done that a few times in situations similar. 3 to come from Root. Harry Brooks in its slip, and that's Flatten. Again, just poked out to cover. Ollie Pope at cover, no run.
Bit of a premeditated step forward there. Thought he was going to come down the track, and then he just stood back and played it on the back foot. Seems nervous on 99.
Yeah, is he going to go for the big hike over the ring? He's forward and just defends again to cover. Got a few people in the crowd wearing Trav Bull t-shirts. It's the new thing. No No more Bazball. Travis Head does it better. Last ball of Root's over. Just the 2 off the first ball and then 4 dot balls since then. Head still on 99. It's flat and Head just advances down, shuffles down the crease. In the end, Root saw him coming, pushed it a little bit flatter, defended back to Root, and Root tries to throw the stumps down, throws it to Jamie Smith. End of the over. Travis Head still there on 99, 201 for 4.
Still some really crap jokes. Shining Knight says messages. Thank you. I'll check out the Comeback Summer. It's good, even without the Stokes stuff. It's a good read. Jeff Lemon is a lovely writer, so he's very easy to read, and you just feel like you're there a lot of the time. Steel 1988 says, "Don't talk about runouts. Gives me nightmares about Imsman Huck." Oh yeah, Imsy gave us so much amusement there. Let's face it.
I remember he got out, hit wicket once when Monty was bowling to him, Monty Panasa. He just fell over the stumps, didn't he? Inzi.
Well, Archer's going to continue, and he's in, and it's full, and just maybe a little bit of movement finds the inside edge of Carey. He was lining up a booming drive, but in the end, inside edge is back to Archer for no run.
Just need someone like a Flintoff in his slips, you know. Remember the time he said, mind the windows to know?
Yeah.
Just need someone like that to get something out of this game.
Yeah, I think actually that's a really good point about the wicketkeeper sort of beating the drum. I think it was Matt Pryor said that.
There's been discussions that Smith hasn't done anything. He's quite, just quiet, happy to just play his game. He doesn't talk much behind the wicket.
Archer again and defended by Carey. Yeah, and exactly. It's kind of what you need from your keeper, just to keep the momentum, and you don't have to sledge. You need to keep encouraging the fielders and stay loud and in the field. Try and put a bit of pressure on.
Yeah. Hector, can you ask Jason if he can let in Richard and Gary, please?
Yes, will do. Oh, he's asleep again, I think. I can do that when I change.
Because they're due on in 4 minutes.
Yeah. I'll pop up and let them in.
If Jason is asleep, you can let sleeping dogs lie in if you like, and I could do a ball by ball.
As this one is just defender down to mid wicket, 3 for 1. Yeah, yes please, if that's all right, that'd be great. Thank you. Unless you think I should wake him up.
Yeah, he needs his sleep. He's got bus drivers to deal with after all this.
Yeah.
He has. I don't know. Do you want to have a quick look at the rotor, Messi, and see what might make sense?
Didn't you already volunteer to sub for somebody else?
Let's have a look.
Oh, you volunteered to do Gary's ball by ball. Yeah, that makes sense. So you do ball by ball. Gary can do socials. And Richard can do summarising. There you go.
Travis Head on 99 cuts this one from Archer, and is that put down by Harry Brook at gully? I think it is. Archer's bowed his head. Harry Brook's not happy. Travis Head just little grin down to Alex Carey. It was a foolish ball, but went to cut by Travis Head. It was a tough catch, but it was a drop. Wow, you'd expect him to take that, Harry Brook at gully. It's another drop from Brook, and Head survives on 99. Sorry for cutting you off.
I think he's been stranded on 99 for like 6 or 7 deliveries now.
Yeah, it's taken him a while. It was clever from Root in the previous over. Archer's got 2 more. In he comes round the wicket to Head, and it's full, and it's defended again to Zach Crawley just in front of point. No run.
Absolute army of fielders on the offside there.
Yeah.
It's probably a 6-3 field.
Yeah, looks like it. You've got to catch your catches. Again, pretty basic, but catches do win matches. Especially when Travis Head is on 99. This could go on to cost them a fair few more runs, you'd think. Yeah, it was a tough catch. It was low, slightly to his left, but it was catchable. Travis Head spoke about this after the first test. After a drop, he likes to accelerate and make the most of it. Make the most of the life he's been given. Last ball of Archer's 10th over. Head faces up on 99. Outside leg stump, shuffles across and just pokes it out to cover looks for a single, but in the end, no run. End of the over, 202 for 4.
Oh, the nerves. Oh, the nerves. Or as Beer Battered Gummy Shark says, oh my fucking God, Head. Shining Knight says, you reckon Smith needs to be more vocal? It's interesting. I heard a comment about the English team that, on the whole, they're fairly introverted lot. So there's not that sort of same sort of in-your-face energy about them, is there?
Yeah, Smith's quite a quiet person, I think, but I just think your keeper needs to be loud to sort of connect the rest of the heartbeat of the team and make everyone else pick up the energy a little bit. But he's not a keeper. So.
Bairstow was good at that.
Yeah, exactly.
Always saying stuff to Stuart Broad, get those legs pumping.
Here's Root, full to Carey, and again Carey can find the quick single out to cover, gets through for 1. Head back on strike.
Jude Sheehan says, do you think England's subpar bowling apart from Archer makes you guys more sleepy?
Probably, actually, yeah.
Just for Jason.
Yeah. Wouldn't mind a few wickets to get the heart pumping.
And Leah points out that there's a YouTube edit of Imzaman Runouts, which runs for 20 minutes.
20 minutes, my God.
Well, Head will have another chance. Obviously dropped on 99. A couple of balls go by Harry Brook, and he's advancing down the wicket and lost Joe Root back over the head of mid-off. One bounce for, that's the 100. Another fantastic innings. Just led off on 99, but other than that, it's been chanceless. And that's his 4th 100 in a row here at the Adelaide Oval, his home ground. Loves batting there, and he gets down on his knees, kisses the ground. Appreciation of the pitch that he's batted on so much. Just raises his bat, and rightly so, he's loving it.
10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. Congratulations, sir. You are a centurion.
Only batter to get 200s in this series so far.
Yep. 11th Test 100, 63 Test, 4 at the Adelaide Oval. He's been in some brilliant form for a while now.
It's quite incredible, that.
Harry Brook, how costly will that drop be? Root flights this one up. It's just defended back down the pitch. Back to Root, no run.
You can see he's a bit more relaxed now, moving up and down the crease, looking to gauge the length. He was a bit more stiff before he scored that boundary.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if he now really looks to put the pressure on all the English bowlers and have some fun. And this one's flighted and driven nicely through cover. There's someone out there at deep cover. Ben Duckett will pick it up. Head will walk through again for a single. Moves to 104. Lead now 293.
Does Travis Head wear a different helmet? I notice his grill is usually much bigger than others.
Yeah, the grey nickels. Instead, the Missouri is normally the go-to, but I imagine he has a deal as he just... Alex Carey pushes this out to cover for no run. One ball to come from Joe Root. Then I think are we
so
changing?
After this ball, yeah, we are due a change. If you hop up and let those two guys in, I'll wibble a bit until they arrive.
Brilliant, as this one is defended from Carey. End of the over, 208 for 4. I'll go let everyone in.
Well, hang on a minute. Just so Messi, did you want me to do ball by ball for next half hour?
Yes, please. If you can do ball by ball, and Gary and Richard can share the rest. Oh, you can wibble, Forthy,
yes,
and I'll leave you to it.
Oh, very good,
Thanks,
Messi.
mate.
Thank you. We'll be seeing you later, I suspect, or will we? I don't know.
No, not today. I don't think.
Well, thank you for your service, and we salute you off the plane. Very good, thank you. Okay then. So as Travis Head, all smiles and roses and flowers for him, not so much for the English attack. Oh, look, it's Richard. Hello, Richard.
Hi. I've just been transferring from the lounge room to the Guerrilla Cricket commentary room, and I gather Head has made his 100 during that transition.
That happens sometimes in cricket, doesn't it? You have a toilet break or something. Well, I don't believe it.
Well, it was coming. England did seem to want to give it to him. I think the last thing I saw before switching rooms was Harry Brook dropping him.
Yes, I think the commentary team was a little generous, saying it was a difficult chance. It wasn't that difficult, to be honest.
Some of them are a little more difficult for Harry Brook than for others. That's his second drop this match, is it not? At least.
Yeah, he failed to sort his hands out for the first one. It came at that slightly awkward height. No excuse, of course, but he was perhaps should have taken. I don't know. Anyway, he built 2, so that's not great. He hasn't had the amazing series with the bat some of us were hoping for, if not expecting. Bryden Cars, starting off the 53rd over, bowling to the aforesaid head, who takes a Sunday afternoon swipe at that one, and he can do what he wants now, of course. Just went out into the covers for no run.
Do we know why they're wearing the black armbands?
I think it's still for the incident at Bondi Beach.
Yes.
Last week, I would guess.
I think they're wearing those for the duration, which probably is not beyond tomorrow.
No, fair enough, yeah. When I say incident, of course, I should say mass murder. Not just an incident. Right, Bryden Cars into Travis Head. Over the wicket, that's a full ball outside off stump. Travis Head throws himself at that one, but it goes straight to the man at mid. Off. So, how are you reading the game?
Well, I am not too well placed to comment because I slept through the first 2 sessions. But
you probably are in the best position to have a fresh view on it.
I'm
We're all a bit jaded, I think, in the studio.
Yeah, I shouldn't complain that I'm tired, should I? I did have a reasonable night's sleep. No, I mean, I woke up expecting the game to be drifting towards an inevitable England loss, and that's kind of what it felt like.
Exactly what you've got. Now that's cut hard, but straight to the man at point. He's just in front of square there.
I was quite surprised when they came out after tea that the Australian box commentators, Carey O'Keefe and company, were really talking it up as a pivotal session and a real chance for England. But glancing at the lead that Australia already had, I found it hard to buy into that view.
That's no surprise to me. They will do their absolute utmost to talk up the competitiveness of series like this. Yep. When blind Freddie can tell you this match has gone, but they have to do that. That's shunted out on the offside or AC. I'm sure that's not what they're saying when they're having a drink in the evening.
No, I'm sure. Yeah, particularly as after tea, Australia were only 2 down. But when 2 quick wickets fell, I mean, it was as if the Ashes had been blown wide open on Fox Sports commentary. Through my bleary eyes, still waking up. It was struggle to see that view.
It's always the case, of course, that the team who supports a particular team will always be more negative about their team's chances than the other way around. But even so, it's pretty obvious what's going to happen here. That's played off the back foot by Carey. It trickles up to the man at mid-off. I mean, I was saying that I suppose in a similar sort of situation, England chased down 375 at Headingley 5 years ago. This lead is now 294, but
that was a much more placid pitch, I would have said.
I was going to say that pitch had fewer demons on it, and we've got Nathan Lyon up Australia's sleeve for the 4th innings. A little bit of rain around on the 5th day, very unlikely to make a difference. In comes Cars again. Launches himself, Carey, elegantly, an elegant launch, and then just pats it down to mid-off. End of the over, 209 for 4. Jason.
Leah says, hello, Richard.
Carlos.
And Russell Blackwell says, Brook couldn't catch a cold in an emergency ward. Well, yes, he's certainly having a series to forget, I would have said.
With the hands.
Hands and eyes and everything else.
Yeah.
A couple of 40s, not much more.
Jude Chin says, I reckon Richard bowls some insane loopy leggies that are absolutely unplayable.
Who's been watching my cricket? that's uncanny. They're very loopy. I don't know about unplayable. They're very loopy.
Says Travis is king of Adelaide with his 4th consecutive ton there. I love head, says Jude Sheehan. Take that any way you want.
Well, yeah, I was going to say, it's an adult channel, and it's potentially a cricket channel as well. Let's stress that.
In a sense.
And yes, I think the only thing that's going to be drinking tonight is more in misery is the Barmy Army.
Oh, they're rarely miserable. They just keep their spirits up by continually singing. There's some guys in the crowd
inside, I think, more than anything else.
Some guys in the crowd with Trav Ball t-shirts on. They're very happy, as you can imagine. Well, everything's could be about to change because Will Jacks is back into the attack. He's 1 for 69 off 12,
but he's going to have a second go at this first ball.
Test standard spinner, Richard. Come back to you after that ball. Cut straight to the man in the covers, stop ball.
No, and well, if anything, the standard seems to have dropped since the first innings. I mean, the short, wide nature of his bowling has been quite striking this morning.
Yeah, and I think we can all agree he's been rather thrown under the bus here. This is not a big frontline spinner, and that's a dot ball. As someone was saying, he's actually bowled fewer balls in red ball cricket than Joe Root over the last 4 years. So.
Yeah, I did make the point in my previous contribution. I thought he's bowling just a little bit too quick.
Yes, that's true. There was a speed thing as well. He comes around the wicket, and that's an absolutely filthy half tracker, but he's got away with it. Cut straight to the man in the covers.
One of plenty, and absolutely no ability to hit a length this morning, this evening in Australia.
Comes around the wicket again. That's a better ball. Cut straight to the... I mean, they've got their fielding placement sorted out. All of these balls are going straight to the umbrella field on the offside, I suppose you can say that. 3 dots.
I was thinking that Bashir must be feeling really annoyed because this is the pitch that's turned most in the series. You can get a sniff on it.
Fuller ball from Jacks, which is let go by head.
And I reckon with his height, he would have done something on this.
Yes, I think that's fair, actually. I think in hindsight, Bashir can consider himself a little aggrieved as we watch another half-tracker from Jacks. He gets away with it. Cut to Ben Duckett at deep backward point. Nearly falls over, throwing it back. And I think that's the end of the 54th over.
Is indeed 210 for 4.
Thank you.
Glimmer Twin says, England have a history of throwing spinners under the bus. This comment brought to you by Mason Crane.
Yeah, he got a 5th test, didn't he, at Sydney a few years ago, and that was the start and the end for him.
And Scott Borthwick and any number of one-test wonders.
Simon Kerrigan.
He had a complete episode of the Yips. I was there. It was horrible.
He got 1 test. Yes, it was horrible, wasn't it? Shane Watson took him. Yeah, there's plenty who got maybe 2 as well. People like Mimp, I remember in the 90s, but he wasn't very good. That's cut by head. He's on 106 into the covers. Fredwell got a couple of tests.
Oh, the Vicar. Yes.
I dare say you've got a similar list in South Africans' archives you could get out of your back pocket of... Perhaps was Richard frozen, or is he very intent? I can't quite.
No, I'm just sitting still.
Very intent.
I'm in low energy mode.
Screensaver mode.
Well, famously, they didn't require a spinner, did they? Much. They had Nicky Boyer and a couple of others.
Reached Paul Adams, yes. Reached and cut.
South Africa's, I think it actually has a reasonably good record in even if we haven't had great stocks in the spin cupboard of picking one and committing to them. You think of someone like Paul Harris, who I think probably every South African cricket fan or non-South African cricket fan who isn't a great specialist has probably forgotten, but he was around for a long time and played quite an integral role, even if it was mainly just choking up the runs under the Graham Smith regime.
Indeed. I mean, that's... Sometimes teams confuse themselves. That's a wide ball from Cars, but not wide enough to be a wide. I think sometimes it's control, isn't it? At first innings, your spinner, you want him to go for 2.5 and over, get 15 overs out of him. Don't care if you take any wickets. 1 would be nice, 2 would be an absolute bonus.
That's of course what used to be easier than it is now, with so many white ballers floating around with their white ball attitudes in Test cricket. But it can still be done.
Yeah, it's important. I mean, someone's got to bowl those tricky overs between overs 55 and 80 and just give the fast bowlers a rest and rotate and all of that. That is cut downwards and just ends up in Smith's hands. I think Head is now executing an extravagant reverse wrist.
A root scoop.
Yes. Anyway, look, you can look forward perhaps to some interesting fireworks from Travis Head from now on. Perhaps. Might be quite fun. Carey's slightly gone into his shell now, hasn't he? He's 28 off 57. Partnership 61 off 100. Having a look at an aerial view of the ground. Looks lovely. Cool. Cars into Head. Cuts just a little bit short of a length. But I don't know. Maybe that's their version of bowling dry for now.
Cars' bowling hasn't been too shabby either. He's got 1 for 36 off 13. That's
not bad
fairly
at all.
reasonable in the circumstances.
That's okay. It's always tempting in this sort of stage to go into gallows humour and pile-ons and all those sort of things, but the reality is it's quite often fine margins in cricket, and then because of initial circumstances, momentum builds and suddenly, oh, they're useless, terrible team, awful, get them on a plane and all of that, when not necessarily circumstances. However, this has not been a great performance from England, let's stress that. Dot ball, end of the 55th over, 211 for 4.
Leah says, with all the catches Brooks couldn't make stick, the Aussie fans should print up Harry Brook in oily bloke shirts, presumably for his hands being so slippery. Chris Coombs says, if England bat with half a brain in the second innings, we might get a 5th day test.
Yes, I don't know about you, Richard, but I'm slightly resistant to the pile-on in all sport, actually.
Yeah, we didn't grow up with the concept, did we? It's a social media thing, or at least the turbocharged version is.
The turbocharged version, it was always there, and journalists would pile on in the media. I think they're probably instructed to do so just to get more headlines.
There's some comments on the Tash for Travis Head. One from Be Better Gummy Shark says, after this ball,
down the wicket comes Head, full swing of the arms, and that's disappeared over the boundary. I think a couple of bounces. Very nice shot. Off Jacks.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, it was in the general vicinity of the pitch. It wasn't quite there, but it was close enough to hit it over the top.
Yeah, as I say, I think we're going to get some fireworks from Head now. He cuts that one, duck it in the deep backward square boundary.
Yeah, fair to say he's freed his arms with that previous boundary. Nerves
really
out the way. It was nice to see some of his fans in the crowd, because it actually got quite annoying watching the Baz ballers they had quite a repertoire in the past, I feel, and it seems like they're down to one song now, literally that My Only Sunshine tune. Is that just me?
My feed isn't quite good enough to pick up what they are singing, but I'm about to have that corrected by 3 days in Melbourne at the MCG. That's swept around the corner, but only to the man at the 45 for a single by Head, who moves off Nelson. I was going to say he was on Nelson. He wasn't on it for very long. He's now on 112. Jacks round the wicket again. Horrible ball. But cut straight to the man in the covers by Head, who must be getting a bit tired himself by now.
Apparently he's got stamina for ages.
Down the wicket he comes and jogs through for a single down with the shot down to long on, where Jacks does the can't be Jacks doing the fielding. Who's that down there?
Didn't spot.
Don't worry, doesn't matter too much.
Stokes.
Partnership is 60. partnership is 69. It's definitely below me to commentate on Head being on non-strikers end with a partnership at 69. That is not the sort of programme we are. Let me stress that. Round the wicket comes Jacks. Interesting full ball. Yes, exactly. That's a much better ball. And it didn't get a wicket, but it was a better ball.
Yeah.
The dot. End of the 56, 218 for 4.
YouTube Prime Super Chat.
Brian in Brisbane sends us $10, saying England isn't out of this yet. Still 2 days to go, and if Australia fall over with less than a 400 lead, Stokes will think they have a chance. Well, I think they have a chance regardless of how many they have to chase, I think. Just because of that mindset, they'll never say die. It's how they then go and approach the mountain of chasing that they're going to be faced with.
Well, Charlie Chaplin, apologies, in the grandstands, Army member, I presume, has said die. He sat down and stopped singing, which says a lot.
Do or die, in fact it's die. Death or glory, in fact it's death. Right, that's cut to the man at point, dot ball. Yeah, I think during the early days of Bazball, it was rather exciting when the fourth inning target was 375 or 380. Admittedly, on flatter pitches in England and places like Pakistan, I thought, yeah, England are up for this. This is going to be fun. Let's see if they do it. And quite often they did in the early days of Bazball, but that seems quite a while ago now.
Yeah, the legend was born as out of fourth innings chases, really.
It was,
but most of those are a while back, and in England and on different pitches, as we've mentioned.
And different pitches and slightly stronger batting the lineup. Maybe Bairstow is very key to those innings. Quite often, is my memory. That's
also not with an Ashes on the line. I mean, the British amongst us can probably comment on this better, but there is a sense in which, for a lot of England fans and England cricket followers, you can afford to drop the odd match as long as it's not the Ashes, because that's the only one that really, really counts.
I think that used to be the traditional view. I'm not sure that's...
some still do take it. I don't know how many. It may be a small percentage.
I mean, I would certainly say that away in India is equally as hard as an Ashes series.
Oh, absolutely as hard, but does it matter as much to a certain breed of England fan?
No, because it's tradition and it's a traditional rivalry and it's grown up over the years and it's intensified, if anything, over the years. I like to think it's pretty good-natured. We're not talking about Celtic versus Rangers. That's dabbed into the covers by Carey, off
Carey's really gone into his shell a bit, because he was...
He has, hasn't he? I just noticed that. Yeah.
He was going on almost around the ball without any issue. Now he's 29 off 60.
Yes, don't know why in particular. Perhaps he's got any number of reasons. Perhaps Travis Head said, "You have a rest, mate. I'll take it from here." He's been on the field for an awful lot of this test, and it's been very hot, Carey. Perhaps he's beginning to feel it. Carr's in again, fourth ball of the over, and Carey dabs it down. Man at wide mid off, and it's very through.
Having said what we've said about the fourth innings chases, look, England are going to be chasing something improbable, whatever it is, from here on in. They are 2-0 down in the series. If ever they do have a free pass to just go, give Bazball one final flurry and throw caution to the wind, this is going to be it.
Absolutely. I mean, everything's got to go their way, isn't it? Zach Crawley's got to have 9 lives. Joe Root has got to play one of his immaculate innings, etc., etc. It's extraordinarily unlikely, but it's not impossible, I suppose. And that's played down the wicket by Carey.
And Australian bowlers are going to have an off day for the first time in this series.
Yeah, well, these things can happen. Sometimes there's an injury. Various things can happen, but let's stress, we're in the 2 to 3% region, I would say.
Yeah, and to your point about the Australian bowlers, Jason, it's ultimately, we talk about the batting endlessly, but you can't shake the feeling that the biggest gulf between these two sides has been the bowling and England not being very good at it.
100%.
Or being
and even then, Jofra Archer would Jofra Archer would probably have got into the Australian side for the last 3 tests, but it's been a one-man attack really, with Stokes offering some control. Oh dear, cars into Carey. Don't worry, lots of other things. There's Christmas to look forward to and all that kind of thing. It's not all about life's not just cricket. Sometimes it's 6. End of the 57th over, 219 for 4.
I wonder how many England players would actually make a combined best 11.
Yeah, we had that.
Not many.
You go for Archer and Stokes, maybe Root. Yeah, Root. Those 3.
Root, yeah.
And that would be it. And the ones that wouldn't make it out of the Australian side would probably Doggett.
Well, Toggett, Nisa, probably not. Maybe Khawaja might make it. You probably think the opener probably wouldn't make it, and you juggle it around a bit.
I mean, Green's not exactly covered himself in glory.
No, Green.
No, he would be the Stokes swap, I think.
He would, wouldn't he? Yes, yeah. But these fantasy 11s never actually take the field. This is just.
You'd probably still put Root in for Marnus, I think, and
definitely.
They're good
I mean,
fun
Marnus has not had a great series. The Australian batsmen have not had a great series apart from Travis Head on the whole,
and they haven't had to.
And they haven't had to. Okay, and that was an attempted cut. The ball was too full to cut, really, from Jack. So that's a moral victory. Dot ball. The smallest of moral victories. And that's a horrible ball to follow up with. It's sort of a half-cracker. There's just no... Yeah.
Is it me, or is it just Jack's bowling for Head to make a mistake?
It's net bowling from your batsman, really. That's more or less what this is. I'm afraid to have to be honest with you.
Yeah.
And that's straight Stokes at mid-off dot ball. I mean, they're not getting many off them. They've just packed the offside, knowing that Jacks will sort of drop it short, half the balls he bowls. And if he gets one up, he's terrified of being smashed over the infield by Head.
I thought Head was very considerate there, because he bowled him a low full toss, so he could have put that almost anywhere. He just punched it very gently down to long on.
I think he's probably rather tired. 174 balls in. Pretty hot out there. That's cut by Carey. I've made this point a couple of times on commentary. I don't know what you think, Richard, but we always go on about the bowlers bowling in extreme heat. But it cannot be much fun for the batsman on a 35, 36 degree day to be having a helmet and all that padding on.
No, I think Dean Jones would agree with you after he threw up on the pitch.
Perfect example, Madras 1987, yeah. End of the 58th over, 224.
Was it Madras 87 and Vindaloo 99?
Yeah, I find batting very exhausting, even in cool conditions.
Indeed, yeah.
Gummick Shark thinks Travis Head will go to 200 as a run per ball acceleration.
Well, we'll see. Maybe we will.
Tech 1245 says winning isn't important as long as you are nice and kind losers. Does Gorilla have that "You're bowling filth, mate" jingle? Yes, we do, Glimmer Twin. Has it not been played almost every over for the entire day? We're not going to be that kind of negative person. They're just not consistent enough, says Music Cats King, which I think is the...
We can all agree on that. And, okay, Travis Head has launched himself at that first ball, thrown his head back, they didn't get hold of it properly, and Ben Duckett scurries around the boundary. I think they've come back for 2-2-2 for the classic score. Classic Richards.
2-2-2 for 4, yes.
It's I don't know if it's been mentioned already in the dark hours, but it's quite noticeable with Travis Head that he plays this game with himself to make things tighter than they need to be. Has anyone spotted? He'll walk singles and get in it just at the last minute.
It's the just in time philosophy, isn't it? He gets to the other end just in time.
He's very much looking like the guy from the first 11 who's playing in the fifth 11, and if you know what I mean.
Yeah, and he does this on a consistent basis. even when there was a, if you take 10 seconds to get your bat back, you'll get stumped situation. I saw earlier there was one where he took 9, just deliberately. I think he's trying to keep himself focused. It must be a deliberate thing.
Yes, something that we're not used to seeing. Sure. Cars in again to head. 117 off 176, and there's a beautiful late cut actually, and it's just wide of Brook, and I think that will go all the way. Yes, it does.
Lovely late cut.
It wasn't. It's not the most elegant late cut I've ever seen. I don't know why I say that.
Yeah, he wasn't. He didn't really. It could have been another soft dismissal. He wasn't that far away from the galley fielder there. It didn't keep it down. But it's been a game of many lapses and concentrations and soft dismissals. Quite a high number on both sides, from what I've seen.
Yes, I think that's true. Packed offside field, a 3 and a 2. Inner ring and a medium outer ring, as it were, and that's cut down to the man at deep point, Harry Brook. I think we've got it's probably be our last over together. A couple of balls left.
Yeah, and that'll be my half hour for the test match done. Oh, well, I mean, depending how long tomorrow goes. Trust England to haul me out of bed.
But there will be a tomorrow at this rate.
There will be a tomorrow, but I'm down for the last session. So
tomorrow,
if they do baseball their way to 300 plus, it'll be quite exciting when I wake up.
That's true. 5th ball of the over. Pulled by Travis Head. For anyone, there's a sweeper, of course there is. They come through for a single. Tomorrow creeps on in this petty pace of life till the last recorded minute of something time. Can't quite remember. I think I've got that a bit wrong. It's Macbeth.
It can't help you, Soz. But I presume Australia are batting. I mean, if they're not going to get bowled out, they're batting until lunch, and then
they could probably possibly bat a little longer than that, but not much longer than that.
At least lunch, yeah.
Well, you'd think also they'll be thinking, well, let's tire the English bowlers out with a back-to-back tests next week. If they're being really grinding.
Good point.
Okay, that's played down to. I think that might go all the way. I thought that was going to get fairly.
Talking of tiring people out,
just gets cut off by Joe Root.
Joe Root had to run all the way to the fullest extremities of the Adelaide Oval, the longest boundary, and just pulled it in.
Just to save the 1 run.
That a few more meters in the legs ahead of Melbourne.
Look at that, but that's perfectly good.
That's the end of our stint together. I will hand you over to our next trio.
It's been a delight. Farewell, fellows.
Farewell, Richard. Thank you.
Welcome, Gary.
Hello, Jason. We did a little bit of producing on the fly because my feed isn't up to it, and I don't actually think it's the tooting end. I think it's the Ladywell end, but we can talk about that twixt test matches. So I can do the summarising here, or I can step aside if you want to do 2 sessions in a row.
I'll stay on if that's okay with you.
So you want me to go off now, or do you want me to summarise?
Oh, you can summarise now. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, that's good. Okay. Well, I agreed with almost everything that was said in the previous half hour. Not entirely a surprise, seeing it was all sensible stuff. But I just wanted to add one thing, because I'm already kind of throwing myself forward to writing report cards at the end of this series. And 2 elements that were kind of not mentioned, I think, have been absolutely critical in this series, which is the England's catching has been weaker than the Australians, and England's lines have been inexplicably too wide of the off stump, far too wide, really. And lines ought to be perfectly possible for bowlers to bowl. Lengths can be tricky because you've got to find them, but really you should be able to bowl a tight line. I don't know who's doing ball by ball. I'll give you that one though, as Jax is in and it's just pushed into the packed offside field by Travis Head and takes a single.
I was just looking to see who's meant to join you.
I think it's 40. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think it was 40 as well.
Well, if you want to do ball by ball, Jason, now do
and
the
that
rest.
is up into the block hole and swished away by Travis Head, but straight to mid on.
Yeah,
I think we are having some overspill, but probably not very much overspill tonight.
Yeah, I just need someone on social, so I don't know if Jez can join or 40. I don't know.
And down the wicket again by Head, and this one is a better shot over the top, and there's nobody down there, and that just plops into the boundary rope for one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4. 4.
That's a perfectly acceptable ball, and Head has made it into a 4 ball by coming down the track. I'll come back to that in a moment.
Short and wide, that's a response to Head coming down the ground. He was potentially looking to come down again, but I think Jack sort of flirted that up wide and shorter. And he's in again. And again, that's another ball that he's playing for the advancing Head, and Head is too canny to go after these wide balls.
There's no time to speak.
And that's arcing in. That's just driven very nicely out to long off. And they do complete 2, I believe, at the end of that.
Now, my criticism of England's lines ought to be caveated by saying that one of the reasons why England's lines have been wider than one would hope outside the off stump is that the Australians have made England bowler because anything on the stumps has been hit hard into the leg side, sometimes into the offside and down the ground. And we should never forget that cricket is a dynamic system. One of the reasons that the game is like that is that the Australians' positive approach to batting makes England bowl a ball slightly wider, a 6 stump line perhaps rather than the 4th and 5th stump line, and that's to the Australians' credit. But of course that's one of the underlying principles of baseball, is that you make the bowlers and you make the field go where you want them. Make them bowl where they don't want to bowl. The problem is that I think both sides have played a very basballish approach to batting in this series, but the Australians have just done it better. Not all of them by any means, but enough of them. And it's not really a fine margin, it's just playing better cricket. But had England held those catches, then it would have looked different. Had a bit more luck with the dubious Snicko system, it might be different. But as it is, England are miles behind in a must-win match, and there really isn't a kind of easy amelioration of that. It's because they've been outplayed.
Josh Tongue is going to come in now. He's going to resume bowling round the wicket. First ball is fired in at the pads. That just dropped into the leg side. They scamper through for a quick single.
That's another thing that Australia have done better throughout the series.
The running's been excellent.
Well, they've taken those singles close in, and of course it's a hallmark of Australian cricket ever since it can remember that you drop and run. And when there has been the chance of a run out, England have missed it, which again is those margins on fielding and catching.
He'll slip in. That's a good Yorker, and that's well dug out by Head. Between his legs, almost a bit of a nutmeg to square leg on the boundary, and they take another single. It's 2-3-9 for 4. This partnership has grown very quickly to 90.
Well, not that quickly, off 141 balls. Perhaps quickly in time, because England have been rattling through their overs, perhaps trying to avoid too much of whatever pathetic measures go against the poor over rate. But
Tongue attacking the stumps and defended by Carey. Mid-wicket comes and cleans up the ball.
Jason, a word about Ben Stokes, because...
Well, he's not bowled today, has he?
No, I used a phrase which seems demeaning, and, I have the greatest respect for Ben Stokes. Despite this, I think he's been the best England captain, at least since Brearley, and arguably even before that, given the conditions he came into and the opposition.
Driven straight to mid-off, to the man you were talking about, Stokes. Continue, Gary.
Yeah, he's bowled 50 or so overs in this series, and the tests have been spaced out. It's not been back-to-back test matches, and he's made some decent runs, but he's not, made the kind of runs that Carey has made, and he doesn't seem able to bowl across pretty much a whole day in a crucial test match.
And again, that's driven to mid-on by Carey. This has been a pretty good over for my tongue.
Yeah, it is.
It's there or thereabouts, and forcing them to play every single ball.
Yeah. To go back to Stokes, though, he may have mitigation in the heat, he may have mitigation of his age, but the question is, if he's playing as an all-rounder, is he fit for purpose? Because increasingly across a series, I think that argument is hard to make.
Driven, and this one does pierce the gap between cover and mid-off. Stokes is giving it the full beans, chasing it, but it's going to beat him to the boundary. It's going to be one of these.
The number of the day. Who could ask for more? The number of the day is 4.
But if you look at Stokes, for example, with his Australian counterpart, which would be Cam Green, he's bowled more than Green and he's batted more than Green, I think.
I don't think they're quite the same. I mean, Cam Green's batting at 5, isn't he? And Stokes is at 6. But I do take that point. But this England 11 really only works if Ben Stokes can play as a kind of bowler's full hand of overs. And we see what happens to the attack when he's missing. And it does look quite a callow attack. Tongue isn't experienced. Archer hasn't played that many test matches. Carse hasn't played that many test matches. None of them have played in Australia. You take Stokes out of the attack, and it's really callow. You put Stokes into that attack, and it looks much better. The batting ought to be able to survive without Stokes, but the bowling can't.
Jacks floated up, and that's nicely manoeuvred by Head out to the right hand of long off.
I mean, England's just going through the motions here. There's no sense whatsoever
they're playing
any plan to take wickets here, and they're going to leak 40 runs in half an hour because it's just there for the taking, really.
Jacks again, and again that's almost the same. Nice footwork by Head to get to the pitch. Manoeuvres it wide of extra cover this time. Stokes picks it up. They take a single. 246 for 4 now.
I mean, I'm a bit surprised Archer has bowled so little. Again, he did bat for a while, but if the players are so fragile that even without back-to-back test matches...
And that's a play and a miss by Head off the back foot. That one scuttled through a little bit quicker by Jacks, and it just beat Head for pace off the pitch.
Yeah, they can't bowl very much after a couple of hours batting. Then I think there is a problem, and hats off to Archer for coming back from all those injuries.
Again, just get to the pitch. Knock it wide of mid-on, take a single, move on.
I mean, McCullum's got rid of some of the backroom staff, but they do have strength and conditioning coaches and so on. And I mean, I think today's play, and certainly now, is an indictment that whatever England are doing in order to keep their players fit, it's not working.
Well, I'd argue after this ball, that's just knocked very neatly into a hole between Jacks and mid-on. I'd argue that they're fit for English conditions, but maybe not for the more strenuous and taxing conditions of the Indian subcontinent and
Well-
away test matches.
Well, if they're not only fit for English conditions, they're only fit for half of the games England play, and that's not good enough.
That's launched by Head. Gorgeous shot. It was bowled onto his bat, to be fair. I think that's one bounce into the boundary for another one of these.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Without really trying very hard, I think they've gone for 8 off this over.
Yeah, well, I mean, the reason Jacks is bowling is because Stokes can't, Archer apparently can't, and I don't know why Carse isn't bowling, but
He's just finished a spell.
Yeah, maybe so, but I would rather Carse and Tongue or even Archer at half pace than what we're getting now. I feel a little bit sorry for Will Jacks. He wasn't brought in to bowl this many overs on the third day of a test match. It's ridiculous.
And that's that last boundary just completed the 100 partnership between Head and Carey.
Yeah, they'll never make 100 runs more easily. They really won't. Some of that is the pitch, but I do think England have made it too easy for them. They really have.
Anyway, it's going to be Tongue to continue. He's got 2 for 53 off his 12. The first 2 wickets to fall, I do believe.
Yeah, I mean, 2 for 53 is a decent return, and I'm not going to have a pop at Tongue. He's bowling his 13th over. But we shouldn't be surprised that a front-line fast bowler can bowl 13 overs in a day. You'd think that would be the minimum, not the maximum.
Anyway, over the wicket by Tongue. That's short, and Carey ducks underneath it. It goes to safely to Smith.
You know, and I don't want to sound like FS Truman here, but bowling is such an unusual activity. It's such a strange thing to do with your body. I really do think the only way you can prepare for bowling is to bowl.
Is to bowl, yes, is to play games.
And they just don't bowl enough. They don't bowl enough across a whole year. Whether they've had hard sessions in the net for 2 days beforehand, but they just don't bowl enough.
Tongue in again. Another short ball with exactly the same result to Carey.
And I know that not Fred is keen on this as well, in that if you're getting stretches of 2 weeks off for rest because you can't play a county championship game between series, the kind of strength, the kind of muscle memory that you need to do gets forgotten.
There's also the argument that they're actually putting in too much work, the Chris Tremlett argument.
Oh, absolutely.
They're putting in too much work in the gym and actually becoming muscle bound and not flexible enough. And that is short, and Carey backs away and cuts that very nicely through point. There's a good chase by Jacks to the boundary. He fields it. They take 2. Carey moves to 40.
It's the same with footballers. I remember watching Romelu Lukaku, and it was the same with Jean-Philippe Mateta when he went to Crystal Palace. These were big guys, but they had too much muscle. Lose a bit of weight, lose a bit of muscle mass, they became better players. I think a lot of sport is less about muscle and more about that live flexibility that you've just mentioned.
So get going with the plyometrics and not with the bodybuilding.
Yeah.
Another short, filthy ball down the leg side, and Carey ignores that.
You need core strength, but core strength is at least partly a function of your body weight, in that you need less core strength if your frame is carrying around 65, 70 kilos instead of 85, 90 kilos. These are big guys. These are, they're big people. When you stand next to them, you realise how big they are.
Yeah, so
Joe Root's 6 foot.
Yeah, so I remember standing between Ollie Rayner and who was Angus Fraser in the tavern at Lord's. I felt really quite small.
Well,
with
there are
6'5", 2 6'5" blokes towering over me.
There are times I do.
Round the wicket by Tongue, but the tactic's still the same. It's still banged in short of a length, and Carey does not want to know unless it's outside the off stump. And This will soon get very tiring if this is Tongue's plan that's being asked to execute.
Jason, in the next over, I'll try and do a little bit of ball by ball, and maybe you can look and see if there's any super chats, because if people have sent super chats, they deserve to have them read out. So I'll do a bit ball by ball in the next over, and if you can have a look there.
There is one super chat. Well, we'll do it at the end of the over.
Okay.
And that one is punched down the ground by Carey. He's going to get 2. He's going to get 3. As Stokes spends a long time running from cover to pick it up. And that is the end of the over. So let's have the super chat, shall we?
YouTube Brian, super chat.
Brian in Brisbane asks us, why is Archer not bowling? Only 10 overs so far and 1.5 over is good, so why is he not in the attack? Is he tired, resting for tomorrow, broken?
Yeah, I mean, I speculated early on that Stokes and Archer would need a little bit of protecting for tomorrow, but that we've only got 10 overs out of England's 2 best bowlers, by a distance, England's 2 best bowlers, as Australia have racked up a lead well in excess of 300. Strikes me as there's something gone wrong if only 10 of 63 overs have been bowled by Stokes and Archer. And I mean, what's gone wrong? Maybe find its roots deep in the planning, or it may be that it's an injury or something. But again, with injuries, they're often the result of poor decisions at an earlier stage. But it's certainly not really acceptable. I mean, Jackson's bowling his 18th over. Has he bowled the most overs of any England bowler? I think he has.
Probably, yep. You going to take this over?
Oh, yeah, if you want to look at the socials. So that's just clipped by Carey to short mid-wicket, and there is no run. Carey's on 43, Head's on 136. Australia are 256 for 4. The lead, and already, I would suggest, winning one of 341. Jacks is in round the wicket to the left-handed Carey, who just leans on it and is able to get it down to long leg, where I think that's just Tongue who does the fielding. Again, they try and catch the dawdling Head out, but he's a bit of a cat and mouse thing with the running for Head. And he's in. 258 for 4.
It was Braden Cast, the fielder, rather.
Braden Cast, yeah, we haven't seen him bowling. Day 3's attendance, 53,600, so not bad, but also short of full, I think. As Jacks is in wide on the crease round the wicket to one of the 2 left-handers, who is Carey, who's on 45, no run. So I'll bring you in. Jacks is bowling his over so quickly just to get him done, that I'll bring you in at the end of the over, Jason, and maybe do the next one as well if you've got lots of socials. This is short from Jacks, and Carey can hit that wherever he likes, and so he rocks back and hits it through mid-wicket for 4. He's now 1 run short of yet another 50 in a hugely impressive series for the Australian wicketkeeper batsman. He has been absolutely fantastic in this series to date, and it doesn't really matter what he does in the last 2 matches. If Australia win this, he will have been an absolute key man in winning the series, retaining the Ashes, and he gets another one on the leg stump, which he punches rather than pulls to mid-wicket, and they walk the easiest of singles, bringing 50 runs to Alex Carey off 84 balls. He really has been a marvellous player, as Richie would say, really marvellous player. And Will Jacks has 2 lots of half a century, because he's gone for 100 runs off his near 18 overs, and he will get some stick for that. You probably will be getting them on the socials there. I'm disinclined to give him too much blame, because he should not be bowling now. He wasn't played for this job that he's attempting to do. He's over the wicket to Travis Head, who reverse sweeps him down to what would be third man and looks like long leg, where I think it's Ben Duckett does the fielding, and there's a scrappy return because England are out on their feet. 263 for 4. The lead is 350. The voice you hear is Jason.
Let me find that one I was looking for. It's actually boring to watch us getting utterly embarrassed, says Martin Smith. Merv Hughes should bowl a crazy amount of over, says backseat driver dude. Archer's not capable of playing Test cricket if his body can't handle it, says Steel 1988.
Well, Archer's not the primary target for that. I mean, he's done pretty well until today, and he has bowled some overs today. I mean, if you're finding reasons to have a pop at Archer at the end of this Test match, I suggest you should look elsewhere.
Martin Smith also says there's no point playing the last 2 games. Bring them home, save the humiliation of 5-0. Well, I think the people, 8,000 odd people who've gone out there, will disagree with you.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we were talking about earlier. I mean, Test cricket is a big and difficult sport. 5-0 looks more likely than 3-2 or 3-1 or even 4-1. It's not an inevitability. Dear me.
Two-headed Tasmanian, which is a great handle, says Stark doesn't seem to have an issue at 37. Lol.
Yeah, this ball is just pushed by Alex Carey, backward of point, and there is no run. No, credit to Stark, but some of us who thought that the Australian Dad's Army wouldn't play the 5 Test matches have been proved right. Hazelwood not going to play any.
Hazelwood's not. Cummins is only going to play 3 if he gets a chance.
Yeah, Lyon is going to play 4 if he gets the chance, which is likely to be the case. So, we weren't a million miles away. As Tung is in again round the wicket, it's a bouncer, or what passes for a bouncer on this pitch. He ducks under it, does Carey. I think he was ducking almost before Tung released the ball, and it sort of tennis balls its way to Jamie Smith behind the stumps. 158,000 across 3 days. That would be much more than you would get across 3 days at Lord's. But I tell you what, I bet the receipts at Lord's will be much higher, such is the ticket price. This ball is pushed to point, where Joe Root does the fielding. How often do you see Joe Root at point?
Not very often, unless it's a very defensive field.
Yeah, it is.
We have another super chat.
Super chat.
Yeah.
YouTube Prime Super Chat.
Glimmer Twin sends us $8 Aussie. Could we pick a better 11 than this, only using players binned off by Baz and Key?
Maybe we could. I doubt it, really. This ball is bobbles twice going through to Jamie Smith. So the Glimmer Twin, I take it that would be Mick Jagger of the two, because he's more of the cricket fan. Who would be missing? I mean, Bashir for Jacks, would it make that much of a difference? He does take more wickets, and he'd go for it, but he'd certainly go for a lot of runs. But he was set back by that unfortunate injury, and I kind of understand why England have been reluctant. Here's Tung again, another bouncer, another deep dive, although not the kind of deep dive you get on a podcast, as Carey gets under it. And lo and behold, one more dot ball for a maiden. I think we'll have one over after this. Is that what it looks like to you, Jason?
Let's just see. Yes, I think that's probably going to be right.
It'll be the close. I think England might want to drag their feet a little with the last over of the day to make sure it is the last over of the day. 65 gone in this innings. Will this be a maiden?
Surely you mean the final over of the day, Gary?
I think I do mean the final over of the day. But it isn't a maiden. It's a single push to extra cover who was on his heels. That really should not have been a single. But it is. It's 266 for 4. It's been yet another day that's been won by Australia, won by a distance, despite the resistance that was shown earlier on by Ben Stokes and Jofra Archer, and despite a lacuna of hope offered by 2 quick wickets in the middle of the day, Quadra and Green going quite quick succession. But Australia have won far too many sessions and won far too many days, and that's why the series feels that it's not competitive. Go on, Jason.
Talking about players who are not there, rises then asked if Zach Leach injured or something. Well, he had a good season, but he seems to be out of favour with the England team, mainly because of the injuries that he potentially carries.
Well, England wanted wickets from the spinner,
and he also asked about Tom Hartley, who didn't have a good season.
No, and Tom Hartley can't get in the Lancashire side. Of course, he couldn't get in the Lancashire side when he was playing Test cricket earlier in his career, as Jacks is in, and was that a false stroke or was that a reverse sweep? I think
reverse sweep.
Reverse sweep, and he takes a single. Jack Leach. He's toured Australia before. Finger spinners do not go well. England picked Bashir because he's an overspin bowler and he's tall, but he's just not been able to get on the field. That is padded away off Will Jacks. Now in his 19th over. What an indictment of England's planning for bowlers. He's bowled 19 overs. As another ball is hit through the covers, and it's going to go, I think, no, there's a sprawling Ben Duckett who does tremendous work on the boundary. I do think that will be given as 4, though, because when his hand was in contact with the ball, I'm pretty sure he had his body on the Toblerone. The checking of this will make it, yes, it will be 4. I think that will put paid to any idea that there will be another over today, unless there's a delay on the feed.
Oh, they're giving it 4.
Yeah, they are giving it 4. There seems to be a phone going on.
It's
Jacks
mine.
is in.
It's mine.
Jacks is in again. It's padded away by Travis Head, and 271 for 4. We think 2 balls left in the day. Head's on 142, and he just pads this one away. Not even bothering really to raise the hands these days. You often have, when you pad away, you often put your hands above your head. Jason, it's all happening in the studio as opposed to on the field. 1 ball left in the day. I think there's helmets coming on just to make sure that there's no possibility of another over being torture or being squeezed in for the Englishman. As another ball on the legs is just pushed to mid-on. It's 66 overs gone. Australia 271 for 4. The lead is 320. Head has 142 off 196. Alex Carey has 52 off 91. 2 of the 3 outstanding Australian cricketers in this series are at the crease. Mitchell Starc is lined up to come in a bit later, and they walk off arms around each other like the
good
Woodfall,
work done.
Like the Bill Woodfall and Don Bradman at the end of a day's play in Australia in the Ashes. Where England go from here? Well, they go into a 4th day's play where they will try to limit the damage and chase, defend, whatever they decide to do with the bat. But it's another day in which they have been completely outplayed by a better prepared, more experienced set of better cricketers. It's really quite bleak, I'm afraid. And like the Bear, I'm an optimist about this England side, but it's very hard to make a case for them being anything other than annihilated over the next day or so. Jason, is that fair?
It is fair. They are just not playing well and not possibly good enough. No, form is temporary but class is permanent. But I think the technique and temperament is actually lacking just a little bit in some of the players.
But in the planning too, I mean, why are we...
That is the most egregious problem that has happened.
Jacks has bowled 4 more overs than any other bowler. Carter's bowled 15. But between them, Archer and Stokes have bowled 10 of 66 overs. How do you get to a position where that is the case? And that Jackson Root have bowled 23. Something has gone. No, 27. Yeah. Something is seriously wrong with England's preparation if halfway through the third Test match and some 5 weeks into the series, England left with the cupboard as bare as that for bowling. Australia lead by 356. It will be over, one suspects, at some point tomorrow. If England can wriggle out of this, and we've seen the West Indies wriggle off a similar hook in New Zealand, albeit against a different attack, albeit
it'd have to be
against,
something of a similar ilk, because they have to bat for probably 160 overs.
You can bring out sort of the Siege of Mafeking or the Last Stand of Custer or whatever you want to bring out of those cliches, because it will merit every one of the great stands in the face of adversity. But it's not coming, is it? Let's face it, it is not coming. So do you want to just do some socials before we sign off, Jason?
I'll do a very quick super chat from two-headed Tasmanian, who says England lack bowling depth. It puts too much pressure on their batsmen. That's their primary problem. I'm not sure it is. I think the problem is that their long-term planning has been woeful in both batting and bowling, to be fair.
I think I tend to agree. Well, that may be the sound that time is up, Jason. I'm going to leave you. I'll be back for, I think, the 5th Test, because I'm not doing any more than this one, and I'm away at Christmas. And frankly, I'm quite glad not to be doing the next 2 days nor the 4th Test, because it just looks ugly.
Belful Bunyo says the England side simply been outplayed. Perhaps county cricket as English preparation is inadequate. Will Seamus looking forward to this test.
Well, county cricket is not used as the preparation for.
No, that's the whole problem.
That's the whole problem. Yeah. I'll leave you because I'm sounding like an angry old man. So thank you very much, Jason. Thanks to all the other gorillas who've contributed to a chastening day for any England fan.
Yeah. In cruise control says Sport FOK. Back in the day, I used to play the Sheffield Shield, says Music Cats King. Probably time they get back to doing that. Yes, well, I think we're all singing from the same hymn sheet. And unfortunately, it's not a very happy song for English supporters. But they will be back tomorrow. There's still a chance. But it's a vanishingly slim one now. They can pull the hat out of the fire. And with that, we'll leave you in hope for tomorrow's play. So from everyone here, goodbye, and look forward to seeing you and hearing you tomorrow.
Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pastor.
Glasgow, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, Guerrilla Cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. We would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin,